it's not lagging too much. It actually seems kind of fun. Curious to see if this is going to both places. This is streaming to both platforms right now. Should be. Let's see. Okay, I'm live here, which is good. All the way at the bottom. I don't think it has us on Twitch. Oh, we are live. I think. It's not live streaming. Okay. Now we're live? Oh, Stream Albans is being weird. I just watch myself. All right. Oh my goodness. All right, there it goes. All right, what the hell are we going to fly today? Part of me wants to try a Merlin. Who are the leaders on the Z kill? Yes, you live, DBNX. What's up, dude? So I'm trying. I'm sorry if it's lagging. So I was gonna actually make a video yesterday, and then I was like, you know what? I should just stream it. Like, just actually stream myself doing PvP, so that way it's live and I can kind of get feedback. But I wanted to do it on both Twitch and YouTube, so then I ended up spending like 3 hours just trying to like set up Twitch, get my bot set up. I could have done an overlay, but I didn't think that was really important right now. But I just mainly wanted to get like the follower thing set up, try and find like the right settings so I could stream to both YouTube and Twitch, so it's not like lagging as shit. So if there's a bit of lag, that's probably why. But anyway, so we're gonna do some. I'm not sure if you've checked out my other PvP video, but we're gonna do some of the PvP free-for-all frigate fights. I want to try. I'm actually open to try different ships today. I'm not going to just stick with one ship like I did last time with the. I don't think you can take a Kikimora. It has to be a frigate. I'm not too familiar with the. And I think it has to be tier 1s too, so I don't even think you're allowed to take a Nurgle in there. Yeah, you have to take like a Damavik. And as you can see here, I literally have none of the Triglavian ships skilled up because I don't have any of the weapons skilled up, or vice versa. So I don't know. I'm kind of the person that I don't want to say I don't like wasting leveling up stuff I'm not going to use, but that's kind of the case. Like, it's the same thing with me and all my items and like my personal assets. Even though it looks like I have a lot of assets everywhere, I really don't. I feel like I've seen people with like 50 plus stations of stuff just everywhere, all over New Eden, and I'm like, dude, I cannot do that. Like, even this is a bit much for me. This is only because occasionally these are actually like leftover ships from the last time I did my PvP series. This is what I was gonna fly for my next PvP series. Was a series of Kestrels and Atrons. I call them Acons for short. Yeah, I'm never gonna use planetary action, but I'm skilling it up anyway. Yeah, I could see that. I could see if I've kind of, I think mainly just because I'm so new to the game. Like, my gunnery skills are complete ass. Like, you can tell, like, a lot of them, I don't even have small projectile turrets or small rail guns or small pulse lasers. Like, I don't have any of those guns leveled up. It's literally just missiles, and I have like a little bit of energy turret. Or that's laser specialization, but still. Yeah, so like I'm kind of limited. Like for that reason alone, I can't fly like most of the Minmatar ships. I could just skill inject myself, but and I'd rather just stick to ships and weapons that I'm familiar with than trying to learn all new stuff. I wouldn't mind flying the Breacher though, because it actually does have bonuses to, where is it? Here. I'm already at like mastery level 3, and I do have bonuses to missiles, or like most of my skills are in missiles and rockets. So this actually wouldn't be a bad one to fly. And it seems pretty competitive from what I've seen, at least like the times I played. I really want to, like honestly, part of me wants to play music, but with it being on Twitch and the whole copyright thing, and on top of that, I'm not exactly sure how to set it up where I can hear the music, but you guys can't. It's probably some settings I have to play with in OBS, but I just don't really want to deal with it, to be honest. Kyle Andrews, what's up, dude? Good evening. Don't buy skill injectors, just make skill farms. That's why I get in the top 1%. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing. I have just a bit of a trick. I have 14 right now. I had like 20 at one point, but I just sold a good amount of them. And I'm honestly planning on making more, but I'm kind of waiting for something to happen first with like the whole partner thing. But regardless, what was I looking for? You can actually make a bit of extra money selling the skill injectors in actually a MAR compared to Jita. Because I actually sold a few. Let's see if it'll actually pull it up. Sell. Let's see if it'll pull it up. Oh, the shit. Market transactions. I don't know why I went to sell. I guess I could have just typed in large cap, large skill inject. Okay, so I've been selling most of mine in a MAR, or sorry, in perimeter for, I don't know, 630. It just depends on when I was selling them. Like this was like a 2-week difference between your. It's really hard to see skill injectors going back up in price. I mean, they've been doing nothing but go down for the last year. You better use little skill injectors before you reach 50 million, and all of a sudden it won't be worth it anymore. I could see that. I'm only at 34 million, so I got a ways to go before I'd hit 50. But long story short, you can actually get. I've actually been making the decent. I've actually had to get Plex, you know, jump clone myself to a MAR, and then redeem all the skill extractors off of the Eve store in the Ashab Tranquility Tower, and I actually ended up making, and I mean these were just a couple days apart, so I'm actually ending up making like 10 million more per skill injector. So if you can actually make more. There's way less being sold in a MAR, obviously, but there is profit to be made, because I mean when I'm looking at this trend, like at first I was holding on to large skill injectors, and I kind of still am, but I just don't see them rebounding and like going back up. I just don't see it like happening anytime soon. I remember that was even a question I asked Oz Eve. Is it Eve Oz or Oz Eve? I think it's Oz Eve. I remember asking him in stream one time, I'm like, hey, like I got some skill injector farms going on. Like, should I be holding these or should I be selling these anytime soon? He didn't. I don't think he gave me like a direct answer, but the thing is, it's like as you hold them, you're just losing money. So you might as well just sell it right away, apparently. So that's kind of how I feel about that. Let's see. So eventually I will sell all of those. I've just been kind of busy basically doing nothing with other stuff. So part of me today, because yesterday, or I should say 2 days ago, I was flying the Kestrel and doing PvP there, but part of me wants to just do something that's, I won't say like brain dead, but that obviously requires less manual kiting and skilling and all that stuff. I kind of want to try the Merlin because I can fit like T2 blasters and all that fun stuff. Has a bonus to shield resistance. I've been meaning to try and look up the, because I don't think any, honestly, I don't think any of the high level guys are like flying Merlins right now. I think most of them, wow, Nightcap is up there. I played against him 2 days ago and got wrecked. Let's see here. Pull this up. Kind of look up the Z kill. I know Nightcap, all he flies is a Punisher. I'm not very good with Amar ships, and I don't really have laser skills leveled up that well. What's Skykiller Russian using? Well, I don't think he's a good example because I shit you not. Who was I watching? I was watching somebody yesterday on stream, and it was Skykiller Russian and someone else, and they were doing some duo stuff, let's say. Some collusion. Let's look up Kelly on Dark Knight. Like, what the hell is he using to, and if it's lagging right now, I apologize. Kellon Dark Light. What the heck is he using? Looks like he's using a Tormentor. What about Worm Rockets, Drones, and Kite? I'm not sure. It says T1 Frigates. I am not sure if you can use a worm, to be honest. And plus, that's a lot of money. I mean, how much is a worm? Like 20-something million? And then fitting it out fully is probably like 30, maybe 35. Because it says right here, T1 frigate, free for all rules. Human limit, all grounds. Okay, ship restrictions. Yeah, this is literally all the ships you could fly. Punisher, Tormentor, Merlin, Kestrel and Cursus, Tristan, Rifter, Breacher, Executioner, Condor, Atron, Slasher. Those are the only ships you can use. Do you or should scale yourself into a Marauder? My Cronus is so OP right now. Oh, Sneaky Turtle. How sneaky of you. Oh, that was you that said that. Sorry if like chat. I'm using a program right now. It's kind of like combining like chat from YouTube and Twitch together, but like the options look a bit different. I wonder if I can. Okay, no, that's not. Yeah, it's very limited, which is actually kind of good. So everyone's kind of on a relatively even playing field. I don't have any Marauders skilled up, to be honest. Do I have 2 of those open? Oh, that was weird. Yeah, I don't have any of the Marauders skilled up. I pretty much have 4 to 5 for all of the battleships. At least like for most of them. At least like the ones that I felt like I needed. I'm pretty sure I don't have it for a Mar yet. Okay, I do. I mean, that's the main reason, right? It's going to take me 55 days in order to skill into a Marauder. I honestly just don't really care to. I know like once you get the Marauder skill, it's that much easier to get into like the other ships, but it's just gonna like take too long. I think this is where the majority of my skills have gone, is into Industrial Command, like be able to fly an Orca, and drones for the most part. That's like where most of my skills have gone into. My shield and armors aren't too bad. Like I don't have anything capital yet. I think to start off we might just do a couple Merlin runs and see how that plays out. Okay, if you're gonna play EVE Online PvP, you gotta break the mentality right now. Oh, you have over 9 billion chump change to us? No, okay. I'm not sure when I showed my wallet or whatever. Honestly, most of that ISK goes into like reinvesting into like my alts and having them do stuff. And on top of that, I don't know, like you can definitely eat through ISK very quickly. Like I went through, I think about 100 million ISK yesterday in frigates, because each frigate was about 10 million-ish or so. And I mean, that was only a few hours. So it's like I went through a tenth of whatever amount of ISK. And I also have to pay for my alt accounts too. For the only reason why I have that much is because I just sold a shit ton of skill injectors, and I actually have to up my Omega status or whatever for a few of my accounts right now. But no, my main issue with like PvP is just like the massive like learning curve. And especially since I'm purposely, I think from what I've heard, I'm purposely making it as hard as possible because I'm just doing solo PvP, which is like the hardest way to learn, instead of just doing like small roam, like gang PvP, kind of like learning different roles, that kind of stuff, which I'll probably do eventually. But this is me just throwing my ship at other ships and kind of hoping for the best. I think in this one, we want to just obviously just use light neutron blasters. Get up on people's grill. I wish there was a button you could click. Like if you just right click or something and you could just drag and drop the weapon and it just automatically fills all of the slots, especially for something like a destroyer. It was pretty annoying to have to drag each weapon individually instead of just saying like fill high slots with weapons or fill high slots with this weapon. Like that'd be so much easier. Yeah, exactly. Like after 54 days, you're flying the majority of the Marauders, right? It's a good portion of that is just flying, is just getting the Marauder skill. See, I do want to fly Marauder eventually. Like this is all stuff I want to do. I guess part of the reason why I'm hoarding so much ISK is because eventually I do want to do like expensive content, and I have to be able to be okay with just like losing ships. Like if I fly a Marauder, sometimes occasionally I use a what's it called, like an Orca for certain content. Like I want to do more Orca content, including like PvP, and that's like not going to be cheap. So okay, let me ask this question. How many Stratios do you own? I own none. I'm not even that skilled for Stratios on this account. My alt account is, she's pretty skilled for Stratios, but like this thing doesn't even have full skills. I have good armor and drone skills, but like my laser skills are complete shit. So I don't really use the Stratios that much. Although I think that would be a good, I mean, I've done some PvP in Astero, just like hunting, but I mean, you're just hunting helpless targets. Like I don't think there's much to really glean from just decloaking and scramming and shooting them. Cubic, what's up? Oh, hello there. Yeah, eventually I do want to do that. Eventually I do want to, because I think I even mentioned that in my first like PvP video. That's like, hey, like my first few episodes, or my first handful is just me throwing my ship at other ships and just understanding like certain roles that ships have and stuff. Because even when I was in like the proving grounds, I was like right clicking the ships and looking at info. I'm like, God, what the hell does a breacher do? Or what bonuses does an Atron have? I was like looking it up as I was fighting, or like as I was kind of like running away from people. But you don't really need it. 54 days has, yeah. For me, I'm right now I am but I don't have any implants because I'm done a PvP. Where the hell? What am I looking for? Attributes. That's what it is. Yeah, right now I am remapped for perception and willpower because I feel like most of the intelligence and memory skills, I have all the ones I maxed out, and I did that for like 8 months at least. Like I did intelligence and memory, and I maxed out all the skills that I would argue are good enough. And if I did absolutely need to have something 5 out of 5, which none of these are really needed. Like I don't really use capacitor systems. I don't really use energy pulse weapons, but it's like, it's only 2 days. I could just skill inject myself. I really just wanted to like start learning weapons and ships like right away. Because for the longest time, the only ships I had skilled up was Caldari and Galente, and that was it. And missiles and drones. Like, so those are like the only types of ships I could use. So I actually want to start playing around with more ships. You teaching myself the PvP was also cool. Yeah, I'll be honest, it was really hard to like edit it down because it was like 3.5 hours of footage. Because it's not like faction warfare, right? Where you just take an acceleration gate, there's a guy there, the fight happens within 30 seconds, and then you're done. Like that's pretty easy to edit. But when it's these like free-for-all matches that could last up to 15 minutes, and I have to like edit down all this stuff, and like there is a lot of stuff happening, but like I don't know. I'm not the type of person that I just don't want to throw up like a 3-hour video of like, oh, this is just me playing from beginning to end. I did want to kind of cut out the parts that were either boring or that just didn't provide much information. So I'm a little behind on chat here. Once I get caught up, we'll go ahead and finish fitting up the Merlin. Our Corp Incursion Fleet dock now includes them because they're broken right now. I mean, that's a smart move. From what I've heard, if I were to get in one, if I were to skill up for a Marauder, from what I've heard, it seems like the Golem is like really good, which is not that. Who knows? From what I've heard, the Golem is really good, or it's like the most well-rounded ship. I'm not sure if that's also the one that could push the most damage. I'm not certain, but it does help that I have really good missile skills, so that helps. Ooh, I'm not sure if you want to polarize a Golem. That would be fun, but that would also be kind of crazy. How much ISK I have a 500 mil loss, it still makes me cry. Yeah, dude. Even though I have a lot of ISK, like losing ships is like not fun. Like even yesterday, I lost a bunch of frigates. I lost 100 mil in a frigates, and I was like, dude, this sucks. Not this sucks. Like I still learned a lot, but I can totally tell why people that PvP a lot are super salty about just the game, the instance of PvP, and just getting like frustrated in general. I can totally understand that. No Stratios? No, you got 3 or more for combat. I kind of have that for with the I used to have more. I used to like in my opinion, I love using the Synesis for all kinds of stuff. I used to use it for ninja looting. I would use it to haul stuff from like one station to another. This is the one I use when I'm in Pochven. So I'll actually get my alt, who's a salvager. And this guy is just kind of my scout. He also scans down stuff. And so we go to Pochven together. I would actually love to do like a little roam in Pochven or just kind of like do a video. I'll probably do a video soon on Pochven and just kind of my experience. Because you can actually make some pretty good ISK just doing salvaging in Pochven. And I actually just named the ship Blinding Kikimora so it can kind of blend in and descan when people are doing a search, which is kind of funny. It doesn't always work, but someone did that to me and it almost worked. And I'm like, well, if it was fooled me, it might work on someone else. Paul, what's up, dude? Okay, now I understand you need some attribute implants stuff. Yeah, I do have implants typically, but because I'm in a PvP in the free-for-all proving grounds, like I don't have them in right now. I think some of my jump clones do. This one has it. This is like my mission runner. This is the one I have in a Mar. I do need to add more jump clones though. I have one like in each empire, I guess you could say. It's a glass tank, yeah, or glass cannon. That's the term. Yeah, a polarized golem would be nuts. I just learned about polarized like weapons like 2 weeks ago. So it's something I like just learned recently, but it would be pretty fun. I mean, it would need a lot of support. Like it would need I would imagine it would need its like own dedicated nester to make sure it doesn't die on accident or like get hard focused. Howdy. Polarized tornado. Ooh. Some good, which by the way, I might actually make another gank NATO video just so you guys can learn. The last time I actually like got onto my alt account and actually did some gank NATOing stuff, it's probably been like 5 months. I think the last time I made that video was like pretty educational for like what gankers look for. And now that I have more alts, I actually might have like a dedicated scanning alt, a dedicated scooper, and then a dedicated ganker, you know, a tornado for all of that. Yeah, but if you're in an incursion fleet, I would assume they're relatively safe. I've never been into an incursion. So, all right, we'll go ahead and start fitting this thing up. So we're using light neutron blasters. I feel like the weapon type, I mean, you always use void, right? I mean, is there any reason to use null over void? I don't think so, right? I mean, obviously the range is pathetic. I guess you could have both types of ammo and swap it out as needed in case the guy is orbiting beyond 3K or beyond 3,000 kilometers. For 3,000 meters? No. The fit I had for the Catalyst was just like a... it's funny because yesterday I watched a video on low sec ratting. This was like a 4-year... This is a video that was like 4 years old. It was from a guy named... gosh, what was his name? It was like Locked On or something like that. He actually had like a pretty big channel. Like it kind of surprised me. Was Rock... What the hell was his name? Let me look it up. You guys might remember. Sorry if it's lagging right now too. See if I can find his name. Reload. That was his name. He looks like he was an old-time YouTuber for Eve. He had like his videos have a shit ton of views. Like I think that was back in a really good time for Eve Online. It seemed like for views and stuff, or maybe he was one of the few people like actually uploading videos, like educational videos. But Reload, yeah. Yeah, Reload was his name. I just typed in low sec ratting Eve, and he's like the 5th video down. But he did he was like, oh, you could just do this stuff in a Catalyst, and so this is my Catalyst fit. It's just very straightforward. I think I actually need to use a micro warp drive because I'm trying to kill these clone soldiers, right? The cruisers are actually like fucking me up. Like I almost died to a cruiser twice. I had to like warp away and then make like a bookmark because it was like in an asteroid belt, so I bookmarked the asteroid right next to it. So then I warped back in like right on top of it, and I was able to just overheat I'm overheating all of my guns, and I'm still barely doing enough damage. Like even though I don't have great small hybrid weapon skills, probably should have just done this. Overheat. Yeah, we're like pushing almost 350 DPS. If I did not have that damage control, and like I would have definitely died on all of these, because almost in all those encounters, like I was almost in hull, or I actually hit hull a couple times. He did a video on executioner low sec ratting. Yeah, so I think the whole point, because I was tackling like cruisers, I think the whole point is to like actually start tackling, not like actually tackling, but like go after battleships, because their tracking is terrible if you get close. So I just fitted up the ship. It's kind of similar to what he had, or I think someone else did the Catalyst. Yeah, I just had extra defense, extra CPUs, so I could fit the burst aerator as well as the damage control. I don't know. And like this kind of stuff where I'm just experimenting around. Like I actually already made my money back. I killed 2 of those cruisers and I made like 30 mil. Have you looked at any of the Wingspan ganking videos? I think I have. It's been a while. I mean, there are a handful of people that are on the like partner program that are part of like Wingspan. There's actually one guy I talked to pretty closely that's like part of Wingspan. If your micro warp drive is scrammed and they're ABing, then it's useful to have a longer range. Okay. Yeah, but that's the fitting for the Catalyst. It's very straightforward. I don't recommend it. I purposely went to like a 0.2 system to like find those battleships, but I couldn't find any. All I did was find those cruisers, which almost fucked me up. So I don't think you want to say that to battleship runners, because most of them have excellent tracking speed. I have no idea, and that's the thing. Like these videos are also like 4 years old, so who knows if they've like updated them to be better, right? Like I have no idea. Merlin. That's what I want. Suetonia. I saw him streaming the other day. I don't think he was using... I'm trying to remember what he was using. I don't think he was using... Oh no, I saw him on Talking in Stations. He wasn't playing, but I would love to learn the Kestrel. The Kestrel seems like actually a really fun ship with like a high skill ceiling. I'm just not sure if it's great for the free-for-all though, because it's like a really confined space, and I don't know, I could be wrong. Like it's like there's enough room to fly around, but it's very easy to like get cornered too. No, NPC track. Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. Like NPC battleship tracking. That's kind of what I meant. Okay, like let's go ahead and get down like the basics on this. So, funny enough, I was almost thinking about trolling on my Kestrel and actually putting like warp stabilizers, so that way I can basically just infinitely kite people. So even if they try to scram me, unless they literally have a faction scram on their ship, like I could just keep flying around. I'm not sure how effective that would be. They would probably just avoid me the whole fight. My damage would suffer a ton because like my low slots aren't damaged, but I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm more than willing to entertain it and kind of like keep it fun and try something silly like that. Scramblers don't. Oh, okay, disruptors don't do anything, and because you know there's no warping off. I think most people use the compact like everything, just because the fits are pretty tight. I think we also want. I would assume we'd want a ancillary shield booster. Like this is all like even just like using ancillary shield boosters, like even that stuff is like pretty new to me in getting used to doing that. I would assume we would. Oh, we also need a Weber too, obviously. Stay on top of them. Sonic Warfare. It's even with this, like our capacitor is like really hurting. I would assume once we get on top of them and like we're just scramming each other, like this gets turned off, right? Which it's still super low. Gosh, these things are so like so cap hungry. It's kind of crazy. Dual shield boosters, yeah. I'm just curious how I'm going to hold them in place. Because if we use dual webs or dual shield boosters, 95% of the ships are running a micro warp drive so far that I've seen in like the free for all thing. And so if we can't scram them, they're going to keep going at, you know, over 2,000 meters a second. Put cap batteries instead of shield boosters. Don't I need to use... Okay, so I have to use cap batteries instead of... which is under engineering, I would assume. Right? Oh no, cap boosters. There it is. Don't need a micro. Small, compact. 2? We still need room down in the low for... We still need room down in the lows to like add more damage, right? And so and this is the other thing I'm trying to learn. Obviously, I'm just going to go with the Navy cap boosters because I want to put myself in the best position to like obviously win. That's another thing I'm trying to figure out is like, do I use the 400, the 200? I know you get more value by using a lower one, but you're not generating as much. But then you spend a lot of time like on the edge of like not getting a lot of stuff. You can do that? Put cap batteries? Oh, I'll put a cap battery instead of that. So put a small. Okay, it's stable. I'm not worried, like, I'm not worried about getting neuted. Usually Tristans do that, and never had an issue with that. Okay, so in the lows, we are hurting for power grid. Yes. Oh, no. No. What? Cap battery into the ancillary shield booster. Can you do that? I had no idea. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, I'm learning all this stuff for, like, the first time. So, okay, so back to the shield booster. Ancillary shield booster. Why is it not doing it? Double fucking click. So, charges. When I click this, all I can see is this. And see, why are they called cap boosters if it's a shield booster? What they mean is dropping the ammo of the cap Okay, into the booster. Okay, then which one then? Like, which one's the best one? I've seen a couple Tristans, like not too many. Like I'm just talking out of like the 10 fights I did like yesterday or 2 days ago. Seen some of your videos on YouTube. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Haram Isu. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now. Okay, cool. It is working. Just making sure. 25s. So I've seen some people use 25s because what's the reload rate on this? How long does it take to reload? 60 seconds? Use 25s? Okay, I believe you guys. And then probably want extras, right? I've seen some people fill up their entire cargo bay with these cat boosters. I feel a little bit more comfortable using the 50s because what is that? If we use the 9s, that's 200 shielding that we're getting roughly over all of those. If we use this, that's also 200. So I kind of like that. Right? No, it's 225. A little bit more value using the other one, but we could just get these 4 off and that way we can actually start reloading sooner. I like that. And I think that's why I've actually seen some people use some of the higher cat boosters because they get a lot of the healing up front and then they just start reloading because I think it's the time between reloading that's gonna kill you. Dual aux booster. So what would I sub for? So what would I substitute? The compact warp scrambler? Because I need a micro warp drive to even catch people. And I need to also turn off their micro warp drive if I get close to them. Because if I don't have this and I just have a web, everyone that's micro warp driving, I'll lower their speed down to, let's say 1300. But then they're scramming me, and then I'm moving at 380. So I'm moving 380, and I'm trying to keep them at 3000 or whatever. Because everyone uses micro warp drives and everyone uses warp scramblers. That I've seen. Oh, explains why I'm the only one here. Yeah, that's why you're the only one there. My bad. Yeah, if you head over to YouTube, like there's more people chatting on there. That's where 95% of my content is. But I just figured I'd just head over to Twitch. I set up some like bots and shit like that. That took me a while to do. Shrugs nervously. You can still track them. I mean, only up to so far. I mean, if we put in void, I guess we could put in, is it antimatter? Is that like a good one? What's the other one? I'm gonna see like which one has like the most range. And this is what I like. I'm not familiar with like small hybrid ammo at all. So I literally just drag and drop each one and just see which one goes the furthest. I think it's iron. I don't know. But either way, like if we use null ammo, our drop off is at 7,000. That's not very far. Antimatter's high DPS, low range. Yeah. I mean, we'll try this fit. I feel like this fit, I'm pretty confident with this one. If we do feel like we're just really hurting on healing or damage or whatever, that's why I'm watching. Yeah, dude, I'm just trying to figure this out just as much as you guys are. Okay, so magnetic field stabilizers. Use that one. Use that one. So the question is, do we want to add a damage control or just really just triple down on damage? Because how much extra damage do we get? An extra 30, which is, yeah, it's like exactly 30 damage. So we're getting like an extra 12% damage. That might be worth it. Just get three of these and then just fill up the rigs with all shield extenders. And because I don't see, I mean, there's actually a pretty healthy amount of punishers out there, like punishers and tormentors. So I don't think we need to completely ignore EM. I'm thinking like 1 EM and like 2 shield extenders. Learning together. That's why it's like learning the PvP. I'm just shooting shit, seeing what sticks. Go with damage. Okay, and so this is what I'm thinking. for the rigs. We just go straight defense. Or we could throw in a bit more damage. How much extra damage would we get if we used that's projectile. There's hybrid. First, how much extra damage would we get? We'd get 7 more damage. I don't think that's like 7 more DPS. I don't think that's worth it. I'd rather just get more shielding. So I'm thinking 2 of these and an EM. Because there is actually a pretty good amount of what's it called? Tormentors and like punishers running around. Although I have seen mostly just incursus and breachers just like fucking everyone up. I think a damage control might be better. That we can test it. Like I think this is a good fit to start. If we are getting nuked like really hard, if we just feel like the issue isn't damage, it's just survivability. Because I mean, I'm just curious. What do you guys want me to name this ship? I don't care. I do have a thing that says on Twitch where you can like name my ship. I really wish YouTube had more chat interaction like things and like being able to accrue points and all that stuff like you can do with Twitch, but it's not that big of a deal. You fit a damage control, 3 hull rigs. That might be some kind of shield booster. Okay, that's a good call too, Paul. Yeah, especially with the damage control. I would say without the damage control, the 3 hull rigs are kind of like meh, but if you have a damage control, it could be worth it. Let Twitch name it. There's one guy in there. If he's still even there, I'm not sure. Let's see. No, I don't think he's here anymore. Oh well, doesn't matter. We'll go ahead and we'll just say learning with an apostrophe. Not Merlin, learning. We'll just save that. And I'm just curious what the damage control looks like. Oh, it's because we have rigs on. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Armor, damage control. Yeah, I mean, we definitely get a lot of survivability. I'm just curious, like, what our... Because I know... I'm not sure if it affects our speed or just our align time. We also need to add more ammo and ancillary thingies, too. But 270 DPS is good now. I mean, we're going to be overheating. So it's even more than that. Where the hell? Okay, armor. Small rigs. And I'm just sticking with T1s. I really don't think it's worth, like... it's only 3 mil. For some reason, I thought these would be like 20 mil. I'm so used to using like medium and large bulkheads that they cost like an absurd amount. Bulkhead. Okay, so it doesn't affect our speed. It just affects our cargo hold. Okay. I mean, that's pretty thick for EHB. I'm more than... Let's try this. We'll just call this thick. So we'll save this fit too as well. For now, I think we're going to go with just the damage fit and see how that works out. Eldari. Oh, that's Destroyer. I'm like, why the hell do none of these ships look familiar? Kestrel, Merlin. Learnin, PvE, T1 Merlin. I think I made that for someone random. Thick. Alright, we'll do Learnin. We'll do this twice. I forgot we also need to add like more ammo. Should we do Null and Void? Call it 10 in a row and wind them up. I kind of want to do 2 and 2 and just see which one. I mean, we could do 5 and 5. And just machine gun them down because we do need to actually add more of this. So do we need Void and Null or just Void? And should we actually upgrade this to a T2? I mean, that 5% slow might make a difference. We can fit it. No, we can only fit a compact. Just double checking to make sure. Depends on what you're trying to do. Both. Just because I know if they're somehow able to maintain a range of like 5 kilometers, like I want to be able to use void. Yeah. So let's do this. How much is in? So 240. I mean, I doubt we're even gonna live this long. I have a feeling like the fights aren't gonna last very long, for the most part. So we'll throw in some null. We'll put in 240 here. We'll put in like 1 reload's worth, because I feel like we're gonna be dancing around that time anyway. We'll put in another reload's worth of light neutron, or like 2. And then I've seen people just fit literally the rest. How much is it for? We literally just fit the rest of these with maybe cat booster 50s. Oh, I just added 1. Is there a way I can like fill it up completely? I've seen people do that. How much is that? I'm feeling it's gonna be a lot. Okay, it's only an extra mil. I doubt we're gonna need that many. 600 each. I think we're gonna use more void than anything. Should we have that much ammo? And that's another thing I'm trying to figure out is like, how much ammo do I really need? I mean, 80 shots, 160 shots. All right, we'll add more. We'll add a bit more of both. We'll do this. We'll do 240 of both. So that way we have like. All right. Now let's save it. So each time we buy it, we don't have to rebuy all that crap. Save, it should overwrite it. All right, let's go ahead and multi-buy this. Too much? Probably. So are the 98, do we need 98 of them? Probably not. Yeah, we'll change this. We'll go down to, because how much is 4 in each? I don't know, some of the fights last pretty damn long from what I've seen. We'll do 40. We'll do 2 of these. We'll just buy that. Yeah. Those. We actually have to change this. Because if I try to multi-fit, it's going to be like, there's not enough. But did not mean to do that. We'll need like 20. Yeah, we got quite a bit. I'd rather have too much. I'd rather have too much and not need it than not have enough and need it, you know? Okay. Ship hang on. Merlin, multi-fit, learning. 2 of these. Fit ship. We need like 20. Okay, I think we're good. We're learning. All right, so we're gonna activate this. I also should have put in a damn. Where are they? Did I put these somewhere else on accident? I like sell these on accident or some shit. It's annoying. I thought I had more. Maybe I accidentally put them somewhere else. Not trade equipment. Frigates. I'll just buy 10 of these. Yes, I know it's 300% more, but who cares? Here we go. Wish me luck, guys. I think that's a healthy amount of ammo. Oh boy. Here we go. Can you guys hear everything like in game, by the way? Like it's not too loud or anything? Because I guess technically I could put on my headset, but it would like look kind of weird. Because everything's playing through my headset. – Can you guys see that little stream IO thing? Or is that just me? Did you guys see that in chat or no? Good luck? Thanks. About to get wrecked. And I'm looking forward to it, strangely enough. All my settings are messed up because I realized you can actually do full screen, but in windowed mode. So before, when I was recording my videos, there was always like a black border at the bottom and the top. I found out you could do fixed window mode, which is different than window and full screen. Oh, I gotta fleet up with myself. You remember that? The hell is it? Form fleet with. So I gotta fleet up with myself here real quick. Group these, reload that. I'll do void. Reload this. So you guys are going to see a lot of manual clicking and a lot of cringe gameplay, but reload guns and boosters. Yeah, you guys are on it. You guys are on it. Let's look at that shit. Maybe I should have loaded them before I undocked. We're going to be waiting in the, what's it called? The lobby anyway for a minute. So what should I be targeting first, guys, in your opinion? Because I don't know if you guys saw... Incursus, Tristan, Rifter, Breacher, Executioner, Condor, all those guys. Part of me wants to, like, go after the kitey ships initially. Oh boy, here we go. Let's minimize this. It's about to be bad. Oh, no, 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 no. All the Tristans? Okay. They'll try and nuke me out, but I'll just wreck them. Breacher, Kestrel, one's actually suspect, which is kind of funny. Say, I wish I could zoom out more than this. Why can I not do... I'm not moving. Did they change something? Because I can't do, like, tactical overview anymore. And I don't know why I'm... Okay, I'm moving. Whatever. Part of me wants to go after the Kestrel. Let's go after the Kestrel. Fuck it. Use F1, F3. I'll try. Is he just AFK? I don't know why I turned it off. I don't know why I turned this off. I'm actually gonna overheat because he's like really pulling range on me. Overheating and chasing. If we can't catch him, we're just gonna go for someone else. All right, turn that off. We're like... Damn, dude. Alright, we're just gonna ignore him. We can't catch him. We also turn off... Yeah, I'd turn off our micro warp drive. I think we're actually gonna go after this Rifter. Lock onto him. Sorry if I'm not talking a lot. I'm trying to... Actually, fuck it. Let's go after... Actually, I don't want to go after the Rifter. Oh, he is going after me. Turn that on. Overheat this. Is that guy helping me? I can't tell. Kind of getting capped out. Oh yeah, we're getting surrounded. See, like, this is the point where I don't know what to do, because right now he's pulling range. Like, this is where I think we need to, like, load the null. Like, he's just out of our range. Like, we're not getting much closer. That reload is brutal. Dude, that 60-second reload is brutal. Why not just approach? The doom of the cap, yeah. We'll just suicide here. Self-destruct, because this might take a while. So this is the part where I'm trying to get better at approaching, because sometimes I notice, like, when I'm trying to catch a ship, by just clicking approach, like, usually they'll take a hard angle and I, like, fly right by them, and I'm just, like, just chasing them around in circles. Also, you need to get used to, like, using the hotkeys, right? I'm so used to just, like, clicking. Trying to, like, manage distance, not go too fast. After ammo, so they can reload, otherwise they can wreck your own cap. So what do you mean? Need to be cycled off after the ammo. Because, will it, like, cycle one more time? Is that what you mean? Like, they'll cycle an extra time and not do anything? I think hybrid turrets are not good. I've seen a lots of Incursus win these fights with hybrid blasters. I think last time I checked, I mean, of course, like, the leaderboards change. Last I checked, like, why can't I look? Last I checked, like, the majority of the leaderboards were, like, mostly Incursus and Breachers and kind of Punishers. It will still run without boosters, so do I have to reload it manually? Like, how does that work? Like that, I've only used ancillary boosters or, like, shield whatevers only a handful of times. Yeah, dual ancillary boosters, like, could work, but my issue is I have to either sacrifice I can't catch people, or I can't hold them there if I do dual ancillary. Reload manually. Okay. More shit I need to remember. Cool. You need to stop the shield boot because it'll keep healing you, but not as much, right? And Curse's Hole has armor rep bonus, can still be cap stable with it. Yeah, I've seen some people do really ridiculous fits with, like, the Incursus. Like, that thing, they have, like, a reactive armor hardener. All of their rig slots are dedicated to armor repair. They have a small ancillary armor repair. They have a cap ancillary, whatever. So they're always, like, inserting cap into their ship. All right, well, we have another one. We're still learning. That's why it's called learning. Yeah, so, like, these are all things I can verbalize, but it's, like, being in the action, right? Like, actually doing it is different than saying it. And I think for me, I don't know if I should be watching the numbers, because, like, as I'm approaching, I thought I could get on top of that Kestrel pretty quick, but then before I knew it, he was already gone. And I turned off my micro warp drive because I didn't want to fly by him and accidentally have my compact warp, or have my warp scrambler potentially turn off, because now I'm out of range because I flew by him too fast. And, like, then he starts moving, then we break range. So should I be approaching with an orbit or just approach? Let's fill this up. They are focused on what they are doing. You need to do the same. Go for the kill. Okay. Try and stay away from the middle of the fight. They jumped on you there. Yeah. I guess we could look at the Dangerous Vegas. Thanks for the follow, dude. Could you guys hear that on YouTube or no? Was that different? You guys probably could. What the hell is that under? That's under Neocom, utilities, logs and messages. It was just one guy attacking me the whole time. Like, nobody else was hitting me, at least that I could see. Prototype autocannons, dude. I got killed by a fucking meta weapon, dude. 200. So that's why, like, he has I know those can outrange blasters. That's all I know. I don't know the range. Don't know the damage type. I mean, it should say the damage type, right? Does it tell me the type of damage? It just says autocannon hits. Penetrates hits. Only Caldari? I don't know what you mean by that. Find what you do best. Our ship, you could say. That's I'm so new. Like, I'm not good with any of the ships. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I would say I'm probably like the most comfortable with the Kestrel, but I did like 10 runs of it 2 days ago. I am gonna mix up the ships a little bit today. I wanted something that's honestly kind of brain dead and just like, oh, I'm just overheat and approach and attack. That was kind of the plan today. Approach or orbit, do the opposite of what you did. Okay. Depend on the ammo for that gun. Okay. So what's the... So it doesn't tell you the damage type that it hit you with? It tells you, like, on screen. But it doesn't tell you... That's strange. And that's what I mean. Like, if we did anything like double ancillary, like shield repair, we either have to get rid of the web or the warp scrambler, both of which we need to actually like stay on top of people. Unfortunately, ancils aren't really brain dead. Yeah, I mean, but it seems like you kind of have to use them if you're going to PvP, right? I really wish I could just have these bound to my like one. I probably could have these bound to my one because I actually have a like, oh shit, are you kidding me? I actually have like an MMO mouse that has like the 1 through 12 buttons. That would be infinitely more comfortable than pressing F1, F2, because I mostly play shooters. I mean, I play League of Legends too, but I played shooters for like 85% of my life, and I'm so used to this being movement and not shortcuts, if that makes sense. Orbiting is never good for hybrid weapons. Okay, I'll try. I would say this outranges this, so I kind of want to be able to web that first. Let's get going. +1 for keep range with blasters. Yeah, we're using what? What, the 1 through 4s? I should. It's just one of those things that it always takes time to set up. And I'll try and keep an eye on the cat boosters. The mouse buttons, I should. Navigation. I just want to just change the fucking buttons on my screen. Tag items. Tag items. Modules. Okay. Let me do it after this, not like while we're in queue. Did you bring paste? No, I did not. Paste is too advanced for me. I'm trying to PvP here. Nanite paste, that's too advanced for me. I die too fast anyway. Bring about 90 paste. I think I would die before I use 5 paste, personally. I've seen people use it for... It's probably good in case the times I do need to break range or stay away from someone and like use it to then rep it with paste. Isn't that only for armor or hull? I don't know exactly how that works. And queue for what? We are doing Frigate free-for-all. Winfield. Avid Luna, what's up? I'm talking to both Twitch and YouTube, so if I'm talking to like now but nobody in Twitch and vice versa, that's why. You can rep your overheated mods with paste. You mean repair? Okay. All right. That's kind of more like between like a breaks between fights, right? I've seen people also use it for you also use nanite paste for ancillary armor repairs, right? Fixes your okay, gotcha. Nice. What's up with this queue, dude? Everyone's afraid to fight me. And in case you guys want to see how good I am at PvP, 1 in 10. Pretty impressive, right? Pretty impressive. I was like, paste foxes? What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. So it's only for, they're selling them on the market. This event ends tomorrow, I believe. At the end of tomorrow? Downtime tomorrow? I'm not 100% sure. It's weird. I'm in the US and like there's different time zones and sometimes I forget. It says it'll like end tomorrow, but like downtime rolls into tomorrow and I don't know if today's technically the last day. If you want me to queue up, well, it's free for all. So it's not like we can duo queue or anything like that. What event is that? It's an event that they've been doing recently where it's usually for, is it usually for a week? I think it's usually for a week or like at least 5 days. They'll have like different ships. So in this week it's frigate free-for-alls, T1 frigates. Other times they'll do 2v2 destroyers. Other times they'll do 2v2 battle cruisers, 4v4s. At least those are the ones that I've seen before. 8 days in game. Okay, I gotcha. I'm just gonna approach this Castrol like as fast as I can. Blunt. Just approach. Look at that. So much skill. All right, we'll start activating this. I feel like we should be overheating this. Panic, panic.
The capacitor is empty.
Correct. We killed someone because we just bum rushed him, but better. Right there, it was just an issue of just like juggling targets, not over repping my ancillary booster, and not having. I mean, we just got 2v1 right there. Are they even shooting? Okay, they are shooting each other. Let's see what the action looks like. Not look at my ship. Look at that. Why is there no sound? Oh, it's because I turned off in-game sound. I probably should turn it on so you guys can enjoy it. Music level, world level. Is that it? Well, that was a quick fight. Send me home. I don't really handle PvP well in any game. Dude, you can get it. Dude, I did PvE for my first year playing Eve. I mean, I've only been playing for a year, but more recently I've been wanting to learn PvP. So that's why I'm doing it now. I'm learning it on like a very small scale with cheap ships, but Oh, it's a yeah, it's a PvP thing. Those these like event filaments. Keep orbit. Okay, watch out for Sky Killer is the top of the leaderboard right now. Yeah, from from what I've seen, he does duo queue with like a few other people, and they kind of just collude, from what I've heard. And it's not against the game rules, or it's not against the rules in Eve. So at least that's what I've heard. You got a kill? Yeah, that was just bad luck. Them targeting us. Kestrel. Wow, PvP at its plainest. Streaming for 69 minutes now. Nice. Nice. I've been doing missions, got career agents done, got bloodstained stars done. Doing SOE level 2 missions. Nice. That's exciting stuff. I honestly still have not done the Sisters of Eve Epic Arc. I've been playing for a year. And I remember when I finished the career agent mission, someone's like, oh yeah, do the Sisters of Eve Epic Arc. I'm like, cool. What's that like? And they're like, oh yeah, it's this like 52 mission like quest chain. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing 52 missions. But looking back, it's honestly super simple, and I probably should have done it for the standings and extra ISK and just like learning how to play. We got a kill there. That's all that matters. And I think that's kind of the point of the Merlin and these free-for-alls is like, you typically just bum rush one ship and you kill one, but you don't have like the sustainability to like survive another encounter. Like you don't have the repping of a Breacher or an Incursus, and you don't have the kiting power of a Kestrel or some of these other ships, so you just basically just bum rushing and killing other people. So part of me wants to do one more of that fit, but like what if we just wait, you know, like let other people fight each other and we just chill, like we just throw up our hands for a little bit, just AFK for a second. Not thick, we want to do learning. What do you guys think of that? And so that's what I mean by like repair paste. Like that's why I'm not investing too much in these like ancillary shield boosters or repair paste. Like we're just dying so fast. You've never done the SOE Epic Arc? It's actually, I heard it's an incredibly good way to get your standings up. I'm not sure how much standings you get. If someone could tell me, that would be great. I thought you get like plus like 4 for like an Empire too, not like, oh, I want to increase like Caldari Navy. Like, no, it's like to Caldari Empire or Amar Empire, as far as I know. Nice. Caracols are nice. I do like caracols. I'm assuming you're Alpha, Avid Luna. We'll do one more of the learning here. Then we might switch it up to thick a couple times. But I think this time around, we actually want to... Part of me wants to wait and not bum rush someone. Because I feel like if we bum rush someone, we're just kind of just putting a target on our back. Maybe just the fact that we're just a Merlin too, like also just puts a target on our back. So there is that. Multi-fit, learning. I do have some videos on like alpha fits. Like if you ever get up to, well, okay, well if you're alpha, you can only do level 3 missions. But if you do want to run missions faster, I do have a like Praxis fit. And especially since you're doing missiles, that's the skills that I have like with my ship is like missiles and drones. At least for like alphas. Activate. 14 hours. K Tunga 2002. Sorry if I got that wrong. Thanks for the follow, dude. I appreciate it. Look at that. I set up Stream Elements or Streamlabs, whatever the hell you want to call it. I set that up today. Only took me too many hours to set it up. We'll do Void. We'll do this. So, I mean, we're not even surviving a single reload. What size cat boosters can we fit in this? What am I doing here? Okay, this. Okay, it only goes up to 200, which makes sense. Yeah, I'll do damage control next time. I just want to try this fit one more time, but I want to try and just play it differently. But I will definitely use the damage control one next, because I think that one might be better. Where is it? The free-for-all frigates. Okay, and then undock. Only T1 frigs, yes. So, if you look at the Abyssal Proving Grounds, the ship restrictions, that'll show after undock. Have you enjoyed this more than faction warfare? Yes and no. I mean, they both have their out. Overall, I would say yes.
Warp drive active.
I just like the instant action and just getting reps in. Like, even though they're not the best reps of like accurate PvP gameplay of like everyone can just shoot each other and everyone has like rock paper scissors ships. In some ways, I do like it more than faction warfare because when I was doing faction warfare, there was times for like 45 minutes to an hour. Like I was just looking for a fight. I was flying around. Nobody wanted to fight. Everyone was flying away. So in some ways, I do prefer this mode. What are your skills in Minmatar frigs? I know you're good missile skills. Yeah, I think that I actually brought that up earlier, Kyle. Was if I was going to try a Minmatar ship, I would probably actually use the Breacher because it has missiles, and yeah, I think doing something that has like, it definitely seems like the ships that have active reps are doing very good, which makes sense, right? In this mode. All right, this time around, we're going to focus on, I think we fixed the approach and all that shit. I think this time around, I'm just going to focus on not over-repping my ancillary shield booster and trying to get it to reload right when it's done. Are we going to survive the 60 seconds? Probably not. I almost did jettison. All right, let's go and activate this. So you activate this filament. It puts you in a queue with other people. There's lots of different filaments. This one obviously puts you in arena like queue mode, but there are filaments that take you to other parts of space. So don't get confused on it. I'm hoping to train into the Drake. I think the upgrade from the Caracol for level 4 missions. Yeah, Drake is also a good option. Sorry, yeah, you mentioned earlier, yeah, it's only T1 frigates. So no T2, no pirates, no nothing. Do you like this content from CCP? I would say so. Can you use Abyssal mods in there? I think so. You probably could. You probably could. Oh, shit. Breacher, Kestrel. So part of me just wants to just chill here. Let everyone start moving. Of course, the Kestrel is going to start moving away immediately. Which one's the Kestrel? Yeah, he's just flying away. Or he's flying towards me. Where is he going? He's flying at me. He's not using the micro warp drive though. Let's just chill here. We do have invulnerability for 20 more seconds, so we're just gonna chill here. I'm just gonna let things unfold. I'd rather not get or we're gonna start approaching him. Oh my god, we have not been locking this whole time. Should have been locking, boys. Okay, we're not getting... Actually going to turn that off once. We actually need to start repping this. I actually want to get a bit of distance on this guy. We're getting ganged up on. Turn that off. Reload. Aim at the other guy I'm getting ganged up on. Yeah, we just got ganged up on here. Dude, I don't know how people survive for 30 seconds in this. Yeah. Who are these two guys? Yeah, they don't like the Merlins. I don't blame them. I would have focused me too, because they know I'm the biggest threat. But We did remember to not over rep our ancillary shield booster. I feel like we did an okay job of like juggling the targets and locking onto him. I feel like we did a little bit better. Are you using cap navies? Yeah, I'm using cap navies. It's just a 60-second reload. I just do not know how people survive that without an active repper. Or having a thick tank. We're going to try the thick ship this time around. That's the second time we, like, Akesh will just let us get on top of him. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Probably not. I really don't want to, like, go abyssal mod hunting and, like, the contracts. And, I mean, I'm still learning how to PvP. I'm not, like, 3 tiers or someone like that could, like, make the most use of it. It's like, imagine giving like a rookie or like a private in the military, like, no, you just need better guns. Like, you don't need more training, you just need better guns. It's like, he's still gonna die if he doesn't know where to look or like where to like aim or how to formations or how to take cover or anything. He's just gonna die with a better gun, right? At least that's how I view myself. Like, I have plenty of money, but I'm also not in the habit of just like wasting it too, right? Look at, are these breachers still just like looking at each other and shooting each other? Look at that. Do this and we'll track the other guy? Is that how that works? I don't know. Now they're just shooting each other. Yeah, and it's to be assumed, right? Or it's like, it's to be, what's up with that animation? Like, the smoke just does not look appealing. We didn't need to self-destruct, but I mean, it gets us out of there sooner, right? Those rocket breachers, yeah, they're just shooting rockets at each other. Look at us being naked. Half our left butt cheek showing. Oh yeah, we need to do this. We'll probably use the tank Merlin a couple times. I really think it's just the ship. Like, people just want to focus the Merlin because they know we can do a lot of damage, and they're like, it makes sense. Like, if there was 2 breachers and a Merlin, they're like, all right, we're not gonna do very well against the Merlin 1v1, so try Punisher. I don't have very good Amarr Frigate as well as like laser skills in general. Like, I can't even fit T2 lasers on the Amarr ships. We'll try, just because I promised I said I would, we're going to try the thick ship this time around. Part of me just wants to add just the 200s. Like, we're not... Just get the 200 and start reloading as soon as possible, then waiting an extra 8 seconds, or 6 seconds technically, to get the reload going, right? Because either way, it's still 200. Unless there's like a more efficient way with like the 75s. How many fit in here? 3? No, it's not better. Okay, so 200. No, it's still 2. That's 1. This is just going to be 1. So how do you guys feel about that? Just using the 200s. And just get a lot of the healing up front so that way we can reload sooner. Yeah, exactly. That's what I assumed. Like, they know they can't 1v1 a Merlin. Little do they know, I'm shit at PvP. Little do they know. But they don't know that. And from there, all the money's all plex and go from there. Okay, Avid Luna, that's cool. Yeah, your first billion, or I should say the first time you plex, is always the hardest. That is always the most difficult. But make sure you have a good amount of ISK left over. So like, let's just ballpark. And, you know, to plex your account costs like 1.4 billion. I would wait till you have like 1.8. Like, make sure you have some money left over to actually like buy Omega level ships and stuff before you upgrade. I guess it depends on what kind of content you want to do. Larger boosters? All right, I think we're in agreement with that. Use the 200. I'm kind of curious to see what the... Because the 75 can only fit 3? Like, so the only one that's like the most beneficial is the 25s. At least like it gives you the best like healing, but the timing is terrible. Just use the 25s. Are you sure? You always want to use the smallest cat booster for the shield ancil. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, 200s are way worse. Okay, because the thing is, if we use the 25s out of 9, so if it was 100, it would be 225, right? No, 250. 250 healing, shield regen that we're getting. If this was 10, so that means we're getting 225. So is it really worth cycling 8 more times? So 16 more seconds of cycling to get 25 more HP when we could use those 18 seconds reloading after the 200? Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like, isn't it better to get 200 healing and get the 200 healing and then you start your reloading sooner to start getting the 200 again versus, all right, I'm healing a little bit, right? Does that, am I like talking insanity here? Because I honestly don't think like we have enough tank. I mean, I think with this fit we might actually. Mate, it isn't 200 healing. So what's 200? So this is the shit I'm trying to learn. Capacitor bonus 200. Oh, that's how much it costs. Quick injection of capacitor. It's not energy to boost. Okoroshi, what's up, dude? See, dude, this is why I'm like oblivious to PvP. So like, so is this regenning my capacitor or is it giving me shield? This should be giving me shield, right? The best bet is usually a shield extender and fill shield holes with rigs. T2 scram, T2 extender, TX mag, T2 DC. Yeah, okay. We might have to try that fit here in a little bit. I literally already bought this, so we're gonna just throw this out there. So this doesn't. So in my mind, okay, so this is 52 healing per 52 seconds. Okay, so I'm focused on this 25 and this 9. That's what I was looking at. So 52 per 2 seconds. So what the hell is the difference between this and this? So it's 52 per 2. Okay. All right. I'm an idiot. Now that makes sense. The 200s are only for like big ships? Because they go up in scale? Or like you can't use the smaller ones for like bigger ships? Okay, now it makes sense. Are you taking this improving grounds? Yes, I am. And I'm about to get obliterated. All right, we'll bring in 27 with us. Or wait, where do you have the fit, right? Did we buy it? I thought we already bought the fit. Did we not? I thought we did, maybe not. All right, we'll just do this fit once. I know it's terrible. We'll do it once because we made it. See, I don't know why we have 50s. I wish I knew that sooner. We probably want more. I know, we're dying pretty damn fast in these fights. I mean, we're not even getting the reload off half the time. I mean, we get about 20 seconds into our reload, then we're dead. All right, we'll do this one once, and then we'll try some of the other fits for the Merlin. I just don't think like this is I don't think like the Merlin is just like a good ship in general for this mode. Just because we're getting focused so hard by all the other ships. It seems like. Oh, because we didn't fucking... I hate this shit. How many did we put in there? 27? Something like that? Or was it... It's 36. I'm not 100% sure. Probably an easier way to do this, but oh well, Z's. What are we missing? 25s? Did we buy the 50s? And I like just didn't realize it? Whatever. The hell's in my item here then? Did I buy 50s on accident? I just have a shit ton of 25s. I don't know why it told me I didn't have them when I clearly had them. Alright, ship hanger. Back to here. Multi-fit. I had it in my hanger. Like, I don't understand that. Yeah, that's strange. Alright. Activate. Use shield rigs. Yeah, we were before. We're getting wrecked. We're going to change up the fit here in a little bit. Someone recommended this fit, so we're just going to try it. Odds are we will get destroyed. Yeah, we have like no ammo. I thought we got more ammo than this. Thought we got more ammo than that. Probably won't survive long. Buy an extra 240. Insure? Fuck. You are right. I keep forgetting to insure literally every single time. Eve really, CCP really needs to add a mass insure feature where you can just highlight like 20 ships, insure all. I also like you have to manually go through all these ships, right? I changed the name. Or no, it's right there. We are going to lose. We're going with platinum. We are going to lose. And then we also need to add the freaking... Thank you for telling me that, Kyle. Because I didn't insure my ship once the last time I did the learning, teaching myself the PvP thing. I think we might try the Merlin a couple more times, and then we're going to switch up ships, because I don't think the... Like, I was looking at the leaderboard. I was looking at, like, their Z kills, and I don't think I saw one person using a Merlin, like, in, like, the top, like, 10. Not that I'm, like, trying to emulate them, but, like, obviously, I mean, Fitz is... I feel like your fit is 50% of PvP, right? At least in this instance. Hope you guys are ready to watch me fall flat on my face. Hope you guys are... Jesus. Hope you guys are ready for the cringe that's about to ensue right now. And that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm trying to learn PvP now, because... God damn it. In my opinion, like... I have no idea how long it would take to, like, get good at PvP. Like, solo PvP. Like, that's why I'm trying to learn solo PvP, which is difficult. Eventually, I'll probably do small gang and, like, learn that way. Like, I'll learn from veterans and stuff. But I would assume it takes at least hundreds of hours of, like, in-game play to actually get confident and, like, good at PvPing and, like, understand ships and setups. Because, like, I watch people that PvP, like, 3 tiers and some other people, and, like, all right, this guy's on grid. I'm looking at him. He has this kind of weapon. All right, let's say I have his optimal range. Let's go in here. Let's do this. Okay, like they just have everything, like, automatic. Like, they know what to do, where to go, have all the right weapons, and, like, the right drugs and plant, like, all that stuff. Emulating the best doesn't leave room for awesome improvements when they come along. Yeah. I guess. I think for now, like, just learning, like, at least for me, like, I would like to ideally set myself up, because, like, I'm playing with Fitz right now, but ideally, like, you also have to put yourself in the best position possible to, like, try and win, right? Like, the game is 17 years old. Like, people have optimized the shit out of this game, and I would assume for, like, T1 frigates, people have it optimized pretty well, especially when an event like this happens. Like, it only takes people a few days to figure out like the most optimal ships and fits to win most of the time. But then again, those same fits aren't going to work in like open world PvP, right? Because this is like an enclosed area. It's free for all. It's a bit different. So this, I'm just trying to learn like general experience. I've already learned a ton in this of like managing distance, understanding what the other T1 ships do. Because like before this, like I didn't know what a breacher does. I didn't know what an incursus does. I didn't know the bonuses that a Punisher has. I didn't know like their optimal range, their damage types, like who I should be focusing. Like I didn't know any of that shit like before this event. So I try to learn something new, or at least like try and make a correction or get better at something each time. They're trying to find someone in that awesome bracket of 1 and 12. And that was my first game too. I was like, hey, I won my first game because my very first match had an AFK and 2 Tristans that fought each other, and then I just killed the last dude that was alive. And I was in like a Kaidi Kestrel. Just waiting. I'm surprised that this lets this keep cycling. So you could still technically heal yourself with the ancillary shield booster, but it's just super weak if you don't have it loaded with ammo, right? At least that's to my understanding. All right, let's see how things unfold. Part of me kind of wants to just wait a little bit longer again this time and just let things unfold. Breacher, Rifter, Tristan. Part of me just wants to go for the Breacher, because I hate those fuckers. Active reps, I'm not a fan. Alright, we're just gonna approach him. I don't care. Oh, he's not liking this. Overheat, let's go. Turning that on. See, this is kind of the whole thing about flying out of bounds that I was like a little worried about. Yeah. You got me. Trolled. See, this is what I was afraid of when I'm talking about like managing distance and stuff. He totally just olayed me there right there. So that's the part of like the manual piling I want to get good at, because just clicking approach and leaving on micro warp drive just isn't going to do it. I totally just got olayed there. He was just like, here's the wall, I'll let you fly by. There's only 2 ways to learn. Either you lose ships or you watch nice people like you lose ships. Yeah, and I think that's why solo PvP is such a rare thing, because it is such an insane like learning curve. I mean, a lot of people start with like small gang and stuff. I literally just killed myself. That's actually funny if anything, but I just don't know like what else to say other than like I literally just. So in that, okay, and this is me just honestly just trying to learn. Do I turn off my micro warp drive and stop? Because if I do that, he might just be able to like sidestep me or like outfly me or something like that. I'm not sure if he was like double webbing me too, because like when I was trying to approach, like I was not moving at all. Not structure browser. That's not what I want. Log messages and tools. Yeah, I took all the damage from that. Is off. Yeah, he just like olayed me there. So like what should I be doing there in that case? Should I be slowing down? But what if I slow down and I stop short and he's able to get away from me? And then he starts scramming me at like 5k range, and then he's able to like maintain distance. You know? So that like all this stuff, like I don't know if it's because I'm probably like overthinking this. Because that, I mean, I literally just did approach and turn on my micro warp drive and I died. Let's see. Try and get ahead of his trajectory. He didn't slow your pace down, double click in space. I mean, he just stopped. He didn't even like go anywhere. He just moved and he just stopped. Pulse your micro warp drive. Okay. But that cycle time is so long. It's like 10 seconds. And so that kind of reminds me of, I know you guys call it in, it's not soccer. In the US, it's called soccer. Obviously over there, where literally everywhere else in the world calls it football. I feel like it's kind of like football, right? I never played it, but I understand by playing, like, if you're running and you're kicking the ball, you want to kick it just far enough that you can get up to it and people can't intercept it. But you also want to be able to, like, keep running full speed, because each time you kick it, you have to slow down. Right, he was heading for the edge of the map. Yeah, so there wasn't, I feel like there wasn't really, like, or push him against the wall. I just clicked approach the whole time. And so I think he might have just moved a little bit. I just had so much speed, I just flew right by him. I mean, I would love to, like, watch the replay on it at some point, but I think if you controlled space stop when you saw he was getting near the wall, you could have stopped before the wall. He wouldn't have escaped your tackle. Yeah, he would have been dead right there if I just would have stopped. Yeah, that was just 1,000% pilot error. And those are, like, all the little keybind stuff I needed to learn, of, like, using my F keys up here, but then also moving my hand down to, like, control space. Yeah, it's just like having to, like, reformat my brain to, like, play a whole new thing. Yeah, hindsight is like 2020. I mean, I knew he was gonna do it too. I'm like, he's going to the edge of the map and he's stopping. And then for some reason, I just didn't expect myself to, like, fly that far beyond that point. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll give this one one more shot, because I don't think we gave it a fair shot, even though it is not the best fit. And so, and this is the kind of stuff I'm probably just, maybe I'm just fucking bad at PvP. Like, I'm new, but I'm also bad. But I think this is the kind of things that it's not only just educating, like, people that don't know PvP and just like understand the struggles of, like, PvP. Like, obviously, hold on one sec. Like, not just helping new bros, like, understand, like, kind of like the progression of PvP, but also to help PvP veterans that it's not as easy as it seems. Because I think one issue that a lot of people in EVE have is they forget what it was like. You know, they forget what it's like to not have all the skills. They forget what it's like to not have the 2,000 hours of PvP experience under their belt and, like, trying things again for the first time. Sometimes they forget what it's like to not have 150 billion ISK and all the ships preloaded and have a bunch of abyssal modules set up and always having the bet, like, you know, sometimes they forget about that. It's like, I'm flying around without drugs, without abyssal mods, without all this stuff. And so sometimes they forget that. So that's why I think that's kind of like a two-pronged approach that I'm trying to do, like, with this series. Because for some people, they're just like, well, just throw this fit together and go in there. It's like, I mean, yes and no, but at the same time, you also, yeah, it's just a learning process. And, like, I'll be, like, and this is actually why I like this, because imagine if I did, like, faction warfare, I died, and then, all right, time to go all the way back to my station that has all the ships, and then get into another ship, and then it's like, all right, time to spend the next 45 minutes potentially finding another fight, which is why I think these, like, proving grounds are great for, like, learning PvP. A drop booster and a hard shell. So what are... And that's one thing too. I've literally never taken, like, the EVE drugs, like, in game. Fuck, I didn't reload any of this. Not the biggest deal. Oh, not look at solar system. I don't know how we, again, only had... Hold on. Yeah, I mean, that last fight, though, was just... I guess that fight's still going on. If that's still here, I guess that means the fight is still happening.
Warp drive active.
I need to go back and get more ammo. Because when I did the pre-fit thing. A cheap hard shell and a drop booster would help a lot. Would it, though? Stronger rep power. Aren't there, like, withdrawals and shit? Like, and that's the other thing, too. Like, I haven't really experienced with,
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So what does this do? 3% rep bonus. So 3% of 52 is what? I get an extra 1.5 rep. You know, two more shields per rep. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's something. I guess you'd be like more T2. 5%. So that's an extra. One. Extra 2.5%. Or extra 2.5 healing, like per rep. Well, I take the dose too, but yes. Yeah, the dose one doesn't seem very good. I feel like these would work much better on something that's not ancillary, if that makes sense. And calculated with overheated reps. How do I... Are you able to emulate drugs? Like... Should you always emulate drugs? And that's the other thing. What's the hotkey to overheat your module? Is it shift click or control click? Like if you're clicking on a module. Yeah, because I feel like it would work better on a constantly repairing non-ancillary like shield or armor wrapper versus a single ancillary shield wrapper that's only going to go twice or 4 times technically. I don't want to get that shit out. Shit's going to take too long. You guys are here to watch me get wrecked, not get on Pytha. That shit's going to take too long. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's... The drugs alone are going to be worth half the ship. More than half the ship. And as you guys can see, there is an 85% chance of me dying in these fights, so... Hey, I might have a lot of ISK, but I'm not a fan of throwing it away either, right? Shift click to overheat. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of, you guys, any of you guys ever played any old school shooters? Are they still fucking fighting? Do I have to go somewhere else? All right, I'll go somewhere else. Have you guys ever played any like old school shooters? He's using the... Yeah. Like, let's say Quake or... I guess I would consider like Counter-Strike 1.6 like old school or some of those other ones. Just trying to find somewhere that's like not covered with these things.
Warp drive active.
Bait tack Punisher? What? A bait tackle Punisher? Just going cheap and have fun? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. But I mean, inherently, free-for-all is like not fair, right? You could just get 2v1 or whatever. Wish I knew about PvP to contribute. I'm here learning too. Yeah, we're just... Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of this thing, right? That's one thing I've kind of learned. I mean, nobody's like documenting it. I'm pretty sure there's new PvPers all the time. but at least in my head, it definitely seems like most of the time, most of the people that PvP and Eve remind me of like old school shooters. Like you could go play Quake Live right now online, like on your computer, and the only people that are playing are people that have been playing for 20 minutes or 20 years, because usually the new players just like pub stomp the shit out of like the new players, and the learning curve in order to actually like beat the veterans is, you know, they have 20 years of experience. Like how can you beat that in any significant amount of time? Is it really worth the effort or energy, I guess you could say, to be able to beat these guys, right? I feel like I don't think EVE Online is that bad, but it's definitely like that in like a microcosm, right? Especially when it comes into like solo PvP or just understanding the dynamics, because it's like not only do you have to understand how your ship works, you have to understand how all the ships work and all their bonuses. We talked about it last stream. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. Was it last stream? Jesus, maybe I just repeat myself. I had that thought, but I didn't remember if I brought it up. It was an old Half-Life deathmatch, Counter-Strike 1.6, yeah, Quake deathmatch, yeah. Pretty much, because I remember my brother, he still plays like old school shooters and stuff. And I remember playing Quake Live with him like 2 or 3 years ago. And I played with him and I was like, I held my own just because I've been playing shooters for like my entire life, including like old Quake. But there was like new players joining, getting completely wrecked. You know, that would go like 0-27 because people are flying over their head and rocket jumping and doing all this crazy shit. Breacher, Tormentor, Breacher. Breacher's going away. Kind of want to get the other Breacher. All right. Try and get used to the hotkeys. Holy shit. Pretty sure. Overheat. Snipe it. We're just going to finish this off. And see, this is kind of what I mean by when I approach, I feel like I can't really do much. So we're just going to overheat once here. Oh, it's fucking Russia. Just realized. Getting close. I think we just missed him. Yeah, this is just manual piloting. Got him for a little bit, but he looks like he like slingshotted us. Yeah, this is like all the manual piloting stuff. Like all I'm seeing is like tiny arrows and I'm trying to like stay ahead of him. So he like changes direction like really quickly. Sorry if I'm not paying attention to chat at all right now. Like, I don't think he sees me as a threat, like, at all right now. Yeah, he's just, like, running in circles around me. Don't over-rep? Yeah. Like, we just can't get close to him. I wish I could zoom out more so I could actually see, like, the hell's going on. Not look at my ship. God damn it. I meant to do approach. And so that's the other thing I need to do is have shortcuts for, like, approach and stuff, right?
The capacitor is empty.
Oh, God, I'm over-repping.
Capacitor is empty.
Yeah, and we're dead. We just got fucking out-piloted the shit. pick off his drones. Oh, they're kind of far away from me right now. I think he's literally saving me last because he knows, like, I can't fucking catch him. Alright, webbing his drones. Alright, now we're manually flying away. Webbing, shooting. Yeah, there it goes. We just could not catch him. That's all just 110% manual flying. He kept on, like, moving, slowing down, turning off his micro warp drive to slow down, and, like, being able to pivot and, like, redirect. Yeah. Wait, we just got out. We just got out piloted right there. I mean, and that's the #1 guy in that's literally the #1 guy in the Bissell Proving Grounds right now. And we didn't insure our ship. Wrecked. Good fight, good fight. Yeah, I mean, we killed one of his drones. That's all we could ask for, right? Yeah, we just could not catch him. There was a point where we did get a web and a scram on him, but he was moving in the other direction so fast. I think that's called a slingshot. I don't know. I've heard that term in PvP before. I also wish I could, like, zoom out more, strangely enough, just so I can kind of see the movements a bit easier. Because I have a feeling he, like, pulses his micro warp drive and he's able to move and commit. I don't know if you got, like, I actually grew, and it makes sense because growing up, I played football for like 14 years of my life, like American football, and I played safety and corner at the college level. And when you're chasing a receiver downfield, like if he has you beat and you're trying to chase him downfield, kind of similar to what we're doing, like and he's chasing you, he has the advantage. He knows where he's going and where he's moving, and so he can actually slow down and stutter step you and like do whatever he needs to like get additional separation. So I understand, like, I'm at a disadvantage there. I'm honestly not even frustrated because I know that's just a skill gap. But more importantly, he also just has the advantage of me being very short range and trying to chase him and predict where he's going. And he's basically like stutter stepping me, right? He's like slowing down, going in one direction, going the other direction. Hey, same, but not the college level, yeah. And so basically we're chasing him downfield and he's starting this way and then just goes the other way. And if all you're doing is like what I was doing initially, which was just approaching, like you're never going to catch him. I started kind of predicting where he was going, but like it's kind of hard to determine an angle. It's like, all right, do I go 35 degrees? Do I go full 45 and just try and cut him off that way? But yeah, that was a good, at least we didn't die immediately. So there's that. I think just the setup of it was in our favor. I think that would have played out differently if we were possibly in a Kestrel. I don't know. I think just chasing down people like that isn't the... Yeah, I just don't think like the Merlin is great for this mode. Like, it doesn't push as much damage as like the Incursus or the... Or no, it pushes... The Merlin pushes more damage than the Incursus or Breacher, but it just does not have like the staying power as the other ones, it seems. Maybe drop a scram and do double web. We just couldn't even catch the guy. Breacher is quite strong, yeah. I've seen it Breachers and an Incursus like everywhere, like all over the Abyss. Not the Abyss, but the free-for-all thing. Part of me really wants dual rep even more beastly. Yeah, I don't know. Is there dual rep Breachers? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I mean, there could be. Fuck if I know. I'm new to all this. So, let's try this. Yeah, that was just manual flying. Like, I was trying to predict where he was going, but it's, you know, it's just the server latency of Eve. Obviously, everything is by 1 second, but also just predicting the right angle and trying to switch between manual and then approach. Like, I'm not sure if there's a quick button to approach, because there was a point where I actually was kind of close to him, and I think if I changed to approach instead of like manual, I would have been able to kind of like curve with him instead of like keep doing this and we just like miss each other. I'm not entirely sure. Dual rep beam tormentor. Don't really have good beam skill, so I wouldn't even be able to use T2 beams. I've never flown in a Mar frigate in my life, but I wouldn't mind at least trying some different fits. There was some other ship that you guys recommended. Mining fleet again to cover all these losses. Yeah, it would take a lot of mining to cover these losses. Yeah, and I understand like this isn't the most. Is this the best way to learn PvP? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I'm definitely getting a lot of reps, but the majority of the people that are playing a lot are like people with lots of experience. I would say like every third or fourth Abyssal Proving Ground that I've done has had like a top 50 like leaderboard member, it seems. So not even top 50, like top 10. Like I've actually seen a few of these guys. I've seen Skywalker Russian twice. I've seen Nightcap once. I saw someone else too before. I think it was this one, Lilu, before as well. So like a quarter of my games are like top 10 people that most of the time you're not going to win. Like you're not going to beat someone that actually like understands PvP. Yeah, free for all is filled with experienced PvPers, which makes sense. Like, but unfortunately, it's like the best mode to like get the most reps in, right? I mean, faction warfare. In order for me to get 15 fights, it would have taken me in faction warfare. That probably would have taken me like 7 or 8 hours of just like flying all the time. Faction warfare has newer players. Yeah, I'm just trying to take advantage of this like free for all like proving ground thing because it's literally only good for like one more day. So I'm trying to, and it's probably going to be like 2 more months before they do any kind of frigate like free for all thing or like frigate mode again. Because like most of the modes are like 2v2s, which I'm never going to do, or they do like battle cruisers, and I don't have the kind of is to just willingly throw away half a billion like each and every time I enter the proving ground, right? I'm so much more comfortable being zoomed out more, but I haven't been in the, yeah, like that's as far as I could zoom out. Like I was trying to zoom out the whole time, but I just couldn't zoom out at all whatsoever. Yeah, sadly, faction warfare fights take time to get. I prefer the faction warfare fights, but I prefer the amount of reps I can get with this, what's it called? This mode. Because I could just get into so many more fights quicker, and I can actually, like, get this going. I don't know, like, how else to explain it. I mean, you guys get what I'm saying. What do we want to try now? Part of me wants to try my old Kestrel, because that's the ship I feel the most comfortable in. Because I could just keep like absurd range. So this is what I was using before in the Kestrel. The damage isn't great, but the 55 kilometers is pretty nice. Part of me wants to, yeah, our damage would be shit. I was like, part of me it would be kind of troll if we could use like warp stabilizers down here, and that way we could just keep our micro warp drive on all the time. But our damage would be completely abysmal. Also, I'm not sure if we want to use an auxiliary thruster. I mean, the extra speed is nice. I'm just trying to figure out what else we could put in here, because honestly, I'm not sure if like the speed makes that big of a difference. I mainly just put this in here for the extra kiting, like the extra speed, because I mean, getting an extra 200 meters a second, because if we overheat, we're moving at 4,100 versus 3,840. Warp core stabilizers won't prevent micro warp drive from being shut off, right? I'm pretty sure. I think they have to beat your strength in order to actually have the scrambler be effective. I would assume that if you could warp off while you're getting scrammed, which has happened to me plenty of times, Can you add a catalyst rig and drop 1 ballistic control? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've done the math. So we're running at 101 DPS, right? So if we run a calcification, let's see, missile launcher rig. I don't think we can. So if we ran like a warhead calcification for extra damage, we would have to use we would have to use a. We wouldn't be able to use it at T2. We would have to use like the meta version, which costs like 5 million or something like that. Yeah, the cross link. So I don't know. Like in my opinion, I wasn't sure if like literally getting the extra 3 DPS was worth it. 3 DPS to increase our price by like 30%, and on top of that, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out with this fit. Is there anything else? Like, do we add more shield on this? I do notice that we've actually been getting hit by thermal a little bit with the fit. Let me pull up the original fit, so I remember. No, you're fine, dude. I'm not trying to like shit on you or anything like that. It just reminded me of when I was like trying to play around with the damage. I feel like I'm good at fitting ships. I don't know about PvP. I understand the dynamics of fitting ships. It's like flying them. You know, that's kind of shitty. That I need to work on. All right, we'll just try this fit a couple times. I don't know what changed on here. How do rocket kestrels do? I tried that the other day, but I fucked up because I didn't have a web. Apparently, if you run rockets in a kestrel, you have to run webs, or else it doesn't apply very well. Plus, I'm not very good at like, because rocket kestrels get like 11 kilometers of range. I'm sure I could add like a module that could increase it to like 12 or something like that. But I'm not very good at that, like, that dance of like manual piloting of like far enough to like have the rockets do well, but not close enough to where the blasters can hit me. But if I'm too far, he could just move in the opposite direction, and then all of a sudden now we're breaking distance, and now we have to reset. Yeah, that's what that's like the. Yeah, the DPS is good. Like rockets right here, Kessie rockets. I just put R for rockets. So this is the fit, and I fucked up because I didn't have and this again, I needed to run 25s, not 50s. I didn't know any better back then. But like, yeah, let's just pretend these are 25s, as they should be. 25s. Move this. We'll also add like more. How many fit in there? 9 again? 9. I'll put in 27. So this is the fit I was using before, and it just like was not working. Because I don't have a web, right? Apparently you need a web for the rockets to apply well. I don't know. That's what someone told me, and I've actually heard that before. But it's hard because I feel like I need a web and a warp scrambler in order to turn off their micro warp drive. Because if they have a scram and a web, I can never catch them. Like they can just maintain distance and do whatever the hell they want with me. So we would obviously have to sacrifice some shield. I mean, which is like, we're losing 1/3 of our HP for a web. That's what I've heard. Like, this is all just shit I've just heard. Like, I'm not even sure if it's like true. Add an ancillary, it might balance it out well. Yeah. Oh, you mean with like the missile one? Yeah, I think the whole point of the missile one is just like, if they're on top of me, like I'm dead anyway. With this one, the whole point is for them to like never get close. I mean, we have pretty ridiculous range. The whole point of it is just like they just don't get close ever. I also put in some Novas in here because the Incursus have a reactive armor hardener, And once they get like their resistance up for thermal, like really high, it's like insanely hard to do damage. So then I switch it over to explosive. I'm just trying to figure out like what else could we put in here except for the auxiliary thrusters, because there might be something better. We can't fit any of the missile rigs because like the CPU is super tight on this. Meme dual or triple ancillary Kestrel. Yeah, I mean, if anything, if I was gonna meme, I would do like double what's it called, double warp stabilizer, so they just can't scram me unless they literally use a faction scram. Like they cannot catch me. They can webify me, but they're not going to turn off my micro warp drive as far as I know. So I'm always breaking distance. I mean, that could be, but my damage would be complete shit. You can keep speed to kite off their web while counter webbing and scramming their micro warp drive. Okay, so trade this in for a micro warp drive. Put an afterburner. Remove a shield extender. Put in a scram. Okay. That way I usually have an opportunity to get away. The issue is just like they're always going to be on top of me, right? Like the second they break the scram, they're going to be able to get on top of me because I think if I have a micro warp drive or like an afterburner, I think I'm moving at like 1,200 meters a second. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell to replace this with. Also take a huge hit when you're webbed. Afterburners have high thrust. Yeah, exactly. I would assume if you're hit by, I usually just round it to 50%. So if I got hit by a compact micro warp drive, I'm moving at, let's say, 1350. But with an afterburner, if I'm moving at 1300, now I'm moving at 700. So I mean, it's double speed, but you're getting slowed by half, which is like normal. So basically, I'm getting slowed down to like normal afterburner speed if I get slowed down to a micro warp drive. At least that's how I do the math. Shield rig. All right, we'll just try the fit I have now with the Kestrel. Let's do this one. If we feel like the extra speed isn't helping because I suck at manual piloting anyway, then we can then we can switch it up. Or if I do like the idea of potentially running a afterburner micro warp drive, or sorry, afterburner and a warp scrambler, that could work. I don't know. We're figuring this out together. All right. Can you guys hear like the cars outside and stuff? What the hell? Why does it say 0? Oh, I'm in a fucking capsule. I'm like, what that? Why does it keep saying 0? It's because I'm trying to put these freaking filaments into a capsule. I feel like just as a meme, they should allow the. How big is it? How big is it? They should let the pod. They should let you have one room of space into a pod, so you could fit an exotic dancer in there with you at least, so that way you're not lonely. At the very least, like, you know, help a capsuleer out. We're lonely out here. We may be immortal, but we're lonely. All right, let's go. Let's try this. Actually gives you a velocity hit upwards of 75% of your armor. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea. I just assumed that it's hitting you for 55% of your maximum speed. But if it does some sort of like extra bonus because you're Because you're slow, that'd be interesting. Eve needs more memes. I agree. Less sweaty PvPers and more memes. Less sweaty, salty veterans. I agree. How long have some of you guys been playing E for? I'm curious. I feel like we have a good range of people that have been playing for a few days, all the way up to like, you know, maybe a decade plus. With 2 people in a pod. I'll see if I'm able to join your match. Okay, bring it. Activated. It says the estimated time is only 50 seconds, so maybe there's more people playing. Too long? All right. Too long. How long you been playing? Too long. 1 year? Okay, same year. Since 2012? You're an old man, Jimmy. 4 months? 12 years? Dude, you're older than Jimmy? Ew. Thought no one was older than Jimmy. And you guys still watch? Like, it's kind of interesting. I think I'm surprised by the, I wouldn't say like lack of people or whatever, but the lack of people that are on like Twitch and YouTube that like watch Eve. I don't know. I'm not sure if that has to do with like, because with the amount of like concurrent players or people that play Eve, like you would expect that there'd be more people like watching on Twitch or at least on like YouTube. Joined queue? All right. When I was 16, back in 2006. Damn, dude. Yeah, we're the same age, Kyle. I was playing 2006. I was playing like PlayStation and shit. I wasn't really on the PC that much. I mean, I kind of was, but Skywalker Russian, that fucker. Dude, this is my nightmare. In Cursus, start shooting him. Get the fuck away from me. No! And we're dead. We took a very bad angle. Come on! Oh, there we go. We managed to get away. No, get off me. Yeah, we took a bad angle. See, this is the manual piloting that's tough. See, if it was Skywalker, he would have gotten away. All right, let's overheat everything. Actually, we should still be slowing him. So we're dead. Yeah, he closed the gap on us and we're dead. And by the way, Skywalker seems to Skywalker's actually helping us out. No, he's not. He knows we're weak. God, that breacher dude again. Yeah, he's number 1 on the playlist right now, or like on the leaderboard. And we forgot to insure. I always forget to insure afterward. Self-destruct. It's over. So this other Incursus, I'm pretty sure they're a duo together. Because they're not even fighting each other. That Incursus was just down there the whole time. As far as I know, I think CCP said it's not against the rules if you do like if you queue up at the same time as someone else and they don't and you decide just to win trade and not fight each other. It's considered a win, but maybe not. Maybe these people are going to fight each other. Rip, yeah. It's just, I will admit, like, frigates are hard to learn, just in the sense that like the fights happen so fast. Like, what did I learn from that one? Fly better, I guess. Once you get the scram on you, I was able to get a web and get him off of me. I think what I should have done was two things. Once I got him off of me with my web and he didn't have the scram on, two things. I should have overheated my marker warp drive right away with a shift click or a control click, and then also change direction too, like go down or up, just so he's not like just straight line following me. And yeah, I don't know, that's my thing. Like, I'm honestly trying to like apply like football analogy there, and that's probably true. But it's just getting used to like the piloting, right? Did I not self-destruct? I thought I clicked self-destruct earlier. Yeah, you can jump the gate, but I mean, we're in a blank pod, so it's kind of, and we spawn right back into Jita, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you can live. I've actually done it before. I think twice before, managed to escape. So I guess it's good if you have implants to get out of there. Like, you can save yourself, but can't believe he's actually going around and like looting the wrecks. Jump gate? No, we're gonna get shot. He's locking onto us, and we're moving at what? Almost 200 meters a second. It would take us a while to get there. It would take us a full minute to get there from where we are if we're like maintaining our speed. Maybe there's a strategy if you have implants, like die next to the gate, like where it would spawn, so you can save yourself. Yeah. I think after this event, I'll probably take a break from PvP. And the next time I do like my PvP series, I'll probably do small gang, because honestly, it doesn't. I will at the very least at least get with a veteran that knows how to PvP, because I don't feel like I'm getting a whole lot out of this. I don't know. I could be wrong, but apparently, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people playing this like arena mode right now, so it's not unusual if we don't match up or like play. What an ass! He left me alive. And you guys could tell too that I think he remembered me from last game, like how bad I was at piloting, like the Merlin, which is why he actually helped me kill the other guy and then killed me after. Which I don't blame. Like, if I knew that, like I would do the exact same thing. I would kill the stronger guy and then leave the weaker guy for myself. All right, we're gonna try the Kestrel again. Yeah, really need to work on that like manual flying. Because I feel like that's what he left you. Yeah, what an asshat. I think that's my main issue, is just like piloting, flying, avoiding, staying out of scram range. And it is a bit different, right? If that was a real fight, like out in the world, and I didn't have to worry about out of bounds, like I just would have warped away, just not taking that fight. Whoops. Like, what I would have done was probably start alighting to something once he's getting onto me, and like he scrammed me. And the second I got him off me with my web, I just would have just warped away. I'm already aligned, I'm already moving. I would just click warp. At least in my head. Okay, let's reload these. Wait. Don't undock yet. Come on, you'll win the next one. Unlikely. Because I think I'm probably like the only persistent like newbie player still playing. Honestly, if I was not making a PvP series right now, I would have stopped like 10 games ago. And then and just let like those other people play. Because that's pretty much what's happening right now. Like nothing against like the PvP players or the mode or anything like that, but it's like it just makes sense, right? Like the only people that are playing right now are the people that have only been PvPing for 20 minutes or like not 20 years, but you know what I mean, like a long time. So, and that's why you have the same that's why you probably have the same people winning these events like over and over and over again. Because they're just good and like they're just kind of, I want to say like they're just relying on like bad players showing up, but they're just, it's definitely on average, like if you just play a lot and you know what you're doing, like you're gonna get less than average PvPers that you know you can kill. Like that's just pretty much it. We'll try this one more time. I stopped playing FFA after the first one. Yeah, most people do that. Some people would literally show up in a empty frigate and just not play and just get the login reward because that's still going on, right? Yeah, like I already beat it. Like people will just get like, they're like, oh, it's 5,000 SP or whatever the hell the winning is. Like, all right, I'll pay 300,000 S for that. Like I'll buy a T1 frigate empty, get the filament, warp in, and just like not fight. And I think a lot of veterans like rely on those wins too, right? I would say like rely on them, but it's free wins. Just gets depressing for me. Yeah, like the only people that are playing are, you know, high-end PvPers, right? Like we saw the #1 guy twice back to back. Go active tank, get a shield booster, a level 1 blue pill, an agency overclocker, pill dose, swipe, micro warp drive from. Just rep through the damage with the same ship or a different ship. Let me try this. You know that Breacher City, dude. I think that's literally the first time I've seen a Condor today. Kind of want to try something a little bit silly here. Breacher's already kind of getting messed up. See? Oh, he's coming for me. Get slowed. Get off me. And see, like, I really don't think like this fit can like push enough damage. Oh, was I shooting like the wrong guy for a second? Yeah, that other breacher's just chilling down there. Beware the Condor. I don't even know what the hell the Condor does, to be honest, low key. Light rocket damage. Okay, so you can push some damage. Light missile and rockets. I really want to gang up on these breachers. I really don't want to. I feel like I have a better chance against the Condors than the breachers. Are they fighting each other? Are they even like making an attempt? Dude, this is where I could zoom. I wish I could zoom out more. Yeah, he could have scrammed me right there and really screwed me over. I'm gonna get these damn breachers to attack each other. Get off me. Yeah, he doesn't want to fight. See, like, he's just healing up my damage. Like, it's not doing anything. I feel like... Like, I could probably kill the Condor. But then I'm just dealing with these self-healing breachers all day. We doing better today? Kind of. Most of the time we're just getting out-piloted, to be honest. Lock your drone, too. Oh, he's getting hit by the Condor, too. I'm gonna try and stay in range. I'm, like, trying to get into him. I think the Condor is focusing him, too. Trying to stay close, but not too close to him. Let's kill this fucking breacher. Yeah, Condor. Look at that. Okay. Well, there goes his drone. We can unlock his drone. Okay, I guess we'll start shooting now. Yeah, it looks like me and the Condor don't want to deal with these fucking breachers. And I agree, dude. Get these damn guys off me. Dude, what's the range on these drones? Still focusing me. I don't think he realizes his drones are still on me. Yeah. Reload this. What do their healths look like? Both still full. Alright, let's get this breacher. Oh, this piloting is so awkward. Alright, he's too far away. Yeah, me and this Condor aren't even like fighting each other. He's so far away. Yeah, he's really trying to get us just to like run into each other, but nah. Forget that, bro. He must be like at the very bottom of the map. Trying to keep an eye on that Condor. He is kind of getting close to me. There you go. Start shooting his ass. Come on, Condor. Help me out here. Out to 80 kilometers? Yeah, that's pretty damn far. Alright, he's running out of range of missiles. I think this Condor is just waiting for us to fight each other. Dude, Condor, help me out, dude. Now is he approaching me? He's approaching me now. Nah, you're not getting close. Uh-oh, I think I made a mistake. Yeah, I got close there. Like right there, if you had like a, what's it called? A scram? Like, he definitely would have gotten me. Dude, is this Condor helping at all? Like, whatsoever? Yeah, I'm avoiding the Condor. And, like, these are the kind of fights you deal with, like, against a Breacher and a Cursus. Just, like, unlimited healing. An entire cargo bay worth of cat boosters. All right, he's taking increased damage now. Did we get him? Oh, he's close. I think he just reloaded his caps. Oh my god. All right, let's go, bro. He's a rocket fit, so I want him to chase me. He is hitting hard. And I'm not sure if he's outrunning our rockets or our missiles. Holy shit, he is hitting hard. Alright, we need to get some distance. Oh god. We should have been overheating everything at this point. Honestly. Oh my god, are we gonna kill him? Because we're outrunning his rockets. Oh my god, we got him! I'm like, we need to overheat everything. I think we can just outrun his rockets or his missiles. I can't believe we fucking won, dude. I cannot believe we actually won. That was looking rough. We are at hole right there. Because I feel like in a missile versus missile match, it's whoever's doing the chasing has the disadvantage. Let's send you home, buddy. I forgot there's another. Oh, look at that. Some nice lootsies. Wait, where's this guy? I want to at least send him home. Dude, who said I was going to win the next one? You were right. Let's go. We have time. I'm going to loot the Rex. I'm going to take my time. Flying in circles. Who would have thought that, like, actually overheating, like, your micro warp drive and your rockets, like, or your missiles actually help? Oh. My shit's full. Oh, wait. Oh, he just has a bunch of cat boosters. Alright, we'll check this other one. I'm doing a victory lap. I'm taking my time. See, I told you. That's how I imagine you saying it. See, I told you. Yeah, I told you, boy. And we're flying too fast. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Oh yeah, we need to have like enough room in our cargo for the winnings too. Yay, drink in the sweet victory of Ambrosia. You mean Star Blast Bang? Because I hate myself. I really need to stop flying by like that. Let's go, dude. All right, let's go ahead and get out of here. No, gotta have some mead. What are we, Nords in Skyrim? Skyrim belongs to the Nords. A belly full of mead. You guys, Nordic? Watch me get ganked when I get out. Hi.
Warp drive.
What's up, Morgan? Don't know why you're chilling here. It's a little nerve-wracking. Does this net you anything other than what you take from the Rex and bragging rights? So you get the Rex, but you also get, I think it's like anywhere between 30 to 40 million in loot at the very end.
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
I think we got on a little bit on the low end. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get much there. So maybe it's not 30. It's like 25 million. Maybe because that's like the ultimate losers bracket. That's like the losers of losers bracket. Let's go. 2 and 15. We're gonna be pros in no time. Guess my heritage is showing. Now stash that Kestrel for safety? Yeah. Tell me about it. I wonder what his fit was. I'm kind of curious. I just want to look at their fits. Yeah, he's a rocket fit. There was a couple times where he could have scrammed me. See that there was a couple times where I did get within like 8 kilometers or 8,000, and kind of almost screwed myself over there. Nanite repair pace, booster 50s. Okay, and then we'll check out the. He was hitting hard. The extra 10% damage, I was feeling it. Missile launcher 2s. Yeah, he's like in a very similar in a range script. What? Do Condors not have great range? Me and him had like almost identical fits. Auxiliary thrusters. That's what I run. I don't run extra damage. Yeah, he was like a full damage fit. No wonder he was hitting like insanely hard. And he was doing thermal damage too, which is like our biggest, which is actually our biggest resist hole at 20%. Sent you a contract? Yeah, I saw that, or saw someone send me a contract. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff. Thanks, dude. Dude, I would feel bad if I used this and I would just like fucking wasted it. Or is that a fit, Tristan? Oh, wait. Hold on one second. Like, let me empty out my item hanger and shit here. And everything else can just go here. Put that in my ammo. And put all of like the weird shit into my fitting stuff. These drones, dude. Like I have to like be able to semi-organize my like item hanger, because it being just like completely out of control with a bunch of random shit, what I think would drive me a little bit crazy. At least me personally. Because I've seen some insanely unorganized like item hangers. I have no idea like how they navigate any of it. Put that under Abyss loot. Oh, that's good enough. These I guess can go under Abyss loot too. So I'll accept the contract. So what are we looking at here? Just a lot of abyssal modules? Okay. I dig it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Varkas. Whoa, that's a lot of nano pumps there. Oh yeah, you should have kill marks? Oh, do I? Where the hell are they? I forgot my thing got like insanely damaged like during that fight. Peril. Helps repair everything. So where are the kill marks on this? This, of course, this is like as close as I can zoom in. Oh, right there. I think, no. Is that it? Those two little marks? No? Probably had range for the kiters in. Yeah. Where the hell are the kill? I've heard of kill marks. I don't know where they... Does anybody know where the kill marks are? There should be like literally, of course, a third-party Eve website that tells you like, where are my killmarks.com? And you just type in the ship and it's like, your kill mark should be here. Right click, above the mouse a little, you can right click and move the mouse a little, you scroll in more. Yeah. Oh, you can't, okay. I did not know that. Vertical right wing side? Is it my right wing or this right wing? And is it on this side? Where is it? Outer side. So this is the outer side. Oh, okay, there it is, right there. Look at that. Two little ships. I feel like I feel like I shouldn't meddle there. Yeah, I feel like I should not use this Kestrel anymore. It's my prized ship. I got 2 kills with it. Maybe one day I'll be like Joe Bain and get like almost 200 kills in a ship, but unlikely. Unlikely. But yeah, there it is. And I didn't know about the right-click zoom in thing. That's pretty cool too. Part of me wants to just end this on a good note, or at least try a different ship. But no, thanks for the contract, dude. I'll have to I'll definitely put all of this in my, what's it called? I do have like literally a box with just a tons of shit for fittings. So usually I typically dig in there just so I don't have to like keep buying stuff all in the market. But I might need a different tab for all this Abyss stuff. I'll probably, for now, just put it under like Abyssal Loot, but I definitely think there should be like a special box for Abyss stuff, but I could be wrong. Small capacitor control. Like these are like really common rigs too. These aren't. These ain't your mama's rigs. I guess that makes sense. Is this your guys' first time watching me live on stream, or have you guys watched a stream before? Or if were you guys surprised by the bald dude? How high has he gotten with that Astero of his? I think he ended, I think it died with 180 something kills. He was really close to, or maybe 190-ish. Like he was really close to 200. But 5 different blocks for each type of fitting, missiles, hybrid. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that point yet. Probably because I don't experiment with like a bunch of different ships. Like I have a whole new appreciation for using like cheaper, like T1 or like even more expensive ships. Because to be honest, like when I first played, obviously I put some money into the game, so I got like a bit of a head start, but like I didn't start off with like 10 billion ISK or anything like that. Like I paid for Omega, and I paid for like packages that got me like skill point increases. Nothing that like gave me just raw ISK or like that I would just sell for like Plex for ISK or anything like that. So I skill pointed myself ahead, but I didn't get like a currency advantage or anything. But I just did like a lot of exploration. I did a shit ton of station trading for like 2 months, and so that kind of gave me like a good foundation of ISK to get started. And I think because of that, like I kind of just jumped into big ships. Like I jumped into like a Rattlesnake and some other big ships. I didn't really get to experiment with a lot of like the cheaper ships, like the Caracol or the like Vexor Navy-ish, like the Vexor or anything like that. Like I didn't play any of those because I just made so much money with cheap ships and just hauling that I just jumped to those big ships. And now I'm kind of like circling back around playing those cheaper ships, and I'm like, hey, these these ships are still good. Like, they're like the best bang for your buck for the most part. Been there, no judgment on the bald. Yeah, I've given up on that a long time ago. Like, I was bald, like, it really hit me because I'm 30, and it really hit me when I was, I would say when I was like 25, 24, 25. It was like a year or two after college. And especially when I was playing football, I had my helmet on, and I just noticed throughout the years, especially throughout college, like there was always a little bit of hair in there. And I was just like, okay, whatever. And didn't think twice about it. Like, all right, I got some hair fall, you know, just because my head's rubbing up against the helmet on the inside, like whatever. And it wasn't until like a year or two after college. So I think one of my brothers pointed it out. And of course, me and my brothers have like no censor. Like, we just kind of say shit how it is. And he was like, dude, like, you're just really balding. And it wasn't until one day I looked in the mirror and I did this. And I'm like, dude, holy shit. I tried a couple different products, and then I just didn't really stick with it. I guess I wasn't consistent. And then eventually one day before I moved out to Arizona, which is where I live now, and I had no friends or family here, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to shave my head. So I shaved it, and I got used to it. And nobody here knew what I looked like before, so it's not like people saw me and were like, dude, you shaved your head. Like, they just don't know. Like, maybe I always looked like this. But so I kind of like, I took on like a new identity, I guess you could say, or whatever. Then I started playing Eve. No, not really. Yeah, that's the story of my baldness, basically. It's funny because I have me and another brother have like a very, he has some hair left, but he has like the same, you know, he's clearly, his hair is thinning and all that stuff. But my other two brothers have like a head full of fucking hair. Like, they complain how much hair they have. And so part of me kind of wishes I still had like a head full of hair. Then other times I don't mind it not having a ton of hair. Dude, my issue is, I don't know if you guys can see on the screen, but like if I shaved my face, like I would look like a straight up pedophile. So I would rather not do that. Like, the beard gives me, makes me seem mature and dignified. And I don't know, not like a pedo, you know? That's why I keep the beard. Most people don't talk about the 3% speed boost from being bald. Shh. Don't tell people that. Especially if you're Saitama. If you guys have not seen One Punch Man, you guys should. Well, first, if you don't watch anime, you need to watch other animes first, and then watch like One Punch Man. Because One Punch Man's like a satire of like other shows. Nightblood, happy hunting, good luck. Thanks, Jimmy, for sticking around. Appreciate it. I know so many people that are bald, yeah. The heat in Arizona, yes, screwing with having it. Yeah, exactly, dude. Arizona. And we do have Gilas here. So this ship right here, when everyone's calling it a Gila, which I couldn't give less of a shit if people call it Gila or Gila. As long as people don't call it some random shit like Halia. Are you flying the Halia? The what? But if you say Gila or Gila, like, I couldn't care less. But we do have Gila monsters here, like in Arizona. I've only seen them like in the the zoos and shit or whatever you want to call it, but I haven't seen one out in the wild. But they're like, yeah, they're all over the place here. BC with you on stream will be fun. You pronounce it right. Yeah, because we have them here. We have Gilas here in Arizona. And we have rattlesnakes. Not, I mean, it's like worm, like, no, like little earthworms, but like, I think it's supposed to be like the mythical worm that's like dune worms that are like giant sea swimming creatures, like the giant dune worms. I think that's what it's going after. Cayman, loggerhead. Like, I didn't know that all of these, like, I didn't know loggerhead and I knew a cayman was a creature. I did not know a loggerhead was one, but I knew a Komodo. I was like the Komodo dragon. Komodo dragons are fucking Jormungandr for the worm. Yeah, something like that. And I know some people spell it like this too, like worm. Like, they spell it in like that way too. And in some like books about fantasy or that kind of shit. Like, I'm a big fucking nerd, if you guys haven't noticed. Like, I like sci-fi, I like fantasy. I've watched Star Trek. I've watched Battlestar Galactica. I've watched Star Wars. I'm probably more of a Star Trek fan than Star Wars. Played like Mass Effect, like those games. Like, I like the sci-fi genre and just in general, which is probably why I liked Eve, and still like Eve. Although I do think, in my opinion, there probably could still be a bit more like world building and like more stuff that's presented to the player, because I think in some ways like like Eve Online's like biggest strength is also its biggest weakness, that it's a sandbox game, so all of the content is player driven. So that's why I think some PvPers get upset, because it's like you rely on other players to like have to willingly interact with you in order to you know, do PvP, right? And there's not really a lot of like, I guess you could argue like open world play, right? Not like GTA or something like that, where you just like jump into the world and like shit like there's a bunch of toys and tools and things around you that are happening, and you're just kind of reacting to it, and other players can react to it, and then now there's conflict. Like, that's actually why I kind of like Pochven right now. Like, I've actually headed to Pochven a few times. I just take a filament, I go to Word of the Border systems, and you literally have like Triglavians, Edencom, Sleepers, and Rogue Drones all fighting, like all the time. They're warping to different places, they're fighting each other, and there's Rogue Drone like carriers and like all this crazy shit happening. And like, I watch, sometimes I participate in the fight and try and get my standings up, other times I sit back and loot the wrecks, other times I salvage the wrecks, sometimes I avoid other players, and like there's just all these things happening, and like everyone is kind of taking away the game, like pretty kind of similar to like the Triglavian, like the Edencom invasion. I think there kind of needs to be more things that happen that we can like interact with, if that makes sense, because a lot of the stuff does seem very static, like missions, Abyssal, Dead Space, like these kind of things. Like a lot of the things, it's like, all right, I use a filament, or I have to go to this pocket of space and like interact with this very limited thing. And PvP is kind of the same way too. I don't know, I haven't done much PvP, as you guys can tell, but I would like to see more, kind of like the incursions. Like, I know randomly sometimes there can be like incursions that happen in different parts of space. Say, even like the Triglavian invasions, like the wormholes that will like spawn and like send shit. I mean, that's like all right, but I don't know, I would like to just see more things that you can kind of like interact with, like that different players can interact with in different ways. I don't know how to like verbalize it, but I hope that kind of makes sense. Babylon 5, I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. You planning on making a Discord server? I'm not sure. I'm still trying to get my... Do you guys interact a lot with like community posts? Because I would love to like get some community posts like and voting stuff going on. Because I've had 1,000 subs for a while, and like I still don't have my community post thing, so I need to put in a ticket for YouTube to see. I heard once you do that, then you get the post thing pretty soon. Because I would love to put up a vote where it's like, hey, if I made a corp for people to join, and it would be very casual, like 0% tax, people just hang out. If people want to do shit, that's fine. But I wouldn't mind making a Discord. Like, I actually hang out on other people's Discords all the time, so I wouldn't mind having a group where people can hang out. I guess I kind of shied away from it because there's so many content creators with so many Discords that, I don't know, even in-game channels too, right? Like, I'm in a few right now, like the Nut House. There's like 2 or 3 others I was in, but I closed them because of the game. But I don't know, some of those like in-game chats, like sometimes they can get like really quiet, like nobody talks. And I have like a bunch of these tabs open, and I'm like, all right, like if I was gonna make like a community, if I was gonna make like an in-game chat channel or a Discord, like I would want people to actually interact, right? That's just me. But yeah, I would love to make like a Discord server and stuff. I just want to make sure that enough people are like bought into like joining and doing stuff. And I'll probably have a section for like video ideas, self promotion. Like, I don't know. It's actually kind of nice too that I've gotten ideas from other like Eve channels as well for like what to put in my channel, because I wouldn't know how to do half that shit. It's okay, we don't hate anymore for liking Star Trek over Star Wars. Yeah, I don't know. Like okay, so I've never watched the original Star Trek. I think I've read enough memes to like understand what like the original series Star Trek was about, but it's just like way too cringy for me to like enjoy. Like I've watched like half of like 4 different episodes, but I could like never finish it. But I kind of get like the idea of like the originals. But I've literally watched all of them. Like I've watched Next Generation, I've watched Deep Space Nine, I've watched Enterprise, I've watched Voyager, I've watched God, what's the new one? I don't even remember the name. It's so fucking bad. I don't care about it. The new one. It's literally Discovery. And the only reason why I remembered is because literally the initials are STD. Like Star Trek Discovery. And everyone was like making fun of it. I watched the first 2 seasons, I think. I wasn't a huge fan of it. Like, I can kind of respect the fact that they made like a bold move and did something a little bit different, but it's just so strange. Like, spoiler alert, when the first mate, or your number one, whatever you want to call it, when your number one commits mutiny in the first episode, it's like, that is so like un-Star Trek like. What the fuck? It's like, what the hell? Like, that's some shit that happened like 3 times in like all of Star Trek. Like, people, like an active Starfleet member like willingly did mutiny like right then and there in front of everybody. Like, that's only happened like 2 or 3 times. And already they like do it in the first episode. I'm like, oh, okay, they're just trying to be edgy at this point. I've always liked Caldari ships since they're named after birds until you get some of the capitals. Fun fact, the Drake is a male duck. That's the duck bill look. Yeah, if you actually did, there's a lot of lore in a lot of these ships. Like if you look into the Valente ships, it's a lot of, I would say like kind of like Greek, like mythology type stuff. Yeah, Stardy, Rudix, Loki, Proteus. No, is it that one? Is it these? Celestis, Myrmidon, yeah, Talos. Like these are all names that are kind of like they're not all Greek. I'm not sure of all of them off the top of my head, but Hecate. And that's another thing too. Like, how do you pronounce these? You guys pronounce it Hecate, Hecate, or Hecate? I don't know. Magus. Is it? I think it's. Part of me wants to say Magus. That's the like the wizardry nerd in me. Eris. I always thought Drake was supposed to be a fridge door. Very true. Deep Space Nine, Discovery are crap. Discovery is shit. Honestly, I would put Deep Space Nine at number Hecate. Heck 8. So it's Hecate, Hecate, or there's another one. Don't just spell it, Winfield. You can't just spell it and be like, oh, I pronounce it this way. Now you're just trolling me. I think I would put Deep Space Nine at number 2. So I would go, personally, I'm not putting in the original series because I've never seen it. So I'd do Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Am I missing one? Pronounce Magus. God, son of a... Am I missing one? Enterprise? I put Enterprise last. Or no. Discovery's dead last. Didn't Discovery bring back 7 of 9? No, that was like Picard, which is another one I don't care to see. I've not seen Picard actually either. I think Picard brought back 7 of 9. But that's how I would do it. Yeah. So I would do Next Generation. I like Deep Space Nine, even though it was like some parts were boring because there's not a lot of like exploration. It's very static. If you rewatch it, like the amount of like, it's definitely like Game of Thrones. Like there's a lot of like political pull and intrigue between different factions. And Garrick, the Taylor, I forgot his like racial, like his race, like his alien species. I forgot their name, but like he's a very interesting character. He's probably the most interesting character, I think, in all of Star Trek. Like, interesting. Is he the best? Like, no, but he's the most interesting? Yes. Picard was terrible? Yeah, I've not watched it. I don't care to watch it. 7 of 9, the hottest thing in Star Trek? Hell yes. You gotta put her in that cat suit. Is that what it's called? Like the skin tight, like back then? Of course, everyone else has like a formal uniform. Cardassian, yeah. Garrick was, because he was like, basically like ex-Black Ops Cardassian, and basically like an assassin and like all this shit. But he just played off being a tailor. Yeah, it's a cat suit? Yeah. It's nice. See, I like this. I like just shooting the shit with you guys. And this is probably why I actually need to make a Discord. Because there are some times where like I don't always feel like playing. I just want to sometimes just shoot the shit and just talk while you guys play, or you guys can do whatever you want. Because I like this a lot. I like the community and socialization aspect. Because there's other shit besides Eve. We all hate it deep down. More PvP. We'll try. What should we try? An Incursus. I didn't know you gave me these too. Look at that. You gave me an Incursus, a Kestrel, Tristan. Yo, you gave me a few of all of them, including a Merlin. It's almost like you knew the ships that I could actually fly. You didn't give me that bullshit Amar ships or Minmatar. Paying attention. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm just doing this mainly for myself, but I know that's why some people were asking me a while back, like 4 or 5 months ago. People in the comments on like my old videos were like, "Oh, you need to do Abyssal Dead Space content, like running the rooms." I'm like, dude, there's so many content creators right now doing Abyssal Dead Space. Like this was before like they separated to PvP. I'm like, dude, you have like Ace Face doing it, you have Torvald doing it, you have trying to remember, there was like 2 other content creators doing it too. Like you had so many of them doing this like Abyssal Dead Space run stuff, and like they're all using the same ships, they're all using Gilas and electrical and like electricals. Like what else is there to learn or how to like understand? But since then they've actually changed it. They changed up the rules or the rooms and the spawns and stuff, and so they've actually changed it enough to where I think it's kind of interesting. The highest I've ever done I think is like T5. I haven't done T6. I used a Gila as well. Firestorm. That's one thing I do want to do, is actually get good with firestorms. But the best ship in Eve is Friendship. Yes, it is. And there's actually a ship called the Friendship. I'm sure you already know this, but in case you guys didn't know, there's literally a ship, or it's not a ship, it's a commodity. Special edition asset. The Friendship. The best ship in New Eden. No more for PvP. Yeah, this is just a series just to teach myself, but I would like to get into some small gang stuff. I know. Oh God, forgot her name. It's gonna kill me. Missy. She streams on like Fridays. I forgot her name. Miss Melissa, I think, or something. I'll probably join her and her fleet roam on Friday, because she said she was gonna do a fleet roam. I know it's like the same time Bonkers does his, but I've gone on like 2 or 3 of his before, so I'll probably join that. I'll record it, try and make a video on it. I think those kind of things are fun. I'm so surprised by the lack of collaboration between like Eve content creators, probably because like everyone wants to like stick in their bubble and not expand, which I don't blame them for, but I don't mind being that guy trying to understand their gameplay, or at the very least like collaborate with people, right? I don't mind it. Wormhole content, okay. I was actually planning on doing, and this is the thing, like I really need to honestly focus on one type of content for like a week, because my brain goes into so many different directions of what I should do. And this is actually, I think, why I need to have like the community posts thing, because part of me like wants to be like, all right, I want to finish out this week doing PvP content, but what about the people that don't care about PvP? Like, are they just like not going to watch the videos or whatever? Like, I understand I can't please everyone all the time, but at the same time, I just want to make the videos that people want, or like that are the most relevant, like right now. Because I've always, I wouldn't say I've hated it, but there's been times where, not even just involving E, but just like watching content creators in general on YouTube, I'll watch them for one reason, then they start going off on a tangent, like playing a different game or a different thing for like 2 months, and I'm like, all right, this guy even isn't even doing the shit I watched him for originally. Like, I'm just gonna stop watching or unsub or whatever. And I'm not afraid of like people unsubbing, but like I want to be able to like, I don't know, I guess like stay somewhat relevant for everyone. Jason Ang, hey, just in time, school just ended. Dude, you missed it. I think we're done PvPing for today, but just because I'm honestly mentally kind of tuckered out. But dude, Jason, check this out. 2 kill marks on this Kestrel. And we barely won that last game by the skin of our balls. That last fight, we were in like 10% hull. We were overheating, we were outrunning his rockets and shooting his ass. It seems that 10% range is better than 10% damage. Sorry, I need to catch up on chat here. I skipped a lot of people. I see so many people, new bros. I see so many people, new bros, doing PvP without any kind of experience or skills. That is so freaking crappy. Seeing people not going outside stations when some random guy in a stereo enters the system and all. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's probably better to probably get more exposure to PvP early on, because you just learn so many good like piloting skills and just understanding ship bonuses and all that stuff early on. Because I kind of like actively avoided it at first. I definitely had a stigma against PvP where it's like, it's just a bunch of unskilled players that are just in blobs and they always outnumber you. And how can you lose when you're, you know, when the bad guy's in a destroyer, but everyone's in battleships and battle cruisers and it's 4v1. Like that was kind of the stigma I had. I'm like, PvP stupid. It's only for people with no skill. But, you know, there's me flying around in a battleship killing level 4 missions over and over. Like, that's a different kind of skill, but it's definitely easier to learn than PvP, in my opinion. Meant Firestorm Carnage does abyssals. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant like Firestorm Filaments. Yeah, that name does sound familiar. Stream sniping probably hurts a lot more in Eve. Oh yeah, because it's all one static server. It just depends on what you're doing. Like the stuff I was doing, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I'm not even like technically in the game, like I'm in an instance 95% of the time, but yeah, like if you're in high sec and you're flying a nice ship, like yeah, you could get ganked, especially if you're in some stupid system like running missions in Osman or something like that. Split views, yeah. I feel like Eve content could be so much better if people collaborated. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the stigmas I want to break is I don't know why, but there is such a huge division in Eve, like PvPers versus miners or PvEers, old school players versus new school players. I'm trying to think. Like, there's just so much like just division and so much like negativity around the game. Like, there's a very small handful of PvPers, I would say, that I actually watch on Twitch that actually like enjoy themselves. Like, they're usually frustrated. They hate the game. They hate people that fly away, and like they get super salty. I don't know, and that's probably because I haven't just played the game long enough to like really understand how much the community and like CCP and however all the shit has changed, or maybe the lack of change. Who knows? I haven't played long enough to really understand. I'm just here to kind of give like a fresh perspective on someone that really wants to just understand the game, help out new players, and make it a better experience for like everybody. Like, there's even changes I want to help out with PvP, because I know a lot of people are upset in like nullsec. They're like, I jump into a system, I'm trying to get into a fight or kill, you know, PvE ratters, and the second I jump into the local, like they just fly away. And it's like, all right, well, that's not fun. Like, why not have it so you're not in local until your actual gate cloak disappears? So that way, when you jump through the gate, you actually have time to descan around you, find out where the guys are. And then when your gate cloak drops, now you appear in local, and now you're already on your way to gank them. So, I mean, they still have plenty of time to get away, but at least you actually have a chance to catch them, right? Instead of them getting like a 10 to 15 second heads up that you're in local and they can just get away. Just things like that. Like I would just like to see some changes like that, or even some quality of life changes that I've shown you guys before. I think in some of the other videos, like organizing the skills, having more content be represented in events. Like I would love to see mining and like hauling content in events, like the Gala sites, winter events, like things like that. Winter event actually did pretty well with like mining, but there are some people that literally do nothing but haul. There are some people that literally do nothing but mining. And when these events come around, it's either like fly a battleship or explore or get the fuck out, right? It's like you can only fit in those two packages, either fly a battleship or you explore, like, and that's it. So if you mine, or if you do hauling, or if you fly a smaller ship, in, like, let's say you like flying destroyers, like, you're just out of luck. That's it. Like, why not have smaller instanced combat for Gala sites that are for destroyers and frigates? All right, sorry, I went off on a tangent there. I'm going to catch up on chat. Why is people don't accept spies? Yeah, I don't know. AE kill marks, yeah. Oh, my Rifter. I'm at 2 on my Kiki. Yeah, see, we got some like little small time PvPers in here. Also, just like the PvP community is like very toxic in general. I know not everybody is like that, but whenever I watch some content creators and then I kill somebody, they're like, oh, what's this shitty fit and blah, blah. Like, you know, they start talking shit about it, which I understand. Like, I feel like the more you understand the dynamics of PvP, like the more upset and like pissed off you get at just like players and like the system and mechanics. That's what it seems like, at least in my opinion. And it's like PvPing is already punishing enough. Like the huge learning curve, and I mean that's why I think they actually encourage people to join small gangs, because like you actually have a fighting chance and like you can actually learn. But if you're trying to do anything like on your own, like you're just gonna get shit on and made fun of. Your content for a dude trying to learn how to PvP is something I believe is unique. At least I haven't seen in a while. Yeah, I'm posting, like, it's strange. Like, someone posting videos of PvP and they're not good at it. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're actually trying to learn and, like, understand, like, because that's, like, I love watching PvP videos, but I can't do a quarter of the shit they do, right? Like, people, like, they memorize, like, all the ranges and distances and all this shit, and I'm like, dude, I want to know how to fucking navigate 10% of what you just did. And that's what's kind of cool, right? I mean, it's cool to be able to watch someone that can't do something that you can do, at least like right now. But I think in some ways it's actually more motivating to watch someone that you can do, which is why, in my opinion, I think, like, honestly, like online gaming, like League of Legends, like esports, I think esports is gonna like take over professional sports, probably in the next like 10 to 15 years. Like, it's gonna make more money. There's gonna be more built around it. It's gonna take a while because there's no like NFL or huge league that's going to take on like all these players and stuff. Like, that's what would be needed to happen. Because like, imagine if you're a 16-year-old kid and you're watching someone play your video game, like let's say Call of Duty or Warzone. You see them do a cool move where they get a bunch of kills. It's like, wow, like I can do that too. It's not like watching football and this guy's like 285 pounds, 6'11", and you're like, that's cool. I can't do it, but that's awesome. I feel like in some way, I think people are a bit more motivated, like watch someone do something that they can actually eventually learn, right? Which is why I'm doing the PvP series, because like everyone's watching me like struggle and like misclick my modules and like not overheat shit and like forget to lock on, and people are like, I'm that way too. Like I'm shitty. And watching someone else suffer through it is like part of the fun. And I think CCP needs to show more of that aspect of EVE. I actually just talked to a bunch of new players that like started a corporation relatively recently, and I talked to all of them, and they all have like very different expectations of how EVE was, because they're watching the trailers and there's like these big ships and fighting and like They think it's more action combat until they realize they join the game. It's like, oh, you want to fly a battleship? That's going to take you 72 days. You got a skill for it and a lot of manual piloting, and it's very slow. You have to level up the weapon. Like, it's, I think the most people are quitting just because of false expectations of the game. That's really it. I don't think it has anything to do with like Expert Accelerator Switch. If you guys have not watched the interview, did you guys watch the interview with Oz Eve and the like head of product or whatever the hell? I forgot his name. Did you guys watch that? He streamed earlier today. I'm gonna catch up in chat while you guys answered that question. You do any industry? No. Honestly, it's for me right now. It's at least right now. It seems like industry is probably in the worst place that it's been. That's what I've heard. Plus, it's just another one of those like learning cliffs. I don't really care to learn, and eventually I'll get to it. But I just haven't, to be honest. It's one of those things that it seems like 95% of industry, like learning industry, is like knowing what to sell. Not even like how to set it up, but it's just like knowing what to sell. So you have to spend a ton of time to like find a market that's niche but has good profit margins but hasn't been discovered yet by a bunch of people, so you're not getting constantly undercut. I don't know. That's just me. There's a lot of value of the content learning PvP. I think a lot of people forget that there's a lot of not so obvious lessons that can happen. Yeah, exactly. Like even just little shit like maintaining distance. Like, and the thing is, like, even when I'm playing, like, I understand what I know what I did wrong, but it's just physically doing it right. You know, oh, he got close to me, I need to move sooner. It's like, okay, like I have to like move my camera, double click, time it, try and get the distance, uncycle my work or warp drive so I can slow down and pivot faster versus like arcing around. Like, I understand it. It's just like physically doing it. Like that's the difficult part. They do an event that scales like faction warfare complexes. Oh, like for PvP or like for PvE? That would be the hunt. Or like the hunt event last year. I think that's coming up, right? Isn't that like the Easter event? I think that's like the next big event coming up. At timed hostage rescue missions would add a little spice. That'd be cool. Kind of like Counter-Strike. Go infiltrate this base, take out the hostages, and leave. Just lagging for no reason? Yeah, I don't know. Let's hope EVE becomes one of those esport tournaments. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening. EVE is nothing against EVE, but I think it being kind of like an older game, it's super complex. I don't think there's enough like action to kind of keep it interesting. Plus, I don't know. Like, no offense, but it's like a lot of boomers play EVE, and I think that's a part of the reason why a lot of them just aren't on Twitch or YouTube. And that's why like there's like there'll be tens of thousands of people playing EVE like every week, but you'll release a video. Or like you'll even have some like the biggest content creators on YouTube releasing videos, and they like maybe get 2,000 views, you know, at most. And it's like, wait, like didn't EVE have like 100,000 concurrent players this month, and like we have 2,000 views on a video? Same thing on Twitch. It's like getting 200 viewers on Twitch is like big time, like on EVE, like that's big time. It's like, really? Like, aren't there like thousands of people, tens of thousands of people playing EVE at any given time, and there's 200 people watching? Sorry, I'm just going to start skimming through chat just to catch up. These are kind of boring. What's up again? Okay. As a solo player, no offense, but we won't tell you real ways to make SV industry because we told you you're now competition. Exactly. Like, no one's going to share the ins and outs of industry. Like, it's a very well-kept secret, which is, it makes sense. Like, shit, I would do the same thing. That's why it seems like 95% of the things you can make in this game is, like, just not profitable. And that's actually one of the things that in the interview with Oz Eve, like right before CCP, God, I forgot his fucking name. Someone could say it in chat, that'd be awesome. Or if they remember. He did an interview today with someone from CCP, who's the head of product, and he did a lot of the economy stuff. Before at the very end of the interview, he's like, okay, like it'd be great, like we're trying to come up with ideas to help new players get into industry, because it's very hard for anybody to compete with these people, these veterans of industry that have been playing for a long time. They understand the market, and they have these huge chains of manufacturing, hauling, like everything is perfectly squared away. And like, you know, you're in high sec, you're a new bro, and you're trying to compete with these people with like long supply chains and like low and null sec that have had their shit set up for years. And it's like, good luck. You're not going to compete on price. You're not going to compete on out manufacturing them. Like, it's just not going to happen. And so he was asking chat and like some of the people for a solution. It's like, well, by design, like that's kind of the catch-22 of Eve. Like, we're trying to put in catch-up mechanics, but we also don't want to shit on the players that have put in the time, because that's kind of the point of Eve, right? We reward the players that have been here for a long time. The Eastern event last year, you could only use frigates and destroyers to do the sides. Okay, cool. Eve feels like how old D&D was. What do you mean by that? I'm actually really curious to see what you could say. Oh, hell, I've released my own videos. We just sit in the corner and hoard junk. Didn't you have hirelings for that shit? I don't know. I play 5th edition D&D. I haven't played any of the older stuff, but I know there's like a lot of stuff you could do with like hirelings and stuff. Yeah, we get geckos from it too. I'm not sure, to be honest. Screw that. You want to learn industry? Let me know. I think I kind of understand it, but it's just like what to sell. That's like the #1 question of industry. It's like what to sell. And plus, not only that, it's like, oh, you want to make this ship? It's like, all right, you need to skill up your Caldari manufacturing skills. You need to level up your, you know, your destroyer skills, so that could be easier. And you need to level up these skills. It's like there seems to be like 2 to 3 sub skills to like make it more efficient to make that one ship. Is it needed? No, but does it help? Yes. Just ride the waves in the Eve market. Don't have to spend a lot of time on it. Exactly. That's why I kind of do that, but I just buy shit. Like, I don't make shit. I feel like the amount of time it would take me to, like, I'm already doing SP farms, and that already takes up, like, enough time. I understand I only do it, like, every other week. Just because the way it's staggered, I didn't fuck it up. Like, I'm still getting full benefit from it, but I really wish I started like all the accounts at the same time, and like at the end of every month I could just like skill inject or skill extract all of them, but it's not set up that way, which isn't a huge deal. I found industry because I got tired of not being able to buy shit locally. Now I have nearly every BPO for subcap ammo. Damn. I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like that would be more of a headache than just buying it off the market. Like making sure, like I would hate, like, I want to make this ammo, like, okay, I need this kind of ore, I need to buy that off the market. It's like, instead of just buying the ore and all that stuff, I don't know. It's just, it's not wrong. Either side, like, I'm not wrong, you're not wrong. It's just different trains of thought, right? Different ways of playing. Rattati, yes, is the ecosystem guy. He was saying he's trying to find a way to make industry valuable for new players that wouldn't benefit vendors as much. And that's the thing. It's like, all right, well then introduce either blueprints or items or some sort of way of manufacturing that only new bros can do. But again, the issue with that every single time is like, well, they could just make alt accounts, right? I'm sure there's some sort of answer, and it's not like World of Warcraft where like low level herbs, like people that do herbalism and like low level zones is actually valuable, because most of the high level players aren't there. Like they're off doing their own shit. They're all in the newest expansion content and all that stuff. So that's why it's, you know, the low level herbs are actually expensive, because most of the time it's bought by twink players or people that are trying to skill up herbalism or you know, or alchemy up to a point. So there's a value in it of itself because of that reason. But Eve doesn't really have that. Like literally every single skill and every single ship and all that stuff, like you can't get new bros into frigates, because it's not like frigates are like the shitty ship that like no one uses, right? Like it's not like new bros can sell ships and make them and sell them to other new bros. Like they can, but like there's like a progression of skill, but it's not like, oh, once you get to level 60 in Eve, like everyone uses battleships because they're the best in every scenario. It's like, no, you can actually just fly frigates for fun. Like there's no progression. Like because every ship is worthwhile to fly, every ship is producible, and there's no like nothing that's like underproduced that like low level players could make. I don't know what to like. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if I lost any of you guys. Let me know. Maybe have some module BPOs that only alphas can use. So that's what I was thinking, but people just make alts. Like that's always like the #1 issue. Anything you give to new players, like people just make alts. I mean, it's better than nothing. Like I agree, but they need to re-roll this game. They need to re-roll this game 10 years in the past, and it'll be fine. Yeah, some people were saying that CCP got their hands too much into the sandbox. Like they started adding too much water and other things and too many things like into the sandbox instead of just letting the players play. I don't know, like that, because I'm new, I don't understand this shit. So I think that's why some older players might be salty about what's happened, because a lot of shit's happened that I just don't understand or know. I'm gonna sit down. I'm actually gonna wheel down my I'm just gonna chill and talk to you guys for a little bit. I'll get off here in a little bit. How long have I been streaming for? 3.5 hours? Not bad, not bad. It's my legs, my back, my booty, and my hurt. It all hurts. It's sore. Weapon ammo mods to start? Okay. But the thing is, it's just like not profitable. Because again, like all those weapons and stuff that you can make, it's all being produced already by all of like these like null-sec and like low-sec manufacturers that can make it better and cheaper. I only use manufacturer for personal use, and that's kind of the cool thing. Like everyone uses it differently. Personally, I'd probably just use it to sell shit. I'm definitely an opportunist. I'm definitely like a capitalist in the way of just like, hey, if I see an opportunity to make money, I'm just gonna do it. If I have like the means of doing it and like understanding. That's why like, even though I have a lot of ISK, like arguably like in game, like anytime I see like a yellow wreck somewhere and it's like an expensive ship, like a battleship wreck, I'm like, ooh, like what's in there? Like I go check it out. I loot that shit. And then I dock up for 15 minutes because I'm suspect. And I loot 12 million and I chill out for 15 minutes. I'm like, yeah. Hell yeah, I made some free money today. I don't go to the point where I'm like, well, I got some free ore because I mined it. It's free ore. Yes and no, but. I think one way to do it would be creating items that drop from exploration emissions that are bound to account that have higher material efficiency. Yeah, I think Rattati said he did say something like they're really trying to shy away from like bound on account items, like soul bound stuff. Don't know why, but again, it's someone could easily just start alpha accounts and do that, especially if they're like some sort of like really high efficiency, whatever. Like I remember some people were saying, because you know, ganking's a big issue in high sec, and you know, some people were saying that's why alpha accounts or like new players leave. And one of the, I'm trying to remember where I read. I don't know if I came up with the idea or someone came up with the idea of like, well, if you're a new player, like one of the easiest way to stop ganking is you just like, as long as you're in high sec, you're not lockable by other players. Like for like the first like 2 weeks, like you're just unlockable. Like nobody can lock your ship. Like that way it discourages PvP, but then eventually there's a point where it's like, okay, you're on your feet now. Like you've made enough ISK, you played long enough, whatever. But I'm like, wait, if you have a ship that could fly around high sec that's completely unlockable, wouldn't people just, hey, I need to move 10 billion ISK worth of blueprints. I'm just gonna make a new account, put it in a T1 hauler. It's literally untargetable. I'll just haul it. Like, I know it's a silly solution and like a silly example, but there's always a workaround, unfortunately, for that kind of stuff. Man, I'm waiting to see. We actually didn't see that many Incursus this time around, strangely enough. We saw a lot of Breachers, and there's just a lot of Breachers this time around. Yeah. Game need non-PvP zones, like 2 or 3 systems near Nubro Born bases. Possibly. That'd be a decent idea. it's just hard because Eve innately it's a PvP sandbox, right? There's no divided zones. And like, you know, World of Warcraft, there's PvP and there's PvE, you know, servers, and then even within those, like even within PvE, there's like PvP zones where you, you know, like the wilderness and RuneScape, where there's actual sanctioned areas where you can freely engage players. Or there's instance combat, like what we just did right now, where it's like, all right, like you're safe now, but like use this filament, or if you use this kind of like lobby system, like you're gonna fight other players. Yeah, so it's a bit different. Like in Eve, like like literally like nowhere is safe in Eve, which makes it great, which is also what's you know, with literally everything in Eve, it's a double-edged sword. Like literally everything in Eve, including the, you know, like, oh, what makes the game great is that, hey, if you put in a lot of time, like you will be ahead of the people that haven't put in the time, right? You're actually rewarded for skilling up, learning, experience, all that stuff. But at the same time, they're introducing expert accelerators or expert systems, because they're getting a lot of complaints from people that are like, I want to fly a battleship, or if I want to fly a certain cruiser, it's going to take me like 8 weeks to be able to like not only pilot it, but pilot it well with the right ship skills and the right weapon skills and stuff. And so it's like CCP is like trying to like attract players that just wouldn't fit into the game. Not, I wouldn't say like not fit into the game, but they're just like, I don't know. They're trying to attract players that just like wouldn't enjoy Eve like in the first place. I don't know how to explain it, if that makes sense. All right, I'm gonna catch up on chat. So I'm like really far behind. Those new player sources, right? The answer is to making items that are rewarded by actually doing low level content to increase the value of new player industry. Worth it to new players, but veterans will not change. Yeah, I think there is a happy medium. Some people were definitely saying do just the career agent missions, and like at the very end of each career agent mission, you would get something you could craft or sell or whatever to kind of get you introduced into industry, which is good for a new bro. But like, how many people are going to make new accounts and run through the entire like career agent missions and like do all of them? Like, can they do it quickly? Yeah, but is it worth it to like a veteran that could just use that alt account to like SP farm or something? Like, I don't know. Yeah, but isn't Mike Azura doing war in CSM this year for new bros? Doing war? I'm trying to remember who I voted for like CSM last year. I voted for Oziv. I voted for Mike Azariah. I think I voted for the guy that did who does like a lot of like the new bro stuff too. I forgot his name. He's been making like new bro videos for like a long time. I forgot his name. I'm sure you guys will remember, but I'm gonna catch him on chat. Thank you for doing the series. I'm quite the Care Bear. You inspired me to make safe warp points all over Devoid and Bleak lands, and almost got blasted while doing it. Now I'm stoked. Sick, dude. That's awesome. Glad I could help. I need to take this earpiece off because like my inner ear is like hurting whenever I have my headset on too long. It's almost like the weird like pressure. It's not about interesting for making ISK. It's about industry for new players to spark interest and get them motivated to actually produce items for themselves. Yeah, that was one of the other issues he said too. Was like, of course, ideally they want to get people to the point, you know, the new bros to like, you know, make their own stuff. But it's like, imagine making the like missile guidance computers, the ship, the rockets, the rocket launchers, the shield extenders, the rigs, the micro warp. Like, imagine making all of those things to like be able to fit a ship. Like that shit just takes like way too long, and it's like way too like overwhelming for like a new bro to do. Like having them just focus on like ships or like ammo or shield extenders, like one thing, but like having them trying to manufacture like the 11 different components that it takes to like just fit a frigate might be a little overwhelming for them. I use relic and data sites that I run as save spots. Yeah, if you, especially if you can get a relic or data site that's really off of the typical paths, like, because most people go from gate to gate, right? They descan around. They might jump to a couple different planets, but if you can get a relic or a data site or like a exploration site, whatever the hell you want to call it, and it's like really far off of like the main roads, pathways between gates, like that's as safe as you can get for the most part. Because that's the main thing. It's just getting off descan. Just be at least 15 AU away from whatever the main roads are or the main pathways. I think Eve just has a 90s style learning curve in 2020. So much information about Eve is outside the game, like how do turrets work? Not intuitive. Go research. Not a researcher, but yeah, very true. There's so much. Eve doesn't tell you shit in game. Like you just have to learn it, and I think that's where initially the game got a lot of its charm, because people were like fitting out like a lot of the ships for like the wrong reasons, and like it was fresh, it was interesting, and I'm trying to remember his name. I don't know if it was actually Sid Meier, the guy that makes like the Civilization games, or if it was like one of the developers that made it. But he said, like, I'm sure you guys, some of you guys might have heard this quote before, but like players will optimize the fun out of the game eventually. Like you can make a new game and like it's new and it's interesting and people are experimenting with stuff and like, all right, what works and this is good and that's not good, and what if we make this a shield fit even though it's an armor fit. But after a while it's like shit just gets put into boxes, right? This is the most optimal fit for this stuff. Why are you flying that ship? Because it's not optimal. Like it's already publicly agreed upon that you don't use this ship for that type of content. Like what are you doing? A lot of the exploration of this game has already been done. Not only just like exploring the wormholes and like actual exploration, but also like the exploration of like figuring out the systems of like the ships in the game. Like it's all done. None of it is in, and to make it even worse, not only is it all done and you can't see it in game, like you also have to like go out of your way to research it. And also that information is usually out of date too. Like I still see like old fits using old names and stuff, and it's like, cool, and I have to go into the market or go into the fitting window to find out like why is it no longer called a I'm trying to remember the old term. Not like, it's not, the new term is like multispectral, but there was like an old term that meant like all of the resistances or something like that. Eve online tutorials. Okay. It's, yeah, I'm ton of videos for new bros. Yeah. He has a lot of videos for literally anything you can think of. Like I want to help out new bros, but like he's on a whole nother level of like helping them with like every little nuance you can think of. I mainly want to help them with like the big things, or at least like the short things. Like I have the new bro quick tips, which is like, how do I compress my ore? How do I, this site I'm trying to scan down and won't go down. Like how do I scan it easier? Like because I would just hang out in rookie chat just like this, and I would literally write down some of their questions they would have that I would see like over and over and over. And it would be so much easier if they could just refer them to literally a 2-minute video that would explain it, instead of like, all right, go to this menu, go to that menu, click on this, make sure that's unchecked, do this. It's like, or you can just watch a 2-minute video. And that's why I tell people in rookie chat, I'm like, you know, rookie chat is a great way to like learn the game and like all that, but I'm like, you have to get comfortable using YouTube and like third-party websites. That's just how it is, unfortunately. I'm really hard on chat. I need to stop talking. That's how I built my Dominics. Yeah, my Omega friend. Yeah, the game has definitely changed a lot over the last year. I think right when I joined, like I joined literally like a year ago around this month. Like this month, a year ago is when I joined. And even just the last year, there's been so many changes, like the Triglavian invasions, the market updates, the resistance changes, the you know, supposed drone changes like that happened for like a week. I don't remember some other like pretty significant changes that happened. Well, like even if the drone changes like fell between like the market, the Triglavians was probably just the biggest one because that changed like the entire landscape of high sec. Like shit is just so different now. Like Amar and Jita is like no longer connected. Game is instantly different. Dude, community fittings are, some of the community fittings are so ass. And even some of the Eve Workbench fittings are pretty bad because literally anybody can upload them. I watched people in rookie chat. They're like, oh, how should I fit this? Or how do I fit a Punisher? People are like, oh, go to Eve Workbench. And there's like troll fits on there with like cargo expanders and like some like really shitty fits. I'm like, dude, these are terrible. And like, and you're new, bro, so you don't know. But Omni-Tag. Adaptive vulnerability field, yeah. Oh wow, X-Tip. So you played in beta, boring at launch. You came back a year ago. So you played during the beta and you came back after like 16 years. I'm like, this game's shitty. I'll give it 16 years to like let it figure out what the hell it wants to do. Yeah, I'm planning on making a series for New Bro Explorers. That's awesome, dude. You should do that. Rookie chat is useless. A lot of people were saying that, you know, I'm actually going to make a video in response to the expert system interview that Oz Eve had with Rotati, and kind of, I'm not sure if I'm going to break down the video exactly, but I'm just going to make some points. Like I'm not sure, like under fair use, if I can like record it, then I would have to ask like Oz Eve for permission. I don't know if I would have to. I don't know. I don't want to deal with any of that stuff. So I'm just going to write down points that was made and kind of like give some solutions as well as some like rebuttals to like what was said. Because I think Oz Eve actually did a good job of pushing back and telling him like, I think you guys are trying to solve a problem that's like not there. Like it doesn't exist. Like that's not the issue. And I think new bros, like they're new. They don't know how to verbalize what they don't like or why they left the game. They think like, oh, I'm leaving the game because I can't fly. It's taking me so long to get into ships. Like, no, that's not it. Like there's actually like 27 things you can do as a new bro to like get into content and do stuff, but it's not because you can't fly big ships. And that's where like the expert systems came up from. Like new bros, they can't even verbalize like what they want. You know, it's like asking a child like where they want, like what do they want? What do you want to be when you grow up? Like I want to be an astronaut. And then you tell them a week later, like, what do you want to be? Like I want to be a firefighter. Like it changes. If they don't know, it's kind of the same thing with new bros. Like the game is so complex that they have no idea what they want or what they don't want. So some people were kind of entertaining the idea of having tutors or like at least like people that would sign up, maybe get taught by Eve. I mean, who the shit knows? But basically people that would just take these new players under their wing after they're done. If they, you know, they would ask the new bro like, hey, do you want a tutor to like help you out for the next 2 weeks? Show you content you could do, fly alongside you in a fleet and all that stuff. And, or at the very least, like introduce you to some like new bro friendly corps and show you content you could do while you have like these like low skills. Because I think a lot of them, like, that's like the number one question, like new chat or like rookie chat all the time. I finished my career, agents. What do I do now? Like, you see that question like every like 4 minutes in like rookie chat. Maybe not that frequently, but it happens pretty frequently. Not everyone likes wormhole content. There are trollers too, yeah. Of course, you would have CSM. I'm not even sure what CSM does, to be honest. Like, I know they meet with them every so often. Murtati even said that they ran some of the expert systems by the CSM, and they said like, yeah, it's cool, but just don't get crazy with it. Like, keep it to low skills, keep it to new bros. Like, don't allow people to like inject or like expert system themselves into like carriers or T2 battleships. Like, keep it very low skill. But I understand like Eve CCP needs to find new ways to like make money. Like, I get that, because like the $15 like sub fee has been around for like literally 15 years or 20 years, even longer. Like, that's just been kind of like the agreed upon amount per month for whatever reason. but like designing games and like maintaining servers and all that stuff like has not gotten cheaper. So they need to find new ways to like make money. So I don't blame them for that. Who uses cargo expanders anymore? I do on some of my haulers. The launch was mining and shooting for like, one per system that you had to hunt for, and only like 4 missions. But NPC goods hauling was legit. Okay, they still kind of have that. I think they need to add more content that's available for like haulers and miners and even like salvagers. Like imagine if there was like salvaging like anomalies. You go in there, you salvage stuff. Sometimes you might find some good wrecks. You salvage stuff, or maybe there's some sort of like exclusive modules that actually help salvagers find wrecks faster instead of like having to like use like combat probes and all that kind of stuff. Like just something that like, you know, give an opportunity for all the different play styles, something to kind of chew on. Eve University has a mentorship program. Nice. Sub 2 second Kinesis with cargo expanders. Yep, that's what I have. Just ask him. I don't think you mind him clipping his video. Yeah, I don't think he would either. Like just adding, when Oz would like ask a question, then he would have his answer, then like me doing it. I'm just not sure how I would like edit that, and on top of that, how to like not make the video be like 30 minutes long. Do you guys not mind like the longer videos? I mean, I know if you guys are sticking around this long, you guys probably don't mind me just fucking yammering my yap off. But do you guys like watching longer form like videos on YouTube, or do you guys typically like to keep them short? Because for whatever reason, like YouTube doesn't really recommend videos that aren't longer than like 10 or 12 minutes or something like that. Like it just doesn't end up in people's like recommended feeds sometimes. That's why me personally, like I purposely try to keep my videos like around that length or a little bit longer. But yeah, exactly. After the first 5 creator missions, you kind of just get pushed off a cliff. No need new people. Give to the ones who are here, who are loyals. You have to get new people though. Like that's like, I've been in sales for a long time. I've talked to a lot of business owners with different industries. Like I've talked to restaurants, commercial contractors, vet clinics, hairdressers. I'm trying to think of some like more like the obscure like business owners I've talked to about stuff. And like, yeah, it's all the same. Like they're always trying to get new clients and new people, especially, you know, certain industries. You know, getting new clients is like, I mean, if you're a contractor, you work with one house and then like you're done. Like it's very unlikely. It's not like repeat business, you know, like a dog walker or something like that, or like a hairdresser. But you have to get new people coming in all the time. Like the loyal players are only going to stick around for so long. Like it's only a matter of time. Okay. The contact feeder calls you. That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know why. And that's the other thing. Like, I don't know, like Aurora, you know, like when you're in the tutorial, there's the girl who tells you like, you know, the shit that's going on. Like, why isn't she not in the game like all the time? Like you said, like telling you shit to do this, or like reminding you to, she gives you quests like throughout the day to do for like skill points or something, or like an ISK bonus. Or maybe she reminds you about certain, what the hell is it called? Activity tracker, right? Like things you can do. See, as you can see, industry is fucking 0. Exploration, I've done a good amount of exploration. Project discovery is maxed out. Resource harvesting, salvaging, mining, pretty good. Planet PI, fuck that. Encounters, faction warfare. I've been in faction warfare, but I don't think I've like officially enlisted or anything like that, which is why that's probably at 0. It'll probably be at like 1. I haven't done any incursions, no pirate strongholds. I do want to do pirate strongholds at some point, but I know that requires like a fleet. Combat, hell yeah. NPC 5, Capsuleers 2. Cisco really helped a lot. Many veterans like that, like mining and building could explain all sorts of stuff. After the Triglavian fights, I joined faction warfare. That boss taught me a lot. I don't know who Cisco is. Or Psycho. Sorry, not Cisco. Sicko? Psycho? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Since Ultima Online, from what I remember, $15 was the standard. Yep. And it's always been that way. And I think people are afraid to like increase the price because they're just afraid tons of people are going to quit, which could be true. No short vids up to like half an hour or 45 minutes max. Okay. If longer means more detailed, then yes, yeah. Long PvP videos are good. Okay. I just wasn't sure, like, especially with this, like, it's not like the faction warfare video where, like I said, I take an acceleration gate, I'm fighting a ship, and like the encounter's over within like 30 seconds. Like you saw this last fight that I did with the Kestrel, like, you know, that was like an 11-minute fight, just like flying around, keeping range from people and all that stuff. And it's like, all right, how much do I actually put into the video and how much do I like show, you know? This is actually part of the reason why I wanted to live stream, because I didn't want to bother editing it and like trying to like figure out all this stuff. Because actually like streaming like this is actually faster than trying to edit this PvP down into like a video, then like rendering it and then uploading it and then all that shit. One complaint about your videos is your volume. You gotta turn up my stream real high and then ad blows out my ears. So yeah, that's something. Okay, so I will admit I did start putting up ads for my my YouTube videos. That's a good new feature I just got. I'm kind of just curious to see, like, you know, because honestly I do want to do this like long term. I am actually planning. I actually made a D&D channel a while ago, and I still have some people like comment on it, but I rarely like I haven't posted anything on that in like 6 months. I'm not saying I'm like doing this for the money, but at the same time, like it would be nice to like get some revenue for it. For some reason, like my recording software, like so when I put in the raw video, it sounds one way and it sounds different in my earphones. When I turn up the decibels, like in the video, it sounds extremely loud in my headphones. But then like when I render the video, it sounds different. Like when I open the video, like after I render it and I open it up in like my play thing or whatever. And then when I upload it to YouTube, it sounds different. It sounds quieter. So it's like, it sounds loud here, quiet in the recorder, but then when I render it, it sounds even quieter. And then when I upload it to YouTube, it sounds even quieter. So I'm trying to figure out like how to navigate that shit, to be honest. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, like I'm trying to figure that out. YouTube can be garbage when it comes to that, but I prefer 30 minutes on average. Okay. I like short video actually, but then yeah, exactly. Like everyone has different preferences. Some people are like, I guess it depends on the topic, right? If it's a topic that requires to be in depth, then it should be like 30 minutes long. But sometimes I'm surprised, like some of the older videos I've watched on Eve, people are talking about, I don't know, fucking literally mining. They'll talk about how to mine as an alpha player. The shit will be like 22 minutes long, and it'll literally be 14 minutes of just like them talking about random shit. Like they're like, oh, I'm mining here, and they're like, oh, let's look here, and they're like looking through like their, I don't know, like looking through like personal assets. They're like looking at random shit. I'm like, I just want to learn how to mine, dude. So that's why I try to keep my videos, at least like my educational ones, like short. But sometimes I do get carried away with talking, as you can tell. Yeah, dude, I can barely hear you, and then my Zoom blasts my ears. I'm sorry, dude. I'll try. I think the next time I'm just gonna like just put the shit up to max volume. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I'll try and put like the decibels, like increase the gain in the recording software for the sound, and try and do it that way. I don't know. If only Aurora reminded you to reload your ancillary shield booster, I would have won every fight. If Aurora was there to help me, I would have won every fight. Instead of being 2-15, I would be 15-2, clearly. Yeah, like a helper like Jarvis, like an Iron Man. Like I totally agree. Like I think having something like that, like just verbalizing, you know, certain things, I think that'd be cool. Silent Coalition, a high-sec alliance of a bunch of corporations. I've been shocked at the size once I learned more about the game. Okay, so they're like a really big fucking high-sec coalition. That's cool. I have an alt there and they don't do shit. I guess. I'm using Sony Vegas. That's totally 100% legal. Totally paid for it. It still works though. It's weird because some of my videos sound loud and then others I don't. Maybe it's because of my mic too. I don't know. Yeah, OBS is my recording software. Yeah, I'm using OBS to record, but then when I want to upload a video, I take the recording from OBS, I put it into Sony Vegas so I can render it, edit it down, all that stuff. Needs to use a better editing program? Probably, dude. I'm just using Sony Vegas right now, and that's kind of what I've used. Topic video should be short and to the point. Discussion, discovery, live streams as long as fine, in my opinion. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking my kind of like my reaction or like my discussion about the CCP, Rattati, and Oz Eve will probably be like a bit longer. Because Sony sucks. Get DaVinci. It's free and has the best editing software out there. Okay, I'll look into it. It's hard just because like that kind of stuff is I guess I'm just used to Sony Vegas, so like relearning all that shit. I'm sure like it's very similar. Like most editing software has like very similar layouts, and they try to make them similar on purpose so it's easier to transition between them, but okay, if I, oh my god. Okay, so if I actually made a, how many people are watching right now? Just curious. Not that it's a big deal, but if I actually, I'm only asking because I'm curious, like if I made an actual Discord, would you guys actually join and like be active in it? Oh, not that. Where the shit? Okay. Might be your mic settings then, because I had to up my volume for the stream as well. Watch your videos. Yeah. Maybe there's something in the settings I can do to fix this, or maybe it's, does it sound better now? Hold on. Give me a sec. This might sound funny for a second. Is there, that is like the front portion of the mic. I don't know. Of course, cool. Originally started out as an audio editor and color corrector and expanded from there. You need better audio software than that. Should be the way to go. Yeah, I think it's a combination of what Kyle is saying and what you're saying, Brian. It might be my mic settings as well as my what's it called? Editing software. Discords only work if people are active. Usually means you need a lot of people. I'm in a bunch of Eve Discords and a lot of them are very quiet. And that's what I mean. That's why I guess that's why I kind of waited, because like I could have made one like 6 months ago if I wanted to, but I don't think I had a big enough, community to actually buy in, because, first impressions are a big thing. People want to join a Discord that's active and people are talking and actually like doing content or exchanging ideas. Especially for me, like I would just keep it. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I would probably hang out in there, like in the actual voice chat, and like talk with people. Like I don't give a shit. I would let people have platforms where they can like promote their own. Like if you're, content creator and you're trying to make videos, like I would have a section where you can self promote. Like everyone has those kind of channels, right? But even now, like yeah, I jump into other people's Discords and talk it up when I can. Shit, even the freaking partner program Discord can get pretty quiet at times, and it's okay if it happens sometimes, but yeah, there's definitely some Discords, especially in-game channels. That's one thing I'm kind of hesitant about, is making like an in-game channel and it's like super quiet. Like there's some content creators with like different channels, and like I won't see people say shit for like 3 days. See people say anything for like 3 days. I'm like, God. Discord is great for streaming to individuals on how to do things in Eve 2. That's true. I've seen some people do, they like live stream to Discord and they're just trying to do something like very simple, right? If someone was, had a question like how to do fittings, because I would argue I spent a lot of time in this fucking fitting window and like how to get shit to fit and work and like how to like a good majority of my fits are like this, like very tight CPU and all that stuff. I might not know how to like fly the ship, but I could fit it and try and navigate some of the things, like really trying to min max it. So I get what you mean. Like I could totally, if someone was like, hey, how can I make this fit work? Like they would send me the link. I could just stream it and be like, well, you can swap out this or that. And like just kind of talk them through it instead of just saying, here's the fit, use this, you know, kind of show them. And it's something that would only take like 2-3 minutes, right? Should be quick. I do have PyFa, yeah. Athene, what's up, dude? Athene. Are you like the Athene? Like the best paladin in the world? World of Warcraft Athene? Or is that no relation? God, dude. Discord with a lot of people is sometimes annoying. Yeah, you kind of have to find that sweet spot of not too many people, but then also like not have so few people that like nobody's talking. And I admit, like some people don't want to talk, which is fine. Like I would probably be in the voice chat most of the time, but if people just want to just talk and text, like that's chill too. Like I don't care. I lurk, but generally quiet at Discords and such. Yeah, it's dude. Okay, by the way, you guys don't have to worry about like offending me. Like I couldn't give less of a shit. If you guys told me right now, like you're bald and you're ugly and you suck at Eve and PvP and your fits shit, like I wouldn't get upset. Like I don't really have an ego like that like I don't need to defend myself. Like when people act that way, it's mostly just either out of like ignorance or like they're just, I don't know, they have no outlet for whatever the hell it is. Are you going to have guests on like when I stream, or you just mean like when I'm on or on like Discord? Like what do you mean by that? Allow drug and other side effects. Okay. I don't really use drugs that much in EVE Online. I probably should. I guess it depends on what you're doing. I know PyFa's like god tier when it comes to like simulating stuff. I taught people how to do 10 out of 10s on Discord. Okay, that's cool. Wait, you're bald? I am. Believe it or not. I'll give you the full experience. I don't know why I made that noise, but oh wow, you think I suck? Yeah, you're probably pretty much. Like I also just like laugh at everything too. I couldn't give less of a shit. Some people take shit like very personally, especially like in Eve and stuff. Why do you have that fit? You suck, or this or that. So, I know, dude. I don't care. Streaming or on content videos, like someone teach you how to do patchvan or do discussions live patch. Yeah, I would like to get to that point. I was actually planning on interviewing a couple different people. There's one guy in game who's not a content creator. I would like to interview him. You guys might know Market Tycoon. If not, he doesn't really know me that well. Like me and him do hang out in a couple different in-game chat channels, and like I've talked to him a couple times over the last few months. But he just has some like really unique gameplay. I'm not even sure what kind of questions I would ask him, but he just has some like really unique gameplay when it comes to like the Orca and like PvPing and like all that stuff. I'm trying to think of some other people I would interview, but I also just like to interview just like other content creators, just get people used to collabing. And I think that's mostly because I used to stream Hearthstone on Twitch a long time ago, and I used to play Arena. I was like a top 100 US like arena player a couple different times, so I was like pretty competitive. And but with streaming Hearthstone, which is a card game made by Blizzard, people would collab all the time. They would do like duo streams, so you would like draft cards, and like it would be me and another content creator. We would talk out plays and kind of collab and all that stuff. And I guess just the general game and like the slow pacing of the game encourages like more discussion, so you can kind of get away with it. EVE Online, I think there is room like that for EVE Online, for people to actually do content together and like talk and like do an interview or something like that. Like there's just not a lot of people collaborating, I guess, for some strange reason. Like I would love to collaborate with certain content creators and like inject myself into their content and like have them try to teach me like how they do it, or teach me like how to coach it or something like that. Get them in a space where they're comfortable talking about, because like I'm not going to interview someone that does PvP content exclusively and then have them talk to me about fucking incursions or something random, you know what I mean? Like keep it in the realm of what they're, because I'm perfectly fine being uncomfortable. Like honestly, I feel like if people aren't, if you're comfortable, like that really breeds like complacency, which is why I try to do new shit all the time in EVE, because the second I start feel like I'm getting bored, it's because I'm not challenging myself, right? I'm not trying like new shit, which is why I want to try different stuff. But anyway, but yeah, I would love to have guests on. Like I wouldn't mind having just like random ass people and like teaching them like basic stuff, or having them teach me something. I don't know. Like I wouldn't mind that. I miss Eve Moon. I don't know who that is. Bring GGG Google Sheets. I don't know what you mean by that. At least you have the balls to try PvP, unlike a lot of people. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, there's times where I get like frustrated, and it's more, it's not even like I'm mad at PvP or like mad at the players. It's just like mad at the like I know I could have done better, and like there's the fucking hill. Like I'm just like frustrated at the journey. It's like, oh, this stuff. I'm complaining. I'm not frustrated. I'm fucking complaining, right? Like I don't like PvP doesn't need to get fixed. Like nothing needs to change. I'm just complaining because I suck and I need to learn, and it just takes time. We're here to have fun, right? Exactly. Like we're here to enjoy ourselves. And I think one of the big issues with a lot of people playing EVE is like they just don't want to get uncomfortable. You're changing my gameplay? Ah, fuck this. Or you're making this update and it's not about my content that I want? Ah, fuck you. Fuck EVE. I try to see the positive in everything. Like when the Triglavians were invading and people were like losing ships, and I even lost a couple ships to the Triglavians. I wasn't like, oh, Triglavians suck and this is bullshit. I'm like, dude, how do I get standings with the Trigs? Because I'm tired of getting ganked by their ass. And there's a bunch of ships dying to the Trigs. Like, how do I side with the Trigs and start like looting their ships? Like, I want to start looting wrecks and start making money. Like, I'm always trying to find an angle to make money, you know? And I think that's why I would if I was like to like role play EVE Online or whatever, I wouldn't even like put myself as like a hauler or an industrialist or like a PvP. It's like, dude, I'm just an opportunist. Like I'm just trying to find ways to like make my way through the game and like make money and like have fun. Because I do shit that's like not always super optimal when it comes to making money. Like you guys saw at the beginning of the stream, like I had a catalyst that I was like roaming around in low sec, like trying to kill clone soldiers or whatever. I almost died a few times. I didn't do it on stream, but like I just had a catalyst and someone was like, oh, can I see the fit? And I'm like, yeah, I just saw a YouTube video of someone like low sec ratting and I wanted to try it because I never tried it. Is it super optimal? No, but I want to try it. It sounds fun. Do you like the shield extenders rather than the booster? It seemed to work well with this fit when I was using the Kestrel. Let's see what it looks like with the with the booster. I feel like, in my opinion, with this fit, the reason why I have the shield extenders is mainly versus the booster, because like, first of all, we can't, other than like a civilian shield booster, if we were to fit a booster on there, like if someone catches us in a scram, like we're just dead. 9 times out of 10, like we're just dead, because usually they're fit with like blasters or small hyper turrets like up close or something to wreck us anyway, and we're not pushing a ton of damage either. You want me to ask? No, me and Firestorm Carnage talked for shit like 2 hours or something earlier last week about a whole bunch of different stuff. And I did tell him I do want to do like an interview with him at some point. But I would obviously give him the questions ahead of time. I'm just not sure how, like, what I would want to talk about. Maybe I'll ask him if there's any topics he would like to talk about, like during the interview and stuff. But yeah, he has. I mean, he's me and him are kind of about the similar cause of like helping out new bros. Me and him, I would say like we don't see eye to eye to like everything, because there's some things he believes in that, I guess wouldn't bother. Like there's things that bother him that don't bother me that much, and probably vice versa. I probably put out content or say some things that bother, but I think are a big deal that he's just like, yeah, who cares? Like, you know? And that's the thing. Like, I don't have any tattoos. I know this is a random fact to bring up. I don't have any tattoos, but I really want to get a tattoo somewhere that says like, we don't have to agree. Because I think that's like a big, that's just like, not only just like in game, but also like out in the world issue. It's like, we don't have to agree. We can still be friends. We can still hang out and shoot the shit and have a drink and talk about EVE Online or whatever shit other interests we have, but we don't have to agree on shit. So if I were to ever like get a tattoo, I'd be like, we don't have to agree. That's all I would say. Like, we don't have to agree. But yeah, I think that's why I have the extenders, because last fight, I feel like if we had the booster, I mean, I don't know, we would have to do like a lot of like fitting gymnastics to fit a booster on here. I don't know, it's just like a tight fit. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not trying to like shit on your idea or like anything like that. It's just like I don't know how to work it. New shit avoids bird out, which is the real killer when it comes to EVE. Yeah, and that's why I think, in my opinion, CCP needs to introduce more systems that are more active, like things that are actually happening to the player, versus always forcing the player to have to like sandbox everything and find players to like create content, right? Because sometimes there's players that just don't want content, like PvPing. Like people just avoid fights, and it's like, that's why I say like there needs to be more content for haulers, salvaging, mining, mission running. Like they need to rehaul like the mission system. Each event, in my opinion, I think each event should introduce something for every kind of game style or like play style to be able to benefit from or use. Like I'm still surprised to this day that there's no such thing as NPC hauling contracts. Like, let me see here. I don't know if you, most of you guys probably don't do any hauling. I did quite a bit of hauling, like for a while. I would say like 3 months. I did quite a bit of hauling. And I was, you know, fitting into a deep space transport and all that stuff. But if you look at most, I'm also blocking a lot of people too. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do all regions. I'm so used to looking at like, okay, current region. Like, there's been times where I take a contract out to like Pumpkin Nuts, Mimitar space, middle of nowhere, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm trying to find a contract back, and there's nothing. It would just be cool if there's like NPC station to NPC station contracts. I mean, they don't pay you hardly anything. It's, you know, the collateral's still up there to like, you know, make it worthwhile to pay, but like, it's much better than deadheading. And plus, like, you can definitely fulfill these NPC contracts with, like Gauntlet side events, like exotic dancers and all that kind of funny stuff. So at least gives something to do. It gives the hauler something to do. It gives miners something to do. It gives everyone something to do, or at least like be entwined with the content somehow. They also should have added some like silly like Romeo and Juliet story-based thing that's like for level 4 missions, like security missions, where it's like there's a very small chance you can get offered the mission, but when you do, it's like a good payout. you know, and it also gives you Gala site like loot, I guess you could say, at the end of the mission too as well. Like just something different. So it's like, oh, this event's going on and everyone can experience it, instead of just like, nope, unless you're flying a battleship or an explorer ship, you're not experiencing the event at all whatsoever. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. Nullsec ratting and an Oracle, Amar, battlecruiser fit with battleship weapons was fine. Yeah, I would like love to like. I mean, the only like battlecruiser I've really used before is a Tornado on my alt account. I have one video on Tornado ganking, which I might make one of those pretty soon. The only thing is, it's like fishing. You're just waiting fucking forever for haulers to show up, and I do it for more educational purposes than like, oh, I love ganking haulers. It's just like, hey, if you're into hauling, T1 haulers, this is what a Tornado sees, and this is what you need to look out for, and this is how you should fit your ship. Yeah, there are hauling missions, but I don't know, like it's strange, but like EVE Online, like the game doesn't really feel alive, if that makes sense, especially like a lore perspective. Like I understand there's capsuleers flying around, but if you're like really playing the game and you didn't understand the lore, like you would never know that like Kaldar and Galenti hate each other. Like you wouldn't know that like Amar and like Mimitar's like hate each other. Like you just don't like see it, I guess, if that makes sense. Like everything is done in these like static missions, and not a lot is actually like in the world, like actively happening. Like the only way you see a lot of this stuff is like you have to go to a specified system, to a specified agent. He gives you a mission, and then like that's how you can uncover some of this stuff. Like none of it's actually like out in the world, if that makes sense. Or if it is, it's like very, very subtle, and it's like very easy to overlook. When do you usually play? I only caught the last 30 minutes or so of the stream, but if you're often on streaming at this time, I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, I don't stream honestly that often. This is the first time. I don't know. I think I've kind of gotten to the point now where I might stream like once a week or like once every other week. It's like I'm thinking more like 2 to 3 times a month, something along those lines. Because sometimes I do need a break from like editing videos and like crunching it and all that stuff, and I can just like. Sometimes I'm like, God, I just want to just talk to people, which is probably why I want to make the Discord and be able to like interact with you guys, other than just like in the comments. Yeah, their hauling missions, agreed on the events. The winter one was perfect. So much stuff to do. There'd be great some sort of hauling angle mining. Yeah, there's a video I have. It's a more long-term one, or it's like a long length one. I could have done a better job of organizing it, like my, what'd you call it? Like talking points. Where there's a video that I made called I guess like how the shit. It's like how something could have been better, like how the Triglavian invasion could have been better. Let me find the video. I'll link it for you guys too. Dude, I've done so much talking, my throat is like dry. Give me a sec, I'll link the video. Fucking hell. Sorry. Okay, here it is. Let me link the video. You guys can check it out. It's called I think it's just called The Winter Nexus is the gold standard of EVE content, where I talked about, because with the Triglavian invasions, when that stuff was happening, I mean, the only way you could really contribute to the Triglavian invasion stuff was like you fly a battleship or a battlecruiser, you get in these blob fleets, and you clear the site super fast, and that's it, right? Because remember, those little bars would go left and right between Edencom and Triglavian, and that was literally it. And I understand this is one of the first times like CCP released like this big of like a content update that would like change the landscape of high sec and like systems getting flipped and all that crazy shit. Like I understand that, but it would have been cool if before an invasion happened, like to a certain system, it would give everyone like a 24-hour notice so people could actually prepare, instead of like a system like Niarja randomly getting invaded and then it flipping in 12 hours. So you wake up you know, you go to sleep and you wake up the next day and like all of a sudden Amar and Jita are just disconnected. Like all you did was fall asleep and you wake up and like everything is gone. And that one I said like it would be cool if the 24 hours before a system got invaded, there's like a shit ton of exploration sites to be found. Like you actually had explorers go in there, scan down all these sites, and you actually collect these like, I don't know, these items you can kind of contribute. I kind of made like a currency system where if you scan down a site, you would get a specific type of like Triglavian or like, you know, survey database thingy or whatever. So each invasion system would have basically like a Triglavian forward operating base and like an Edacom forward operating base. And as you're scanning down these systems and like you're basically hacking them, so you get loot, but then you also get this thing. And if you get it, you can turn it into either Edacom or Triglavian. It's totally up to you. And each time you turn it in, you get standing increases, because like the only way you could get standing increases with Edacom and Triglavians is if you got into a battleship and you shot ships. And especially when like it first started, if you weren't part of like the 40-something ships that like did the most damage, like you just didn't get standings. So not only was it competitive, you also had to fly big ships, and there was nothing for the little ships to do. So yeah, like there should have been that kind of content. There should have been content where haulers could do something similar. So basically they would haul supplies. So whichever system was getting invaded, the most local Concord station, you could pick up supplies as a hauler. There'd be an NPC contract for Concord that would take you to ask you to go take it to to that system. And it was up to the hauler to take it to either Edacom or Triglavian, because by default, if you're pro Triglavian, you are betraying like humanity. You are betraying Edacom, you're betraying like the empires, you're betraying everybody. So you're going to Concord, taking the supplies, and then you're taking it to Triglavian, like the forward operating base or whatever it is, and you drop it off and you can turn in the quest and you get standings. So this allows you to make some extra money. It allows you to get standings with Triglavian or Edacom, whichever way you want to do it. I also talked about getting like system bonuses, like as like one side gets more of these things turned in, like they actually get stronger. I don't know, like I talk about it all in the video, and I could have organized it a bit better, but I don't want to get too much into it. But it's a good listen. I think it's definitely much more dynamic, and it'll actually allow players to get more involved with like the next huge content patch that like, or huge story arc that like CCP wants to do. I'm not sure how often they do like huge story arcs where there's like some sort of like existential threat that's like threatening everybody, but like the next time they do it, like it would be cool to see like more of a war effort than just like everyone getting battleships and attack, right? Because like technically you do need supply lines, you need people to scout stuff ahead of time, like you need all these different types of ships and skills to get it done. Yeah, like the next time you're cleaning your house, working out, eating, doing whatever, it's a good listen. My only current issue with the Trig invasion is I wish it was longer, since I can't gather crap in terms of BPCs for Edacom, BPS. Yeah, Edacom was kind of a letdown. Like the Edacom ships were kind of a letdown. Holy shit, dude. I've been streaming for a whole nother hour. I remember sitting down at the 3:30 mark, 3 hours and 30 minutes. And I was like, all right, I'll stream for 30 more minutes and I'll hop off. Like 4-hour stream is good enough. But like I'm at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Dude, I could just talk all day. And I think that's my biggest strength, but also my biggest issue too sometimes. Like I could just talk all day about this kind of stuff. I just have so many ideas for the game. And it's not just, and again, it's like I'm not just talking about like, oh, I want to make the game better for my play style, and like these are the changes that need to happen. It's like, no, I'm trying to get like, one of the things I also brought up too is like, why are there not, whenever there's event sites or events in general, like why aren't there small scale PvE fights with like frigates and destroyers only? Why does it always have to be battleships, right? What if people just like flying destroyers, or what if people don't have the skills to fly battleships yet? There should be small acceleration gate instanced combat, not instance, but like small term combat where like you're fighting Triglavian or Edacom scouts, you know, they're just tiny little frigates flying around. It's built for like content for either 1 destroyer or 3 frigates. And it's an easy way for people to get standing, so you don't have to get into a battleship and risk something that's worth like 500 million. Cutting Hammond, what's up, dude? Sorry if I'm talking a lot. It's I'm streaming both to Twitch and YouTube, so I can see the difference between who's saying what on Twitch and who's saying what on YouTube. But I'm on both platforms right now. Edencom's ships suck, yeah, and they're like insanely overpriced. I'm still waiting for the day. Honestly, I think they should have made Triglavians its own empire. They should have made another. Of course, I don't have anything skilled for Triglavians, but the Triglavians should have been the 5th empire. I don't know why they're still a pirate faction. Edencom ships are great for clearing out swarms. Well, it turned out I had a lot of dead LP points last week. I do like... Nice, dude. That's really nice. I don't really have a lot of BD, like LP. Yeah. You like flying greases? I would... I mean, initially I did. I honestly, when I started doing YouTube and stuff, I was like, I need a logo. I like the Greasta Pirates, and I just threw that together. I do want to rebrand my YouTube channel, because 95% of my content is on YouTube. Like, I'm a YouTube channel, but I stream to Twitch and other stuff. I do want to rebrand my channel and all that stuff, because I would like to eventually like be able to like promote myself and like, who knows, maybe fucking do merch down the line, because like, by CCP terms, like I can't sell a shirt or a hat or anything that has like a Grease's logo or like a picture of a ship or anything like that. Like I can't do any of that stuff. So plus I want to just do something different than just the fucking Grease's logo. Do I like the ships? Yeah, they're great ships. Have I kind of like over the last year since I've been playing grown into liking other ships and other factions? Definitely. Yeah, I think for supporting battleship. Yeah. It's happening in high sec, which sucks with movement. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Pochven, you can actually get both standings up. I'm actually neutral with Triglavian and Edencom on both of my accounts. But I think, in my opinion, Triglavians just should have been their own empire. I mean, they have the ships. Lore-wise, it makes sense because they are descendants of you know, old humans. They have their own space. They have their own fleet of ships. They have their own sovereign space. Did I already say that? I think I already said that. They have their own space. They have their own fleet of ships. Lore-wise, they're already tied to like all of the previous humans. They've been in like the lore for a long time, or for a while now. Plus, they're not a combination of like 2 different factions, right? Or technology. I think it would be sick. It would be fucking awesome if there was Triglavian Empire, and then later on they started adding pirate factions that were like half Triglavian and half Amar. I think that would be the sickest. Some sort of black, red, and gold like pirate faction that uses like some sort of, you know, the bonus of like the lasers. Like, I mean, thematically it just makes sense. Like Triglavians use lasers, Amar use lasers. They're both armor fit. The colors would be cool as hell. And that's the kind of content I would want to explore. I'll be honest, I've been thinking about going on sites like Fiverr.com and just having someone come up with just like cool ships, like either 3D model them or just come up with like a cool picture or something like that. Like, cause I do have ideas to like, you know, just come up with like cool stuff. Just kind of like, what the hell's the term called? Not like fan service, but like fan art. What the hell's it called? Not fan art. You guys know the term I'm trying to go for, right? Where people just come up with like, not fan like theories, but just something along those lines. Because like part of me wants to know like what would a Edencom destroyer, battle cruiser, or even a carrier, like what would that look like? Battleship, dreadnought, Edencom dreadnought, not carrier. But yeah. Concept art, yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, I don't know, something along those lines. So I think that kind of stuff would be kind of cool as well. And that's like content. That's like, I don't know, just interesting stuff. I would think that would be cool to kind of like present to people at some point. But yeah, at this point, I'm just yammering. I am getting a little bit tired. I really want to thank you guys for at least stopping by, saying hi. There was this ship design contest in the past that was amazing stuff. Yeah, isn't that how the tornado came about? I heard actually the tornado was actually a community or like a player made ship, and then CCP actually added it later. I'm not sure that was like really early on in like Eve's career or whatever, but I did hear, I saw it in like one of the game shows that CCP had, where they were like giving away ship skins and like you could like answer questions. Yeah, the tornado. Yeah. That'd be giving into the idea that the Trigs are superior to all living races. So lore-wise, I don't know. Yeah, like the adaptation of pirates grabbing their tech is like, it just makes sense. I would feel that Triglavian tech is new. It's strong, or it's not strong. It's powerful, and it's a unique tech that I would feel like pirate factions would want to get their hands on. Yeah, because I mean, there's lore behind why the pirate factions exist. Because some of them are like not subsidiaries, but kind of like offshoots of technology and people that have defected from those empires and then like help the pirates build those type of ships and stuff. Nesters were designed by a fan concept contest. That's cool. One of the second play. I'll have to look at that. I mean, that sounds super interesting. I wish they would have done that for either the Triglavians or like the Edencom ships. But yeah, I do have plans. I would love to like collab with some concept artists or some 3D artists or whatever the hell you want to call it, and come up with some cool looking ships. Like, you know, pirate faction, like, oh, what if Amar and Triglavian got mixed together and that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry for that sound. Hold on. Okay, now it's roughly gone. The daughter of Salvador Serpentis, is the leader of the Serpentis, is the CEO of Sister of Eve. Interesting. All right, I don't want to keep the stream up like forever. I don't know, like it's 12:30 a.m. here, so it's a little bit past midnight. I did have an idea. I was honestly gonna pitch it to the people in the partner Discord. So there's a Discord for all like the Eve partners and stuff, and like they do have an area for a suggestion box for like, you know, just ideas of the game. I'm not sure how in depth it goes. I doubt they want people going in there and like just telling them for like balance changes and stuff like that. But I almost look out my window for a siren. Yeah, sorry about that. That's why I like muted myself. Let's see if I can find it here. But I did have some ideas for. Give me a sec here. I had some of it written down. So what would you guys think about here, let's see if I can pull it up. It's gonna be kind of bright, so I apologize. Maybe if I can shrink it and make it like less bright. This was me just like rough drafting some ideas like, I don't know, like a week ago or so. Let's see if I can add it here. Oh shit. Oh god, that's gonna be huge. Okay, here we go. It's gonna be a little bright, so just prepare, guys. I was literally just typing up ideas. I said, I had this random idea, honestly not sure how it would exactly work, but in my opinion, it would encourage people to diversify their gameplay and, of course, give more chances for PvPers and gankers to have their fun too, blah, blah. You gotta make the PvPers happy, and all that stuff. This could be strictly, applied strictly to metaliminal storms or just low sec, null sec, whatever, New Eden, or be a New Eden-wide bonus on a weekly thing or just a few days. I know CCP has already experimented with this, blah, blah. Long story short, imagine if, just to make the game feel more alive and living and that like empires are actually making legislation and like just the world to feel more alive. Imagine if, I think a week long would be a bit too long, but imagine if every week, maybe during the week, like Monday through Friday or like Monday through Thursday or whatever, there was some sort of bonus that would happen. Third-party character management tools. I don't know. I think this, like, imagine if there was a bonus or there was something that was happening in game that would like give bonuses to certain types of content. So in this case, imagine if you log in on Monday, you get a notification based on your empire. I'm not sure each empire would be something different, but imagine if it's like, hey, local government recently passed legislation to temporarily stimulate manufacturers to aid in local efforts and conflicts. Taxes on manufacturing are reduced by 20%. You know, or in this case, it says, you know, the next week it would say SOE researchers have made a recent discovery that data and relic sites have secret compartments with extra contents of hack. They're only sharing the hacking schematics publicly for a short time to collect a limited data pool for further research. Data and relic sites drop 10% more loot. So basically, it's just to add certain bonuses to content to encourage people to do exploration. I made this kind of like preface here just to like encourage like lore reasons, like why is there randomly more, why is data sites and relic sites randomly dropping more loot? It's like, well, okay, well technically the loot was always there, but like the schematic, like nothing would actually change in game. You know, it's just for like, hey, for these 5 days, like data and relic sites drop 5%, 10% more loot. That's it. So as more people are doing exploration, that means people can gank more. There's more people exploring. Or in this one, which is kind of cool, it says local authorities have received complaints about ships, especially haulers, delivering damaged goods, unsecured hazard materials, and not following general transportation guidelines. Authorities are cracking down to enforce securement regulations to prevent damage and increase recoverability of goods upon destruction. It says higher loot drops from PvP ship losses from 50% to 65%. So 15% increase in PvP ship losses, and basically like anywhere in the game. So as long as you died from PvP, you have an increased chance to like drop your modules and whatever that's on you. Because it makes sense, right? Like if you secure your loads or let stuff in your cargo, because let's say Concord is, you know, forcing people to secure their cargo more. If the cargo is more secure, you're more likely to drop the loot, right? It's going to not be damaged, because that's kind of like part of the reason why goods aren't recoverable, is because they're damaged. So those are just 3 ideas that came off the top of my head. But like imagine if each week, for like 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it is, there's something different that happens each week, lore-wise, because it actually feels like the world is actually living and changing, instead of just like it being static all the time. Because it's hard to believe that like, even though the Triglavians are like invading and stuff, it's like hard to believe that like there's not legislation, there's not like some sort of shit happening like all the time, right? Yeah, like Evemon, I used to use that. Do you use any third-party management tools? Yeah, I use like Pyfa, things like that. Sorry, I don't know if that's what you meant by that. So, I don't know. This was an idea I was gonna pitch to the guys. I don't know. I'm just trying to like figure out if this is something you guys would. Is it a good idea? Is it a terrible idea? If you guys have ideas for like bonuses that could be added to make it seem more intriguing. That kind of rotating event will create flashpoints for PvP as well. And that's kind of what I'm thinking here, is like just have a rotation each week of something new happening. And if I just added this as just flavor, you know, it's like, well, why are loot drops increasing? Like, why? It's like, okay, well, Concord is cracking down on securing loads more, so it's going to increase PvP. If CC, and that's the thing, like CCP could just use this as a tool to like help stimulate parts of the economy or parts of gameplay that they want people to do more of, right? So these are just a few of the ideas I have. Yeah, I definitely like the idea of like a rotating event, but also attaching like a lore reason why the shit that, you know, why is this shit even happening in the first place? Maybe even salvage yards that spawn but make you suspect inside them. Yeah, I would love to have more of these. I don't think that would go well with like this content, but I do want to have that kind of content be added hijacks, where more content for people that do hauling or salvaging or exploration and all that stuff. This would just be like general buffs, and of course they all have to be buffs too. I mean, of course this might, I won't say like piss people off, but like this would make it obviously difficult for haulers. Like maybe just during that week people aren't hauling shit because now gankers are going to be more likely to gank ships, because like as the loot chance increases, the amount of loot that is required to get ganked goes down. So maybe you only gank ships that are at 1 billion because you want to make 500,000 ISK, but now that the chance is at 65%, hey, now we can gank ships that's only at 700 million instead of 1 billion or whatever it is. So I think having more of like a rotating event that affects, you know, hey, look, this is affecting manufacturers, this is affecting exploration, this is technically one that affects everybody, you know, high sec haulers, PvPing, you know, everything. I was trying to do one with insurance as well, like having insurance either be cheaper or half as much or something like that, to be like, just encourage people to, because that would be a big ISK sink as well, as if people are insuring their ships and they don't die, or it's like, hey, insurance is half off, people are like, oh, I've been meaning to insure all of my ships, might as well do it now, and half of them don't die, like it's a big ISK sink as well. You need to be a CSM member. These are the kind of ideas I want to pitch. This as alongside other ones, like I think this is what's missing, is a fresh perspective from people that have played a lot of games, but also because this is what I fucking do. Like I find a problem and I come up with solutions, and I try to be creative about it. And honestly, and that's something I'm kind of figuring out about myself, like as a person, like not to get like deep or anything like that, but just like I'm trying to like figure out myself, like as a human being, like what do I like to do, like what do I enjoy, like even right now, like I have enough money saved up, like I'm like between jobs, like I could find a job easy, or I can always fucking do Grubhub or whatever the hell. But like this is the kind of stuff I want to do, like instead of just complaining, like what the fuck is the solution and how can we get creative about it, right? Because like that was another idea I had. Where the hell is it? Is it this one? Yeah, this. Like this would literally help everybody, including new bros. Let me change this. No, that's not it. Why don't skills look like this? Like, why don't skill, like I was, okay. And the reason why I did this is because when I first started flying a Gila, I was missing 2 support skills and I had no fucking idea. I was flying a Gila in the Abyss, like this was like 6-7 months ago, whatever. I was flying in the Abyss for like 2 months and didn't even have warhead upgrades or target navigation leveled up, because I had no idea they were even support skills. When I read them initially, like when I was still like a new bro, because I've only been playing for like a year, when I saw these 2 skills, I thought like warheads was for like XL torpedoes, like for the XL weapons, and when I saw target navigation prediction, I thought that was for like the auto targeting missiles. Like I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. But instead it's like, why aren't because these are just missile skills. It's like, why aren't missile skills set up like this? Like, okay, you level up cruise missiles to 5, you go down to cruise missile specialization. Makes sense, right? Same thing with like support skills. They affect all missile skills. So we have a support bracket. We have a specialization thing here. So it's like, oh, if you get certain skills up to 5, you can do specialization. Like, why is this not set up this way? Like, this would make it so much easier to read and like navigate, rather than have everything be in freaking alphabetical order and not make any sense. You guys have already seen that one, but there was another one here. This one's going to be a bit sloppier, just because it's a lot. Might have to like zoom in or something. How would you do the other subsets? It wouldn't be that hard. I mean, it would take a little bit of thinking. I will admit there are some skill trees that would be a bit hard, including, like, I mean, we can even, hold on, let me minimize this or close that window. Like something like resource processing would be kind of hard, because it's like, you could make a reprocessing one that has all the reprocessing stuff. And then you could have one for harvesting, which has gas cloud, ice harvesting, mining. Because like most of this is like reprocessing, but because everything is like mixed or intertwined. Okay, let me see if I can find this other one here. No, that's not it. Okay, this one might be a bit harder to see. Let's see if I can make it bigger. Like zoom it in more. So like this is the, I'll like move it around too. Like, why aren't the ship command skills set up like this? Because like this is what it looks like now. I'll try and put them like side by side so you can see. So we have Advanced Spaceship Command, Amar Battleship, Amar Industrial, and then like you randomly have Assault Frigates here, like in the middle, and then Black Ops, and then it goes to like Caldari. And then you have command ships, covert ops ships, and like that's kind of tucked between Edencom, when you can just have like T2 and specialized ships. So it makes sense, right? Like, hey, if I want to fly, like we minimize this. If I want to fly an interceptor, I can level up my Minmatar frigates to 5, and I need interceptors 1. So all I need to do is this. Okay, I need Minmatar frigates to, that's going to be kind of hard to see. So I need Minmatar frigates to 5, and I go down here. Where's interceptors? I level that to 1. Like, instead of having everything just matched together, I mean, it's just to organize it more and make it easier to look. And especially the ore ships, like exhumers, mining barges, expedition frigates, ore industrials, mining frigates, like those are all ore ships. Why isn't there an ore tab instead of having to like look in like above Edencom for expedition frigates and then like above and around like the skill sheet? The more I get it would help find some odd skills. Exactly. And so at least in this one, like these are like probably the most obvious examples. I think like for gunnery skills, you could do something different. Gunnery skills would be a little bit hairy. Like the support skills would be easy because there's 6 support skills for gunnery. But I mean, you could just organize that the same. Like there's, you know, projectile turrets, hybrid turrets, laser skills, that kind of shit. Edencom. I mean, it looks sloppy because I was like trying to use like a editor and all that stuff, but it just makes sense, right? Like if you want to level up a Mars ships, you go to a Mars ships, and it just feels a bit weird when you randomly have covert ops and command ships kind of like just tucked in between Caldari and like Edencom. And let's see here. Interdictors, jump freighters, logistics, like logistics frigates, like all that stuff. I don't know. It's just to help organize. Is it going to like, does it like solve anything? No, but this is like, in my opinion, it's a quality of life change. Like it still surprises me because like there'll be times where I'm like looking through here, I'm like, all right. And then this is another thing too, like by default, I think all of the like new bros, like all the alpha accounts, they start off with the skills that says can train now, I believe. Or it says something weird. It says like have prerequisites for, or it says like can train now, which is totally shitty because sometimes I'm telling new bros, I'm like, oh, you see that skill that says this? And they're like, no. I'm like, oh, you have to click this tab. You have to click all skills so you could actually like find the skill I'm talking about. You're like, oh, now I see it. Like, why is all skills just like not default? Like, it would be actually kind of seeing like, oh, there's a Mar cruisers. There's a Mar strategic cruiser. Like, I've learned so much stuff by like having it grayed out. I'm like, oh, what the hell is that? But because it doesn't even show it as an option, like there's no way in hell I would know. All right, let me close this. So I'm a little bit behind on chat. I think it's a pretty neat idea, kind of rotating event. You need to be a CSM member? I would love to. I don't know. I'm not sure like what the level of obligation is. I'm not sure how much like CCP actually listens to CSM members. But I feel like some of the changes I'm offering would like keep the game fresh. Would it not? I mean, it could be difficult with like the whole like rotating event thing, but followed up by increase the line time for industrials for a week. Yeah, I was thinking one, having +2 AU for certain systems. I also was thinking about one for ore, like mining. Like, oh, like the ore faction have released an update to basically like overheat or overload the hardware for all mining lasers and gas harvesting. So it's like all gas harvesting and mining is increased by 5%. I think 10% might be a bit much. I know we're like in a scarcity phase right now, but like adding a 5% increase might actually encourage people to like jump in their harvester or like jump in their mining ships or whatever it is to go out and start mining, right? And same thing with being in a hauler. Like imagine if there was a +2 bonus to AU, and like I'm not sure how much that would break the game, but like imagine if that was like, imagine if that was like in high sec, I guess. Like +2 AU in high sec. Like haulers would be fucking flying. Like because that alone increases your speed by like 3 times the amount. So I mean that would definitely be something that haulers would like. Increase speed. It's not going to take you 30 minutes to go 20 jumps. Stopped hearing CSM members since the plot with the Imperium change on mineral zones. Yeah. Gonna get the idea at first, but the more I look at it, the skill sheet, I get it. It would help. And yeah, and there's always going to be people that are slightly negative. I pitched that idea. I pitched the skill sheet idea to them already, and they said that like, all right, we'll pass it along to like our new bro team or like our new player something team, and like they'll take a look at it, which is good enough for me. Like that's fine. I didn't expect them to be like, oh my god, this is great, because they're the people in like the CCP like Discord, like they're kind of like the face. They're not pulling strings. They're not doing like crazy shit. They can kind of communicate and say like, hey, this is an idea they have. Do what you want with it with this department, but they're not there to like just make shit happen. So I pitched that idea, but like there were a couple people, most people agreed, but there was like one person that was like, oh, this is great for new bros, but not great for veterans or something like that. And I'm like, well, then just have a fucking toggle. Just have a toggle that says, you want an alphabetical order or do you want the skills organized by category? You choose, And that's why like I wasn't upset with him or anything like that. Like I get his point of view. But there's always a solution, right? You can complain, but there's always a solution if you look hard enough. For mission running, do you recommend? It's impressive CCP listens to us at all. Yeah, with some of the recent changes they've made I heard they made some changes to the Marauders initially. Then they got some community feedback that was constructive and not just shitting on them and this and that. I heard they reverted. They didn't revert, but they like made some additional changes. I'm not entirely sure about that. But, for mission running, do you recommend training social skills? Yes. It depends on like if you're planning on doing a lot of mission running. Like, I still do quite a bit of mission running. Not so much recently, but I used to do like a lot. Under, not trade, social. You want to do security connections. I just have them to 4 out of 5. You don't need it 5 out of 5. I mean, an extra 10% loyalty points would be great, but as of right now for me, like the extra 10% isn't worth 11 days of skill training. Get negotiation gives extra pay. Social gives you extra standing. Security connections give you extra LP. I would get these 3 to at least like 3 out of 5. You'll notice a significant difference. That's like the best use of your time. Like if you only want to skill it up for like 2 days, like you can get all 3 of these to like 3 out of 5. But if you're willing to give it like another 2 days, you can get all 3 of these to actually it'll probably take like 4 days. Get all 3 of these to like 4 out of 5. CCP doesn't make any changes when listening to wormholers. I don't know. I haven't really spent that much time in wormholes, and that's why me personally, I want to like learn most of the aspects of Eve. There's one guy who actually offered me to join his wormhole corporation, and I actually might. And he says it's pretty casual. I might actually take him up on that offer at some point. Part of me does want to join a low sec, a wormhole, and a null sec corp for a couple months each time, and like really understand what it's like living there. What are some of the issues they tackle with as a player? Is there a lack of content? Is there too much content? Is there just not shit to do? Like, because a lot of people in Eve, it's like Eve is just very divisive in general. People that do nullsec, they don't understand what it's like to be a wormholer. Wormholers don't know what it's like to be, living in nullsec. Like, I would say they might have a general idea, but like they're not actually in it and doing it right. So I want to be that person that actually understands and like documents my experiences and let people make their decision for themselves. Like, I'm not gonna join a wormhole corp and say like, oh, it was shitty and boring and blah blah. It's like, this is my experience. I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed this part. This part wasn't as fun, but some of you guys might like it and enjoy it. These are things that are different between wormholing and high sec. This is some of the fleet-based stuff that we've done and like that kind of shit. Let people decide for themselves. Excellent. Thank you. I did not know that. Yeah. Again, Eve doesn't do a very good job of explaining a lot of stuff, but yeah, these 3 skills are going to be your most important for like getting the most out of your like mission running stuff. Diplomacy is good if you're trying to get up standings with factions that like don't like you. Connections, friendly NPC corporation. Okay, connections is a good one too. I probably should. It's like 3 days, 4% modifier to effective standing. Yeah, I mean all of these are decent. I wouldn't do too much into like distribution connections. Fast talk is like when you're dealing with Concord, which is shit I never really had to deal with. I don't even know how that operates. I think that's if you're turning in like tags and stuff. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. I'll be honest. I think it might have been someone else. It was like on someone else's like Discord while they were streaming, and I was just like shooting the shit. We have vets from Null, but are like noobs to wormholes. Exactly. Like it's totally fucking different. Like no local, completely relying on D-scan, having like just shit be different. People can just show up at any point. You don't have a million blues around to help you out. I don't know. That's all shit I'm just assuming. Like I've just been a high sec Care Bear most of my life, but I am more than happy to get uncomfortable and try new shit. One thing about wormholes, as a nullsec guy, they equal money. That'd be nice. It'd be nice to make some extra money. The mechanics are different is what makes it wonderful. Class 5 to 6 wormholes are good. The rest, not so much. Class 5 to 6 require a lot of logi and planning. Yeah. That stuff sounds fun. I've never really done a lot of like fleet content, to be honest, but that's all shit I want to learn and understand, because there's so many people like that play Eve that stick to like their piece of content. And that's why I think they're like, Eve players are so opinionated because they like hold on to that one piece of content or that one identity or whatever the hell they tie themselves to, and like if they don't get the updates or the shit that they want, then they get upset and then they start blaming people and then CCP and then everything else. It's like they don't understand. They don't, you know, like they just don't understand the other side, right? Because I used to be that guy too. Like when I first joined Eve, I'm like, I don't want to join a nullsec block and be the slave to waking up at 3 a.m. to join fleets and doing all this crazy shit. And it's like, is it like that for everybody? Like, no. Is it like that for some like really hardcore alliances or corps? Like, probably. Who knows? I don't know. You just don't know until you actually do it. Instead of just assuming everything, like just go do it. Made about 450 million an hour in a wormhole, and C3 the best best bang for your buck as a solo. Nice. Like just doing combat sites, you mean? I assume Eevee. Oh, sorry, I missed your thing earlier. Come join Wingspan. It's kind of funny. Nothing against Wingspan. I talked to gosh, what's his name? He streams. He's also bald. We kind of look the same. Forgot his name. Uncle something. I'm pretty close to him. Me and him have talked. We've talked in like the partner chat. We've talked in like the other thing too. Probably because we look alike, you know. All the baldies get along with each other. We got to stick together. Uncle, yeah. The beauty of Eve is the variety of things you can do. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. That's why right now all of the content, I think that's why wormholers have so much fun, because like they can go out and like there's a lot of content to do. But for some other people, you rely on other players for content, and if they just don't want to play ball, then they just don't want to play. One time, less than a year in, just really popped into a wormhole, docked in a station, but couldn't really do much else, so I left. Yeah. Eventon, what's your in-game name? I want to send you a few fits for Frig PvP. Yeah, so it's Weasley Eventon. Weasley is an old gamer name I used to have. I also need to do a better job of like having in my like in-game name for like all my YouTube videos and stuff. It's loot too, right? Because you don't get bounties in K-Space. Yeah, it's like blue loot from what I've heard, which is stuff you turn into, not Concord, but it's kind of like one of like the science-y, you know, it's like Sleeper. Or is it Sleeper or? I don't know, loot, whatever it is. Blue loot from Sleepers, yeah. Oh, is Eevee on Twitch? We run into him a lot. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? You can do certain things in a plate, Brutix, and wormholes. Not too bad. Okay. So Wingspan and Niarja. It felt like, oh, they famous. What a fun time, yeah. The old polarization mechanic in wormholes. Will I like it? I wonder. Oh, Wingspan, yeah. I think, was it Wingspan? I think it was. I think you guys were like the first ones to gank me on like my alt when I was doing exploration. I remember you guys refunded me because I should have saved that mail. I think I deleted it on my alt. I remember getting a delivery of something or another. I remember talking with a guy, and he kept in character the whole time, and I was like, dude, are you just fucking trolling me? But he did refund me because at the time my alt was only like a month and a half in or something like that. Wingspan failed to gank me so many times. I mean, if you're on the ball, if you have a 3-second align time and you're pretty quick, like the second they pop up in local and you can align out, you should get away like 95% of the time if you're paying attention. At least if you're like an explorer, like on a relic site or a data site or whatever. They really just hope you're just not paying attention, and that's it. Ammo delivery mail, yeah, that's it. I'm trying to remember what he killed me with. I know it was like was it an Astero? I don't think it was an Astero. It might have been something else. Twice I was doing planetary in a worm. Okay. That's cool. My alliance have a slight grudge against them. We want to burn their ships. I mean, who doesn't, man? And that's the whole thing, right? I think that's the beauty of EVE, right? Like everything is so player driven. Like that's also what makes it really unique. But at the same time, like I said before, EVE's greatest strength is its kind of greatest weakness, right? It's all player driven, and some content solely relies on players just interacting with you. And if they don't want to play ball, like it's kind of just done. Personally, I would like to see some more kind of like free roam versions, or like being able to just like fly around and do random shit, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's hard because it seems like a lot of EVE content is very like compartmentalized, if that makes sense. Like if we can have something more along the lines of like I'm not saying like kind of like GTA or like Red Dead, where you can just like go around the world and shit's just happening and you can go interact with it and go do it. I'm sure that stuff exists, like for sure. But everything just feels like so static, I guess, if that makes sense. Like that's actually why I mentioned it earlier. I'm only saying this now because new people are in chat, and I do want to wind down the stream here in a little bit. Is Pochven, like there's so much shit just happening in Pochven, like so many NPC factions are fighting each other that like literally every encounter is different. I mean, even when I see other players, like every instance is different. Like sometimes they're just there to salvage and they just like avoid me. Other times they're trying to kill me. Other times I'll actually leave, and then all the like rogue drones start targeting them, and like it's just different. Like there's a lot of like tools and toys and like knobs you can kind of turn and like play with like in the system, that like it never feels the same twice. But when I'm running missions or when I'm running during certain sites or doing certain things, shit always just kind of just feels the same, and it's always like in the same you know, pre-made pocket or pre-made compartmentalized like content, if that makes sense. My lines, you mean the new ESS system they literally just put in? I guess, right? But I mean, it only works as well as people want to show up and actually fight you, right? I mean, people can show up and take money, but if no one wants to play ball, and they're like, it's not worth it. The 10 million, the 20 million, 40, 50 million, like whatever it is, like it's not worth it to fight. It's like, okay, like if anything, you're just taking away the roaming time from the people that are in there taking your money to someone else. You need to sleep? I do, but someone wants to talk to me. Who is this? Oh, Evie? Yeah, I've been ranting. Try that out for size. Might be to shut people down, perforations. Interesting. Am I allowed to do this for the proving grounds? No. I can't do it for the proving grounds, which is what I was like originally doing it for. But I'll definitely save the fit. Put your name on it so I remember. All right, it's happening. I'm getting off in 8 minutes. At 1:20 a.m., I am getting off. So if you guys have any... Oh, damn. It's okay. If you guys have any questions for me, or if you guys want me to rant about some other shit, I mean, fine. Give me the 2 billion for free. I don't know. Yeah, exactly right. I don't know. Like, that's... I heard they're going to start giving away keys now for those... they're going to start having keys now for the ESS. which I think are going to be new login rewards. My corp CO doesn't sleep either. Yeah. I was thinking about, I do have a corp. It's just me and my alt and stuff. I'm kind of hesitant to like start, you know, an in-game channel, start a corporation, start a Discord until I feel like there's enough people that could actually fulfill it and make it feel like it's active, rather than just like, oh, I'm making this and there's 4 people in it and nobody's talking. We need you to take care of yourself. I'm fine. I'll sleep in. It was awesome when there were roaming fleets around the Triglavian and Ecom's content. Of course, there was more NPC faction roaming around, like Customs Office, and I agree with your idea of static. Exactly. I just feel like everything is behind an acceleration gate, or because I'm trying to, what the hell I was saying. There was something I said, and I was actually laughing about it because I was like, wow, like all this content is like around, it's like behind acceleration gates. Like nothing feels like open world about Eve, if that like strangely is enough. Have I missed all the giveaways? Fuck, I forgot I was supposed to do giveaways. No, I never did a giveaway. All right, we'll do one now because you guys have been patient as hell with me. We will do a giveaway. I don't really have a bot or anything set up. I'll catch you later. All right, see ya, Kyle. Yeah, no, you guys are completely right. I forgot to do a giveaway, and I've been meaning to do one. All right, if you guys want to enter in the giveaway, everyone just type in 1 in the in chat. Just type in 1. I don't have a bot set up, so literally what I'm going to do is just roll an RNG thingy. So what we're doing is actually we're going to be giving away, because I have some scope syndication skins here to give away. That is Steros for me. I actually had to buy that off the market because I was too late for the what's it called? I was too late for like the first wave of partners. So I actually had to buy this one off the market, so I'm not giving away that one. But we'll do 1 Caracol and we'll do 1 Vexer. We'll do 1 of each. I think it would be really cool, and I want to get to the point where I would ideally like to buy a few more Asteros, or at least like win 1 or some shit. I think it would be really cool at the end of the year to give away a like a scope syndication series, like give away 1 of each skin that's been given away all year. I think that would be kind of cool. I mean, whoever wins that would win, obviously, a lot of fucking ISK. But I think it would be cool to do like a 12 skin, like a whole scope syndication like series giveaway. So marbles for later on stream. There's so much shit I've been trying to deal with the stream. I don't know. It was even taking me a while to like figure out stream elements and stream labs and having that work with Twitch, even though I don't have a lot of people on Twitch, which is fine. Yeah. Is this the right chat? Sorry, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now, so I'm talking to both. I got your 1 though. Like I'm literally just gonna put you like at the top because you were actually one of the first ones to say it. So literally all I do is just count the people, top down. There's hackers and marbles. It's sad, really? I don't fucking know. I don't know. And so I didn't see anyone. Yeah, you were like, do I have a 100% chance to win here? No, that's not how it works. So literally this is what we're going to do. And just so like, just full disclosure, just so you guys know like what the hell I'm looking at and like what's going on here. Let's see. So there's that, and then there's also not that. Why is that not? Well, it's not showing. I saw it on another stream, but the guy know how to see cheat. So like, so how do you hack marbles? Don't they just put in your name and the marbles fly down and they get knocked around and all that shit? Like, isn't that it? Like, how do they have any control over, like, their stuff? I don't understand that. Am I just an idiot? Not game capture. All right, it's not showing it, but maybe if I can do. Can I do display screen? Give me a sec. Sorry about this, guys. I also have no fucking idea why sometimes OBS does not detect my other screen. All right, whatever. Because I wanted to show you guys like what I'm seeing in chat at the same time, so you guys can see in chat. So Evie was literally the first person. He's on Twitch. He's the first person that said #1 on the thing. So I'm literally just counting down like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 people. This is literally all I'm doing. This is like the laziest fucking way to do it. And of course, it looks like shit. Where is it? Is this it? No. This looks terrible. So I'm literally just doing this. It's a random number generator. So if we click it a few times, you can see it works like this. So we're going to click it now, this time. I've actually seen it hit 7 again. So if you're number 7, don't feel bad. So we're going to hit it again. We're actually going to hit it twice. So the first one is going to be the Vexor. The second one is going to be the Caracol skin. So the first one is 7 because I clicked it and it didn't move. So I'm just literally counting top down. You'll probably roll D20. Maybe. I love D20s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Donovan Warland, you win the Vexor. And then for the Caracol is literally the next person, Kyle Andrews. So Kyle Andrews gets the Caracol, and the Vexor goes to Donovan. So you just type in your in-game name. I'll contract it to you right now before I forget. Wait, YouTube chat not included? No, it was included. That's why I was like trying to show my chat screen. I mean, if I can, hold on. So this is what I'm seeing, if you guys were curious. If you guys are curious kind of like what I see, like this is my chat screen. So this is a third-party streaming software. So like if someone replies to me on Twitch, there's this little Twitch symbol, and then someone replies on YouTube, it's here. All I did was literally count down. So I had Evie as number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13. I also double checked too to make sure like no one put their name twice. So I literally just counted down. So it's literally random. Whoops, not that. And I'll close this. So Zonovan. So that's just how I did it because I'm fucking lazy. Wow, it is. It's only a YouTube channel. Holy shit. Okay, congrats. Yeah. Yeah, it's YouTube and Twitch. But there's one person on Twitch right now, so. So Donovan, you said, yeah, you're getting the Vexor. We'll do it right now before we forget. I'm trying to remember how much these are going for. So it's a new month, but so far CCP usually takes like 2 weeks into the month to give away the new skins. I made a promise to you guys that like when I get the new skins, I'm making a video and doing a giveaway for like 4, 5, 6 skins like immediately, because you guys aren't going to get better prices for the Scope syndication skins than like selling them within like the first day or two, right? Because some content creators, like nothing against them, but some of them just like take a long time to give away like the first wave of skins, and like by then like the price is already dropped. So we'll contract this. Donovan, copy. This contract will pop up. Oh, contracts. Gotta jump some guys. Adios. See ya, dude. Get some kills. Does that work? I don't know what that space is about. Yeah, look at that. You got 4 weeks to accept this. So enjoy. Congrats on the win. And I'm taking my time giving away some of these skins. 2 gauge. That sounds familiar, Kyle. Sounds familiar. I think you won before, but I don't think it was a scope skin. I think you won some of the other skins I was giving away before. Caracol, nice. Congrats, dude. Congrats on winning those. Microwave! Oh, am I getting hosted right now? Oh, I got raided? No! I was about to hop off, and all you guys pulled this on me. Alright, I'll hang out for a little bit longer. Even though I said I want a rattlesnake skin from you. Oh, you did? Nice, yeah. Are you winning, son? I was. Look at this. Check this out. Look at that. 2 kill marks on that bad boy. Nope, 24-hour stream. I did have a bang earlier. Look at that. 2 kill marks on that Kestrel. Zaddy! Oh, and we got, dude, everyone's here. All these content creators are making me sweaty. I'm sweating here. I don't know if I can handle this, guys. I just gave away some of my scope syndication skins to these guys. How many watts? I don't know. Oh, the microwave? Yeah. What's the microwave? Is that a meme or something? And for all of you guys overseas, I'm in the US, and there's nothing wrong with microwaving tea, by the way. It's great. You know, I put the little tea bag in the coffee mug with the water. I just microwave it. No need for a kettle. I don't need a kettle. I just microwave it. It's a meme? Well, I microwave my tea. Content creator? Wait, who here in here creates content? I don't know. No one does. Someone could Twitch to ban this guy. We're microwaving tea. Yeah, dude. What's wrong with that? I got some Earl Grey, little package here. Yeah, I know. Last time I microwaved tea, someone said what was it? Not a fucking degenerate. It wasn't degenerate. It was something else. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something along those lines. It was like heretic or some shit. Like someone said that. It was pretty funny. But it was pretty funny. They're like, I was like, yeah, I just microwave my tea. They're like, you fucking heretic. Oh. Didn't realize I should not be doing that, right? Ingrate? Okay. We're getting there. Please, bring on. This is no laughing. Bring it on. Insult me. I can take it. Pile it on. If you don't need it's good for you, but if you need it, just steal it. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, so I mean, you guys aren't going to learn much from me doing the Abyssal Proving Grounds because I'm 2-15 right now. So I literally won. The 2 games I won was both in a Kestrel, but I was using a Merlin for a bit. Used a Kestrel, but I was getting raffle stomped. I lost to Skywalker Russian a couple times. I fought Nightcap once. I don't know. It's not fun time. Better than 0-15. See, that's looking on the positive side, right? No draws, right? No draws. Only winners or losers here. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this Kestrel for a long time. Like I'm keeping this forever. Look at that. And it was a close one too. It was me and this other guy. We were both at like, I was at like fucking 10% hull. He was a condor. He was shooting me. I was like, you know, I can outrun his missiles. He's chasing me. Just to be clear, I wasn't calling you an N-grade, just guessing what the word was you called. Oh yeah, and I don't care if you call me an N-grade. I don't give a shit. You guys can call me whatever you want. And I literally have like no ego either. Like if people were like, oh, you suck at PvP, I'm like, dude, I know. I realize this. I feel bad because I was literally just about to hop off, and then everyone joins in. They're expecting some content, some getting teabagged PvP, but like here I am. I was also just talking about. I also just love talking about like discussing discussion stuff. I was gonna say shit, but discussion stuff. Just talking about Eve, PvP, all kinds of stuff. It was a great fight. It was good. I was quite proud of myself. I was like, you know what, that Condor was hitting hard. But 10% range is better than 10% damage, right? But no, I appreciate you guys with the host. I was all of a sudden now I instantly have more people viewing me on Twitch. I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. All of my content, all of my shit is on YouTube, but I do like streaming to Twitch occasionally. I try to do both at the same time when I can. So, how was your stream? Who was it that hosted me? Was it 404? Or was it someone else? Yeah, 404. How was your stream? Did you get any wins? Are you on the leaderboard? You on the leaderboard? I know you're trying to push for top 100. I'm not on the board. Okay. No worries. One day we'll get up on the board. Maybe if I was 15-2, would I get up on the board? No, I'm still not on the board. All right, I gotta hit the sack. I will see y'all in the Bleak Land sometime again. Thank you. All right, thanks for stopping by, Donovan. Enjoy that skin, dude. 11, 13, and 4 though, not so bad. That's pretty good. It's almost 50%. Raid, yeah. Thanks for the raid. I feel bad though because I was literally about to like jump off and hit the hay. I'm more than happy to sit around and shoot the shit with you guys, but I do not have like the mental capacity to do like a quick PvP run. I'm trying to remember some of the things we're talking about before y'all jumped on. Raid someone? Oh, raid someone else? Who the shit is online right now? Any live fleets due to the near future, as I would like to join you. Oh yeah, we were talking about, wait. Missile skills? Blow something up? Emerald? I don't know. You guys are inciting violence in here. I fully approve, but I might be a little tired for it. Let me check on who's like online right now that I could potentially raid. Also, I don't know like how to fucking raid. Do I do /raid and I like put in their name? I forgot how to do this stuff. Last time I streamed on Twitch like seriously was a long time ago when I used to play Hearthstone. But not so much anymore. It's also like almost 2 a.m. here where I live. So I'm trying to... Let's try and get some no-namer down here at the bottom of the list. Are you in Jita? I am in Jita. Jitor. Do you want a 1v1 Corvettes at the sun? I'm good. I'll take a rain check though. That's what I meant. I will take a rain check on that at some point. You can apply skins remotely, Kyle. You can apply. You just pull it up in your personal assets. You can apply the skin right now. It's if you want to sell it, you got to be in the region, but you can apply it to wherever, as far as I know. That's why I put it in Jita so you guys can sell it. I'm trying to think of like who to host. So many Russians. Nothing against them, but it's, you know, you guys seem to mostly speak English, so I want to keep it. Hail Farson? Alfarson? Said his last stream for 2 weeks. Chill stream, space shenanigans. Schmelly orc. All right, but for real though, like, how do I raid someone? Do I do /raid space and then like put in their name, like put in their stream name? I honestly forgot how to raid. Like, I Like, I'm not even trying to troll here. Like, I'm actually trying to like figure out like how to do this. Yes? Okay, good. And I put in their whole stream name, just like the ending name. Learning something every day? Dude, that's Eve. Learn something every day. Okay. Thank you, Cunhammon. You have been more than helpful. Let's see if this works. Well, anyway, thanks for stopping by, guys. I'm upset that I can't provide you guys with some entertainment, but I'm exhausted, and I've been trying to. I've honestly been trying to end the stream for the last like hour, and I haven't mustered myself to do it yet, so I'm gonna do it now. But thanks for stopping by, guys. Everyone from 404, I appreciate it. I would love to start like actually like collaborating with people like on EVE Online in general and start doing troll shit. But anyway, I'll let you guys go, and then we'll go from there. So I'll see you guys next time. Does that work? Did that work?